Yeah, he's talking about, but Sean's talking about who was there and survived.
God. I hope Tennessee has really increased their
I'm sorry. I'm just
survived is like went.
Oh no.
Like one didn't attend.
Yeah, I know. So it was automatically.
That's not
automatically.
One was what they call in the military a deserter.
A deserter.
The others actually survived.
Yeah, I just think at a higher level at this hour than most. We all survived. I think. The three of us here did. That's for damn sure.
Walk up to the coffee machine hearing that you were throwing up clam chowder?
No. Pooping.
Oh, God.
Gross.
And I believe it was the same. Never mind.
Are you trying to say, you're blaming the restaurant? You're like, this is
I'm not blaming the restaurant. I'm just saying, I think it may have been that because my stomach did, it was turning.
This is the male version.
Human fecal matter.
This is the male version of girl roofing. It's not the tequila that you had. It's not the whiskey.
No.
It's not the gin, which you all had with the combo. If the clams the clams must have gone bad. The clams must have been bad. Now, if Chiafalo wakes up and also says that his clam chowder, he had a bowl of it.
He did. So
messed with him, then we got something. But you were definitely the drunkest.
I did. I was? I didn't think
he was the most inebriated. I don't know that blood alcohol, he was the drunkest.
What's
the
difference?
Most. One is actually being impaired by it. The other is an actual measurement in your blood.
Tim,
it may have been the linguine and clams.
Can I just do the show with you? These technical.
Look, I'm sorry, American University, that I had to.
I'm sorry. It's not technically this. It's abbreviated. It's abbreviated. I take a number.
Don't take your Broadus frustration out on me.
I don't have Broadus frustration. Brian Broadus just won't take his ass to the combine this year, so he can stay home and no more Wild Four. So since Broadus,
what are you damn talking about?
We'll get into that more.
It may have been the linguine and clams. You never know, and it may not have been anything. It may have just been I had to go to the bathroom.
May have been stress on your stomach.
It may have been some stress from yesterday. There's a whole lot of things that could have contributed to that, but it did feel good.
Good. So the three of us went and pre-gamed for a little bit. Tim Collins joined us, and then Gavin Dawson showed up. DJ the DJ, who had previously bailed on the other restaurant, showed up. And, of course, the nosebleeds, they're going to show up every single time. Who else am I missing? Nico was there. It was good to see Mikey B again. Mike Bassick. So it was quite a good time. We thought Romo was going to be there. That didn't work out. Yeah. But we were getting a little bit of... Ended up at a seafood restaurant.
Yes.
Bobby ate beforehand.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is typically, if I think we're going to a seafood place, that's what I'll do. But
we went early to pregame at a steakhouse, and they had a very good happy hour menu, so you could have eaten there as well. Got some potato skins.
The chicken satay was amazing, delectable.
Horrific service.
Yes. Awful.
I mean, I couldn't tell whether this girl knew it or she was in her own world. What do you think?
World. I think she's
own world.
I mean, to walk by and not hear us that many times. Tim, what do you think? Do you think that she was, because Tim showed up early like a trooper. This man got his Drake 5 minutes before we had to leave. He waited a good 45 minutes. You think she was just a dingbat, Tim, or do you think it was intentional?
I think she found out or knew straight on that we were out-of-towners, and she was just ignoring us.
What? You think we got stereotype? We got label?
We got profile.
Wait, we got profile?
Yeah, we got
that
Texas profile.
Correct.
We got Texas profiled.
How? How do you think we would get Texas profiled? We didn't go in there with a skateboard. We didn't tie up our skateboard outside
because we didn't announce our pronouns.
Our hair was a normal color.
Was she getting hit with a bat?
No septum piercings. Nothing was tied up.
Now we did get a little hell from Tim and the nosebleeds when they first showed up for pre-gaming because they were like, you guys did not give us any advance warning about the parking around here. And it's like, well, we didn't park.
Right. Well,
we got dropped off.
Me and Bobby didn't park because of the car situation owned and run by Ralph James Choppy, as you messed up our early pre-gaming by being at a car dealership in Oxnard, California, getting stuck at a car dealership. We'll get into all of it.
For about 3 hours.
3 hours.
It was about 3 hours. Which they told me it was 40 minutes.
We'll get to it. Neighborhood Watch. Good morning, Pay. Did you have any FOMO last night? Any questions about the group dinner that ended up? I mean, would you say it ended up going well? It went well.
Oh, it was seamless.
Little hot, but otherwise it was good.
Little warm.
It was.
You guys ended up going to the bar afterwards. I went home with Timothy.
Hey.
And
did he have REO Speedwagon on the radio?
He was rocking out some type of rock.
I can't fight.
That's where I was catching up with all my station gossip. I wasn't listening to the music. I was disappointed in his sense of direction, though. It took us a while to find the car in the parking garage. I was like, maybe I should have gone with these other guys.
No, but it was too cold. It was far too cold for you,
Bobby. The amount of time you spent at the next place justifies my decision.
But you didn't know how long we were going to be there.
And I would never want to go to the rudder room and stay inside. If you told me that I had to go there and stay inside, I know I made the right decision going home and not staying out. I thought it was going to be outside. I didn't have the sweatshirt. I was going to be freezing. And I love this type of weather, but even when we usually leave at like 6:30, it's starting to get too cold. I never want to go and stay inside at the rudder room. Unless I have we got a great game of pool set up. You know,
right?
You can own a pool table.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
was it 2-pack to get a pool table?
It was pretty crowded. Yeah, it was pretty crowded.
And y'all were there for 20 minutes. Congratulations.
I went to bring.
But you didn't know we were going to be there for 20 minutes.
I did actually, because I figured you'd go outside and you'd freeze, and then you would leave. So, there you go.
Which we went outside. We were by ourselves, so we left. It wasn't that it was too cold.
20 minutes. I don't care.
That's fine. That's fine. That last drink I had at Rudder Room though is going to cause a problem this morning.
Why?
Because I feel pressure in my intestines right now that I'm going to have to relieve, and I don't know how quickly that'll go for me.
Like puke?
No, like I've got to make.
Oh,
you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make?
Yeah, it's Michael J. Fox said it in Scrubs one time as his code for needing to go.
Okay. So did you have a drink after?
I did not. No, I went to bring them. I basically just went to drive them, and I was like, I'm going to see how long.
Oh, no.
They were just nosebleeds drunk in the back. What's the best slice you ever had? Talking about pizza and stuff like that.
Giafalo making you stop for food right after dinner, since he goes, this just isn't enough food. I'm starving. I'm starving.
He jokingly said it, and I think he was hoping that would start a movement that never happened, and so then he just dropped it.
I do want to wait and see in 10 years.
Yeah, he deserves it.
The metabolism is gonna hit him hard.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to hit him. It makes me sick.
But to be fair, I think that is the only time he eats like this. Like he is when we're on the strip, he'll eat like this. Otherwise, he's not eating anything close to this.
He eats a pound of ground beef.
But that's the thing. It's just it's protein. He's not like eating anything else.
All the teen.
He's not. There's like no carbs that he eats the rest of the year.
Pay. Any questions or comments on family dinner?
No. I mean, to Bobby's point, I did have to make this morning as well. So that's 3 out of the 4 of us. But who picked up the bill? Do we have any bill issues? That was the big takeaway there. I don't know if we'll get to it later, but
right.
I was hoping to see something about that after Broadus went off.
Well, Tim Collins, he set the tone early. He asked the server, can we get the checks separated? He got that right out of the way. And they said yes, as long as you don't move seats. And I said,
who does that?
I said, is that a thing? Is that an issue? People end up crisscrossing? And he goes, well, when you get up, you slide to the bathroom. Maybe they slide over one. I said, we will not move seats whatsoever. He was delightful in terms of these separate checks. Now, when you called to get the reservation, thank you, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice job. Well done with the switch. Did you ask them about separate checks?
Absolutely not.
Did you just lie that you were going?
I did. Yeah. I wasn't going to do that. If you can't handle a bill like an adult.
You know what?
It's stunning how much they act like it is just going to break their accounting system in a restaurant here if you do that.
I think a listener brought up a very good point. All this is Gavin Spittle's fault.
Yeah, he should pay.
This big group dinner that he wants to pressure us into, even though we do go out as a group basically every single night, just in smaller clusters. There should be a company credit card for this and be done with it.
Yeah.
One dinner.
So
it's Gavin's fault. Bob McKay.
Whoa.
Mr. McKay.
Oh.
Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. If you could make this high on your priority list, sir, because of the ratings that the station's been putting up, one dinner when we go out like this or at the Super Bowl, and it would solve all this.
Station cards are bad. Okay.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. More at 740. Neighborhood Watch. We're going to start right here in our neighborhood with the station group festivities.
By the way, I have a quick comment. One of the reasons I thought that, and I know we'll talk more about him later. One of the reasons I thought Broadus wasn't around is because I was like, man, maybe he has one of his many podcasts that he has to do. And then I looked at the thumbnail on our YouTube page for 105 through the Fan. He made Zach and Eric do Love the Star by themselves out here for some reason. Like, he's not even sitting in on that podcast.
Whoa.
I heard he was at another dinner with John Machota. I heard he was at I had a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant spy, and I heard that Broadus was there with John Machota. And I got something for Broadus, 740. I got something for him.
I think if you skip out on the team dinner, you're not allowed to eat. You forfeit dinner in general. That's what the rule should be. You forfeit dinner for the evening. That is your dinner. It's like you have a kid at home. Oh, you don't want to eat what we have?
I guess they must have been able to split his and John's check, is what it is.
Right. Texas Rangers baseball. Hit it.
496 OPS. 2-2. That's hit inside third. That is a fair ball right over the bag and down the line. Nimmo comes in to score. Berger hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. He scores standing up. Diving into third with a 2-run triple is Justin Foscue, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
Hicksy with the call, and you're home for Rangers baseball. Easy work made of the San Francisco Giants. Did YouTube crash? Something going on with YouTube?
Did earlier, yeah.
Are we back?
I believe so. Aiden was having to restart it.
6-0 Rangers with the shutout victory. Cody Bradford's return, 679 days is the last time that he pitched. 4 1/3. Diaz and Foscue working the third baseline. Nimmo with a home run. And the Texas Rangers are a game and a half back after Yordan Alvarez and his base running error helps the Astros lose to Toronto yesterday. Easy, 6-0.
I mean, that was what, his 15th start since the start of 2024. Like he's barely thrown.
Well, I mean, he hasn't. Yeah, he didn't
pitch all last year and all this year. So it's his
15th
start since the start of 24. Like, that is, to be able to go out there and have that kind of performance and just be like efficient as you could ask for, I should say. I mean, that's just awesome. And like, if you have an extra guy, they say you can never have enough pitching. If you have an extra guy thrown in there that you can use to the stretch drive to try to get into the postseason and just get a chance.
An extra guy? You mean a guy?
A guy?
A guy.
You say a guy? We can say a guy the way this pitching staff's been. But, an extra arm. Just say, because they got bodies. It's awesome. And he was really, really good yesterday.
Performed the way you would expect a Tolo to perform, as Cody Bradford
that's right.
is.
He's a Tolo?
He is a Tolo.
time.
There's a couple years ago when he was at spring training and Zach and Eric tried to prank him. They were trying to prank guys with, what do you think about this guy, RJ Choppy, that the team signed recently after all his, they would name a host and then say, after all his drug problems and stuff like that, do you think that's a little crazy? They did that. And he said, when they said RJ Choppy, he went, RJ Choppy from The Fan?
Oh, I know Skip Schumacher is.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is he thinks KNC is on during our
it's
show.
The shoddy thing. It's thinking we host the whole day.
Yeah, so he listens at 8:20.
Yeah,
because he was listening to our pick and shower towel discussion, and he went on KNC, and he's like, I was listening to you guys. I'm a one towel guy. One towel guy, but he thinks I don't think he knows our name.
No, and that tracks because when Banny was here, he said he would get there around 9:00 when he was here as the manager. Like, that's about the time he would get into the stage. That tracks that time.
8:20. We need to be resetting all the time our names.
Yeah,
that's what. Just every minute or so, just like, hey, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby. We're here on the Sean and RJ show, which is definitely not KNC Masterpiece. But then he may just think that they are Sean and RJ when he talks to them,
which is fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Helps
unless they're giving sports opinions.
Day off before the Baltimore Orioles for your Texas Rangers. The Orioles are basically even with you in many, many, many ways when you line up their seasons so far. So a game and a half back after coming back from the awful start to this Giants series and ending up with that W over San Francisco. Jerry Jones tricked me again.
No.
And RJ gets to brag about his man crush. Inside the Star, on the home of the Cowboys, live from Oxnard, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/The Fan, are you overpaying for electricity? Probably.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Way too loud. Way too loud. I'm already on the verge of getting kicked out of here by Little Dom. Little Dom on the watch. Word spreading. I guess we need to go inside the stall with Bobby just making it back here.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a bloodbath. Went full Perez Hilton in that stall.
Oh, jeez, Bobby. Tim, do you get that? You don't get that, do you?
Yeah, Tim got it. Look at his face. We have our.
I don't want to look over it.
We have our assistant program director over.
You saw the video yesterday, Timothy? Nice.
Did you go in the ADA?
Yeah, the Wolchuk stall? Yeah, I took that one.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ. Look, here's Tim. Good.
Tim's wishing for a dump button right now.
I think Tim's going to go check out that stall.
That's what I just hit was
He
the dump button.
can't go walk in there right after Bobby just described it as a bloodbath.
I think he wants to go see. He's
That was borderline half a roll.
Half a roll?
Oh, of toilet paper, really?
Oh, is it decent quality?
It's single ply, so that's why it's half a roll.
It's terrible in the hotel. Terrible. It's like sandpaper.
No, it's not. It's not. As long as it's not the thinnest possible.
That's the thing. I'd rather have sandpaper than thin.
Oh yeah, the thin one, and then you end up clogging. I don't want to talk about this. We are brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and ZRRez. Just part of the awesome sponsorship to have us in California for Cowboys training camp, along with the G-Bag Nation this week. They did not have practice yesterday. We will be. Are you doing 6'7", Tim?
He's asking if we want water.
Oh, he's going like that. No, but maybe we can get some coffee. I'm like DJ.
Yeah.
God, this whole time, and I made a humongous mistake not getting that insulated cup. Gosh.
Well, he's broken his while he's been out.
Well, that's the other one. This thing fell, so now it's
unbalanced.
It's at the Leaning Tower.
Oh, that sucks.
I know.
What'd you just drop it?
I dropped it twice.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
No practice. They'll be back on the field today. Are they going to have pads today?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're padded today.
Are you wearing the same dinner shirt from last night?
Hell yeah, that was going to be my confessional. I was going to say I feel like I was doing the walk of shame out of the hotel.
Why are you wearing the same shirt? I just noticed this.
I turned myself out for alcohol a little too much last night, and when I woke up, I just needed to get up and go. I slept.
You went to sleep in the shirt?
Yeah.
When did you get this wasted? When did you get this?
I had the 2 cucumber
margaritas. Okay.
Then I had the shot at the patio before we left.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I got the double while we were at the next, and then I got the 2 doubles at.
You got
Rudder.
2 doubles at Rudder. Oh.
Yeah.
Why do you even ask for a double at Rudder Room?
Yeah, you don't.
Because I was like, I got to cut myself off by 9. It was basically my Arizona Super Bowl theory of like, if I just cut off by this time, I can cram as much in as I need, and then it's just as long as I have 7 hours to come down.
I love the technicality with which.
And I came down. I'm just wearing the same clothes. This is like it's the same socks and everything.
People were complimenting that shirt yesterday.
People like the shirt for some reason. I definitely didn't pick it out. I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me.
Real zesty. And then you do this color combo here with this blue and red fan jacket.
Well, this was in case it was chilly, and I didn't have any other things to put on over.
Yeah, like if you're just like laying around the house, like I'll wear the same shirt to the work that's where I'm just in the house with.
Yeah,
but not that I'm out at a restaurant because you're gonna have the restaurant smell on it.
Yeah, especially that nasty fish smell.
Oh, the seafood place. Jerry Jones, he got me again. I was convinced a big deal was about to happen. The opening press conference, I was so excited. I was hyped up. And I said, this is going to happen within a week. And all the Brian Broaddus talk and all the Max Crosby talk, gone. Nothing. And I got taken because Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter giving their updates on the Max situation. Let's start with Ian.
I think a lot of teams would love to have him. I do not get the sense right now that Max Crosby wants to get traded. I do not get the sense that he will get traded. If anything could happen, we've seen that. It's just, it feels to me like he's all in on the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders,
There you go, Rap.
his current and only team. I believe that's the way it will stay, especially if they are, much improved this year, which they should be.
All right, so that's 0 for 1 there.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
No, are you gonna? If you're gonna follow up with Schefter, then I'll comment on it after Schefter.
Let's hear Schefter.
I do think right now Max Crosby is in Vegas. I do think that that's their plan right now. But here's where I think it gets interesting. Do I think Max Crosby is going to be traded this summer? That would surprise me. Anything's always possible in this league. We'll have to see. But what if the Raiders are not winning regularly? What if the Raiders are 1-5, 2-6, and we're coming up to the trade deadline in the first week in November, and there's a team out there that could use a pass rusher, and Max is playing at the level that we think he can, at another high level? I think that's when the trade potentially could come back into play. And I think that's when it might be time to start paying attention. Now, maybe I'm going to be surprised and they trade him this summer, but that's not what I'm expecting. It's not what I'm hearing.
So I really got taken this time. I'm a sucker. I fall for it almost every single time.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's a major flaw.
You don't have to confirm it. Worry about, keeping your bottle upright.
That's right, man. That thing is.
Worry about signing off for
tower.
a car in another state for chiming in with your little insult. Now go ahead.
You do fall victim to that every time.
Yeah,
that's a flaw. It's a flaw that you have. You don't have a lot of flaws. You got some. That's a big one. And it's also the allure of Jerry, and this is what Jerry does, and this is how Jerry gets a lot of people to buy in because he seems.
I thought it was above Simmer.
Yeah, I think Simmer.
And I thought Jordan Brooks was on one of the possible burners.
I did not. But I think that I think it's been on Simmer. Jerry has a tendency to, the way he talks about things, Simonzo ball. And they were talking, and Max was ranting about, and you never hear this from younger players, he was ranting about the portal and about guys changing teams, and what's it even matter if you've gone to a second team, go to a third, go to a fourth? Well, it's just his thought process. I think that's just the way that he is.
Yeah.
He probably could have transferred out of Eastern Michigan, chose not to, chose to stick it out there.
He's loyal to a fault. I mean, it's an admirable thing. It's just like I told Devontae. I didn't tell Devontae. Like I said about Devontae when he went to the Raiders. Cool. That's your childhood team. I don't want to hear any crying when they suck. Go pair up with the drama queen, the Hallmark car, Derek Carr, but don't cry when you're there. I don't want to hear no crying from Max when they're losing in the first half. No more crying.
Is he gonna be one of the new NFL poster boys? Let's say
Mike Trout.
Is he gonna become one of the NFL poster boys of just dude, if you just would have cared enough about where that place and how bad they were, you could have changed your legacy a little bit.
Maybe he does care about that place.
The way we talked about Dame for forever. No, I know, but cared about how they do it, how they do things there, because it seems really he feels like NFL Dame at times to me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that he really cares about the Raiders. That
he's one of these rare guys where it feels like I care about the uniform and the colors and the logo.
And there's something admirable about that.
It is.
Like and we tear. And we do tear him down from the, hey, you should want to leave and want to win and got to get out of there. And at the same time, also praise him for...
it's different in football. Like, that more applies to the criticism for the NBA, I think.
From his perspective, though, too, he would probably look at it and say, all right, I finally went, okay, like, let's go somewhere new. And then he goes, and a week later, they pulled the rug out under from me. This is what I get for even trying to try something new with a new organization. This team never did it to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, all these guys are mercenaries, but when you get traded or you sign with another team, then I think it really hits you that, like, they don't necessarily, you can convince yourself that your original team truly cares about you, that the team that trades and acquires you is just there. It's very transactional.
I still think before his career is over, he plays a snap for the Cowboys. That's what I think happens.
Peyton, is the Wi-Fi bad out there? All of your cameras are black right now.
Yes. Ooh.
Well, we don't want to be like G-Bag in terms of their visuals. Yeah, look, my camera is black. We're on the radio, though, right, Pepe?
Yeah, we're live. We're here.
Okay.
No video, though.
I'm looking at my internet speed right now. It's 100 megabits per second.
I don't know what that means.
It's fast enough.
Good?
It's fast enough.
Okay, yeah. I'm blacked out. All of us
Come on,
are.
Aiden.
On the Zoom?
Yeah, on the Zoom.
Oh, I've seen it normal.
No, on the Zoom, like on the YouTube or on your Zoom screen? Because on your Zoom screen, that's concerning.
YouTube, like the YouTube, what the Tolos are saying, it's all blacked out with the screen.
Probably Broadus' fault.
Makes sense.
877-881-1053. 1 hour from now is going to be real fun. When does he usually stop by here to work his fifth job?
15 minutes after Eric was supposed to be here, I think.
6:15 our time, 8:15.
Okay, so neighborhood watch. Is he going to be here?
He'll be in the car.
He'll be in the car.
Okay, good. That'll make a very interesting greeting when he stops by here for half a second and then meets Machota. 877-881-1053. Back to the Cowboys and around the NFL at 7 o'clock. But I have a new must-see player in Major League Baseball. I got to get alerts when this guy gets out there on the mound. Peyton will tell you why. In a naked steakhouse as well. Woo! It's the payload next on Sean and RJ. But you can go ahead and get fed. You can ask Brandon Hurtado whether you need clothes or not at
Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Yeah. That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for the pick.
This on the fan cam.
He looks. The only thing is he looks like he's
tall.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got.
He's slender though.
Like a guy who could get away with this.
Well, not the sign of the cross. Just he crossed his arms or whatever. I don't think he was religious.
He'd stick his tongue out. Aroldis Chapman used to stare guys down. So he'd strike them out, and then he'd open up his chest, and nobody was going to fight him.
Right.
The guy who was annoying leading into it was Stroman. Marcus Stroman used to piss people.
Get home.
If it's an absolute missile, no doubt, or you might get someone there. I think 99 times out of 100 it would be at home plate.
Yeah.
Round every base. Is what
Jump every base.
Yep. What if it was free?
No.
It's free if you show up naked. It's got really good reviews.
Nothing.
The steakhouse has good reviews.
What if that's your team bonding meal out there? What if it's team dinner? Just the guys.
What does it say what material the seats are?
Down the street.
Gross. I mean, you see those pictures of like the nudist beaches and everything, and you think it's going to be exciting or whatever. No.
Maybe the 1 out of 100 is one that you would even look at without.
And again, the male body it's disgusting.
It really is.
Mm-hmm. It is gross. Like right now, Aiden's legs are sweating because the YouTube just lost half its audience. But that leg hair, I mean, just the hairiness and a
lot of hair,
and the crevices. I mean, the female body is, it's a work of art, but the male body, it's disgusting.
You would have to shave before you go to this dinner, right? I mean, you have to get a full body shave.
Yeah. I would think so.
Unless you want to be covered to some extent.
You're one unplugged wire away from being dead, and you look out the window and you see the freaking Grim Reaper. This is awful. Just
not cool.
Awful.
No. This is, you want to talk about a guy who gets punched. It's this guy.
Oh, yeah.
There
More
was
so than Jeffrey
over there in Flower Mound when we were we had a Halloween a couple years ago where there was this kid leading up to Halloween in like right around the area that would wear the Jason mask, and he was a big kid, like he was only like 12, but he looked like he was like 18 from the size, and he would just walk in that get up, and he would stop, and if he saw people, he'd just stand there and
say, that's in the fairway, and then walk there and not say anything about not having a ball. He had to complete the entire round, and he's playing with like these 80-year-old guys, and they're just like, oh, did that one go in? He's picking up his ball out of the hole like he's got something, and he's like, I got it.
That's brilliant.
It's so great. He's like, and he's taking bogeys. He's like, nah, I failed to get up and down out of the bunker. That one went in the trees.
How long could you play with this person without thinking they're going to put you in the woods? You would, like, this guy's going to take you out.
Yeah.
He could turn his golf club on your neck at any moment.
You have to call the pro shop. Like, dude, this guy is. I'm scared. We're going to need a marshal out here.
Yes.
To find out what's going on.
Hey, if he's playing fast though, RJ, that's your kind of guy.
That's
Play
true.
Fast.
That's true.
What if he doesn't have a ball though? He keeps acting like he is just like, man, I'm shooting the worst game of my life, and he's playing super slow without a ball. That would really get him in trouble.
Well done. It's the Payload every Thursday at this time, 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. How did Mike Bassick do play-by-play while at our team family?
10% off your first month. You get your confidence back. Hey, little fella, feeling big again.
The latest sports news, laughs, and DFW's best giveaways. You're rolling with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Also available on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
There will be relief in the Bronx. Sidelined since May with a rib fracture, Yankees captain Aaron Judge has officially been cleared for light baseball activities. The three-time MVP confirmed he will return this season, giving a massive spark to a New York offense fighting to lock down a postseason spot. He's not swinging yet, but the countdown is on. I'm Drake Toll.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Langford with a hard hit ball, but right to the left fielder.
So good. I clicked this on yesterday. The Rangers with a dominant 6-0 victory over the San Francisco Giants to take the series and get to within 1.5 games of the armpit. And Mike Bassick's doing play-by-play.
Yep. You and I were on the same page because I listened to the same thing. And that was so Raymond's Mike. They were coming back from break, and Mike was doing one of those like where he'd do like a read and talk about some stat from 1984 or whatever. And then he comes back and he's like, "Oh, Dave Raymond's mic is off, it's not working," and he had to fill, and he didn't have to fill very long, and it was maybe like 11 seconds of dead air, and you could hear the absolute panic in his voice, because that's a tough spot to be. It's a if you've never been it before, it's an unenviable spot because you're not prepared for it.
Yes.
What do they say? Not preparing to fail, or failing to prepare is preparing to fail, whatever the hell that cliche is.
Yeah.
Well, that was that.
So Bassick does play-by-play. The Rangers get the W behind Cody, Bradford, Nimmo with a home run, 4 multi-hit games in his last 5. The Astros lose. You're a game and a half back. More Diamond Cavs at 8 o'clock. But Skip Schumacher. Tolo, yeah. I can't say morning show listener, and I can't say KNC listener, because I don't think he knows.
No.
Definitely morning show listener.
Yes.
Because he's repeating our content.
Right.
And it's just a matter of he doesn't know who we are.
Right. Skip was on with KNC, and they said, "We know you stopped the losing streak, but what do you say to all Ranger fans who are nervous with the rest of the way this season could go?"
Yeah, I mean, listen, we haven't been healthy, and we've played 500 baseball. I mean, that is the reality. So, we have to get going, and we have to prove that we are, here to win. And that was the plan heading into spring training, that we had a group in that clubhouse that has won before, knows what winning looks like, and we have not played our best baseball. That is 100% true. There's probably 2 guys in that clubhouse that are, excited. 2 or 3 guys are having what they think are good years so far. All the rest of them are like, what the heck? We have 2 months to write this thing and to make sure that our numbers are our numbers. And if we all do our job collectively, we should be able to win a lot more games than we have. It's actually, I know there's the trade deadline stuff. We added, Silseth, we have Ohapi, we added a couple guys, but again, it's we haven't had our full team out there, health-wise, and that's been discouraging a little bit, and I get it, but I think there's enough in there once we are all healthy to make a run at this thing, and hopefully it starts. It started yesterday.
Well, it's not going to start with Josh Young. He is out at least 10 more days with the calf, so slow progress with that recovery. So that is not going to help. And again, I said this when our boy Brett Boone comes on, I don't want to hear any more about we've gotten unlucky, we haven't been healthy. That's what you are. Stop. I know Skip has to say it to a degree. When you have a bunch of injured guys, you are injured. You're not getting unlucky. It's not bad breaks. Corey Seager's going to be hurt. He's going to miss time. Josh Young, missing time. So it's not unlucky. You sign up injured people, injured players. That's what the reality is going to be. Skip, he knows that. You just got to keep it positive for the fan base with the second half. But you are a game and a half back, and the Baltimore Orioles series will start tomorrow.
It feels like it's like pulling teeth to get somebody to have like an 850 OPS on this team. It feels like it's like that, and that seems like the ceiling for a lot of these guys. Seager, when he's healthy in a groove, he has the chance to get higher than that. Wyatt Langford, has a chance, to get up there. But it just feels like, having a respectable batting average. Like, what do you guys consider a respectable batting average?
In today's major leagues, that's obviously like
it's on a curve. It's on a sliding
270,
right? And they've got a couple of guys there that are kind of in that range with Nimmo and Duran and Nicky Lopez. But you're just not that good. And when you have a guy like Josh Young, who's been your best hitter this year for the most part, who's unavailable with injury down a stretch drive where you need to win. You need to win. And I get it. I get it from Skip. He has to say that. There's a real good chance, I think, that they probably had to do some locker room clubhouse saving on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had to do some real soul searching in that clubhouse to figure out a reason why I'm getting up for the next 50 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, you didn't
And
get
they
up.
did.
You didn't get up for the first several games though of the season, and that's why you're in the position that you're in. Is because they're not like there's a little bit of it to me. It's like Cry Me a River with their whole reaction the other day. It's like if you would have been more competitive throughout the season and not had series where you're just getting worked at home against below 500 teams this year, and you're blowing big series against teams like that. To me, is just. You kind of made the bed that you ended up having to lie in where they didn't want to invest anyway.
Yeah, and there's one good thing, and that's like they did exactly what they had to do against San Fran. San Fran's a bad team. You got to win the series. Simple as that. If you just take this series and you copycat it, for the next 4 weeks, beat the teams you're supposed to beat, you're gonna be in the playoffs.
We got breaking news in the National Football League. Jonathan Taylor has reached agreement on an extension, 2 years, $44 million, worth up to $47. That includes $39 guaranteed.
Bijan went and he broke that market. Now you're going to start seeing these $20 million running back deals are finally here. It's we're 8 years after 7-8 years after Zeke's deal kind of like screwed everything up, and then you've gotten McCaffrey and Barkley in recent years getting it back over finally, and now Bijan going over what he did. You're going to start seeing $20 million broken by a lot of these backs.
We'll go back inside the Star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 720, commercial-free, expressway, neighborhood watch, more details on the team dinner, and a concert ticket giveaway coming up. More around the rest of the National Football League. Aaron Donald practiced yesterday.
Oh, he did.
Now, the first time, he wanted to wear pads. And apparently yesterday, he wanted to wear a helmet. So he's, figuring out piece by piece. I guess next Monday he'll want to feel, what's the jock strap like?
Yeah.
What's the cup? What's the cup like again? So we're slowly retrying the NFL equipment for Aaron Donald, but unless this thing is a stunt or footage for his media project, it feels like he's back.
It does, yeah.
He's going to come back.
Unless he's trying to become the NFL's Mr. Beast or whatever. It feels like this is a comeback trail. He probably retired a little early.
No, he definitely did in terms of where he was still at in his career.
But the reasons the guys retire is generally it's either health and safety of your long-term being, your current health, or you're just tired of it. And I don't know, maybe he misses it, and he misses it. I just wonder, how good are you going to be years after? That's the one question. That's the only question.
Yeah, they did mention yesterday, the report came out from Front Office Sports that he's eyeing a media career and he's developing a docuseries. And so it is a little bit okay, is part of this comeback, just content for him, or is it here I was thinking about it and ultimately I decided not to or whatever. But when I read that too yesterday, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, Aaron Donald is fantastic, one of the greatest players I've ever seen. I don't know if there's a great player I'm interested in less in seeing their docuseries than Donald. I don't think I have any I'm not gosh, when's that Aaron Donald 30 for 30 coming out? It's just not even anything I'm interested in.
Don't let Brandon Ayuk know, but the Commanders went and got a receiver with baggage. It is Stephon Diggs to D.C. So I hope you buying that house there wasn't real, Brandon. Can't wait to see his reaction to it. I haven't gone looking for it. But the Commanders, they bring in a troublesome wide receiver. It's just not Ayuk.
When I saw Diggs, because the headline was Diggs signs with Commanders, I was like, oh, Dan Quinn dipping back to get Trayvon Diggs. Good for him. And then it was like, oh, no, it's Stephon. That shows that they're not too terribly concerned about off the field stuff as long as you're not totally
or they're desperate.
Nuts. There's that too.
Yeah. There's plenty of teams that are desperate to win that could use, San Francisco could use him. Right, they got all their receivers.
Mike Evans can't even get out there and practice right now. So.
Yeah, you got
the Mike Evans argument. It's going to be a great one to see who ends up winning and losing that throughout the season. I think Corey's thinking he's going to have a huge year. I mean, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
I mean, he thinks, obviously, Bobby says, no, it's not going to work. We'll get to that in a second.
But, I mean, there's plenty. I mean, the Commanders, I don't know. Like, this just seems weird. I don't know what he has. I don't know what he is anymore. He's probably a 2 at best.
Yeah.
They need him, sure. But is it worth it? Is it worth going down that road? I don't know. I wouldn't have wanted him here.
McLaurin, yeah, but we're loaded.
We're loaded.
They have Terry McLaurin, who's not really a true one. So they got McLaurin, Diggs, and what else?
They have currently, it's McLaurin, Diggs, Antonio Williams, Luke McCaffrey, De'Ami Brown, and Traylon Burks.
The 49ers had at least 20 players sidelined with injuries at yesterday's practice.
Substation.
That is more than 20% of the roster. Pearsall, of course, he's gone for the year, season-ending IR. They're already falling apart.
Yeah. And DeJon Stribling, one of their draft picks, he also missed practice, and that's another receiver that's down. They just cannot get receivers either healthy or sane. That's their biggest problem, is making sure that happens. And so, I don't know. That felt like a team that could take a step back this year. Just because last year times they were really good, but it felt like they were not quite as good as their record always said they were. And so that's one that I think is a ripe potential 5 in, 5 out kind of team. Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Finally, please take a legitimate step back.
I think most people think that they got in. It's a relatively dangerous team. I mean, they don't have the receivers, but
if you go there, this thing has. The mental seeds have to be planted in your head about this substation.
1,000%.
It has to.
1,000%.
It's like you're waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, and it's like if you look at the overhead map, I mean, the practice field is right next to it.
Chiafalo said it's like eerie if you see the background shots.
Yeah.
It's like feels like power lines and stuff. He said.
I mean, move your practice into the stadium.
Yeah, that is a weird look.
Let's see.
Yeah, because it's like this. If you look, it's like it is power lines right next to them. Like it does look like there's like a Frankenstein.
Yeah,
and would it be too close to the stadium to move it into the stadium to have that even matter? You got to move.
The Daily Mail came out with this. More Aaron Rodgers. ESPN executives are crossing their fingers that Aaron Rodgers doesn't make the Super Bowl because ESPN's broadcasting the game, and having Rodgers in that game would create a number of challenges from securing interviews and behind-the-scenes type stuff because they're so furious and ticked off over him destroying them in that Anthony Fauci interview on McAfee.
Come back with a bowl.
But they said no comment when asked about it, you know.
Well, here's some news for you. Here you go, ESPN. I'm going to make your day. You don't have to cross your fingers.
He ain't going to make it. Yeah, for sure.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are not making the Super Bowl, so breathe easy. Don't worry about it.
They might have, but they got the wrong coach.
But, man, they secure an interview. He'll go on McAfee.
Right.
You don't have to worry about securing interviews. He's going to be on your station. On the biggest platform that you have, that or First Take, he's going to be on. He's going to go on with Pat unless, I haven't heard that they put the kibosh on that.
You know what? If Pat wasn't there, he would still go on because at the end of the day, he is not. There is no urge of conviction stronger than him sitting in front of a camera and talking. That's what he wants more than anything else.
RJ Choppy gets to spike his George Pickens football next. We go back inside the Star here from training camp in Oxnard, California. We have our coverage here on Sean and RJ, brought to you in part by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and of course.
by the on-time experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live in Oxnard. What are you guys proud?
We were kind of in
tight
tune,
harmonies.
and that was solid, man. Back of the back row on the choir.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, we're carrying it.
We're brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. We will actually have real professional musicians to hook you up with in the Expressway. Commercial free, and the Neighborhood Watch, focusing on our team family dinner last night, also coming up after we hook you up with Inside the Star. They did not have practice yesterday. Back on the field today. We are going to have Ryan Flanoy at 9:15 this morning. We're supposed to have CeeDee Lamb tomorrow morning.
Ooh, baby.
Walchuk is supposed to stop by tomorrow morning as well. So hopefully we end with a bang from out here in Oxnard, with the coverage brought to you in part by the On-Time Experts, AC, Heating, and Plumbing. RJ Choppy can celebrate because the NFL Top 100, as voted on by the players, dropped some recent numbers, and coming in at number 36, play it, Peyton, is GP.
We out here in New York on some Home Alone Macaulay Culkin. That's how I'm feeling today.
Prescott loads up. Pickens, hand fighting into the end zone. Touchdown!
Macaulay Culkin. What? If y'all ever seen Home Alone, he got lost in New York.
George Pickens, he can be the best receiver in the league.
Did Pickens bring that down? Remarkable stuff! George Pickens. Oh, come on! Oh, my gosh! What a leap that was!
He has a ton, man. That guy, the catching over two guys on the Eagles.
Going deep, Pickens! He's got it! Oh, come on! A little Randy Moss is right there.
The one-hand catch in Chicago.
Pickens, one-hander! Touchdown!
You know, Dak, he's going to throw the ball 50 times a game. So you got a receiver like George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. They're gonna get open out of 50 times. They're going to get open 40 times.
He's so smooth. He's so talented.
He's got everything a receiver wants.
Here's Pickens inside the 10. He's in for the touchdown.
He can run routes.
Takes a deep shot down the sideline. It is Pickens.
He can get the 50-50 ball.
Launching, going deep. Pickens, good. Oh, he's got it. Oh, how many great catches is he going to make?
He can take it to the house, take a slant to the crib.
Throws a slant right, caught Pickens. First touchdown. Pickens in the end zone again.
He's just a dog, bro. He's just an amazing talent.
His best route, a slant route, and then Pickens does the rest. Man, George Pickens has been amazing.
It's just that ultra competitiveness. If it's me and you in a situation, I'm going to beat you every time.
Another day, another movie produced by me.
Ooh, man, that's just so sexy hearing that. So sexy. He's look. This is where he should be. I mean, based off of last year, this is actually a little low. I think it's a little bit low from where he should be.
Okay.
Because he really, usually the quarterback, and I was the original founder of the Dak Prescott fan club here, and then I'm now the founder of the George Pickens fan club. But he really, usually the quarterback makes the receiver. No, he really made Dak last year. He had the highest catch rate over expected, plus 8.5. So I mean, he was saving our beloved quarterback from incompletions.
What happened in Pittsburgh?
Well, that's a point. I don't really have a retort for that one, but I love George. I'm super happy and proud that he's here.
Right above him was Jared Verse, now on the Cleveland Browns. Right behind GP was Penei Sewell, Cooper DeJean at 38, and Bobby's boy. I'm so glad that the pictures and videos have come out of the Bill Belichick of NFL quarterbacks, Justin Herbert. What are you doing?
Herbert's girl is older than Belichick's, though. I think.
Justin Herbert sitting here on the practice field.
Yeah, not in a mobile position either.
Like they're having...
little Dom would have clapped at him.
Sitting down, getting his locks and his hair stroked by fiance Madison Bear, whatever her name is, picking grass off of his. Are there two kids in love? That's cute. That's fine. That's fine and dandy. But you ain't in the damn park with strawberries and cream. This looked like this was on the Chargers practice field, and this has to. I don't care what he says. What?
No, it is confirmed. She is actually 2 years older than Jordan.
I don't care. I don't care how much Jim Harbaugh lies about it. This has to make him sick. This has to make his.
You a good-looking girl.
That Justin. This is so soft. This is so disgusting, and I dislike Justin Herbert even more. Even more.
We've never seen this. This looked like they were at a picnic. We've never seen this on a practice field. This is totally a normal thing for a relationship. Totally normal. You know,
they're in love.
They are in love. You just never see. I'm fine with PDA, whatever.
Sure.
You just never see this literally on a football field. Yeah, that's sweaty hair.
Bobby, you know
that
this
hair's crusty at that point.
You know this is gross. Don't do mental gymnastics to try to get out of it because it's your boy Herbert. If this was someone you dislike, you'd be destroying them right now with a ton of Bobby material. Don't lie, please.
Name any other athlete that this could have been. That I would have destroyed them for it.
Anyone.
But I'm saying, give me an example.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. Okay, I'm defending Jalen Hurts in this instance because I don't know what you're supposed to do if Madison Beer is out there stroking you, your hair like she was doing to Justin Herbert. That's a good looking girl.
Yeah, I mean my when it comes to her,
poor defense.
You know, like if you're Justin Herbert, like
that's right. I have poor defenses. I would have let her sit there and do that the entire time.
If you're Herbert, I mean, with her, the answer is probably just yes.
Sitting on the field. Sit on the field, on the practice field.
He's giving her permanent consent.
Yeah, it's a little weird. You don't see that often.
Speaking of receivers, what?
Real quick on this, we are
Pickens.
We are putting ourselves in a weird. The players are at least in a weird spot with these quarterbacks. We already mentioned all these guys are ahead of Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
and now all these guys are now going to be ahead of Justin Herbert too. You're going to have like the Drake Mays of the world.
Again, that's only surprising to you right now.
But Jared Goff, they're either not going to be on the list and behind Bryce Young and the 20th quarterback, or they're going to be ahead of Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert.
Well, and what are you talking about? The surprising aspect, the Burrow thing, we already know,
right?
You know,
I'm saying he's the only one surprised about Drake May. Like you're gonna have to have Drake May. You're gonna have to have Drake May ahead of Justin Herbert. I'm like, I don't think most people would struggle with that right this second.
I agree.
Yeah. Again, like it was 1 year. That's my whole thing. It was just 1 year. I'm a slow adopter.
877-881-1053, except for George Pickens and Dak Prescott.
Dak early on.
Mm-hmm. Making soundtracks for him. Speaking of receivers, did y'all hear this Jake Paul thing? I actually respected it. I actually liked it. This is Jake Paul sitting down with the pivot and explaining to them, and I think he is being serious. Obviously, he's a master promoter. He's a brilliant marketer, all of that stuff. I think he's actually being serious about this. I don't believe it. I don't buy into the reality, but I respect it. This is Jake Paul saying I could play and I will play NFL wide receiver.
I bench more than all of you, guaranteed. And that's just like right now. And I don't even practice bench pressing. I'll squat more than all of you. I'm faster than all of you. Like, actually.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true. We can go down in the street after this. But that's the thing. So, like, when words are cheap.
Why, if you make all this money, do you just keep doing things and trying to pick things that's going to get you hurt?
I mean, pain is temporary. Legacy is forever. So, like.
Let's go. I saw that X-ray.
Yeah.
X-rays, bro.
Manifestation and self-belief are some of the most powerful things in the world, and I have God-given talents and athleticism. When I said I was going to box and beat all of these people and beat Ben Asker and Nate Robinson, Tyron Woodley, Anderson Silva, it was the same response that I'm getting now when I say I'm going to go play slot receiver, because there was no background. I was YouTuber this, YouTuber that. And so I'm a doer and a talker at the same time, but I always back it up. I have hands. Run some routes, catch some balls, block some people. It can't be that hard. Boxing is way more difficult than football.
Is The Bob Dole. He's a doer, not a talker. That was his big. That was his big. I'm a doer, not a talker. That's what he is, man.
And they're like, "Oh, you just think you can be Wes Welker?" He goes, "Yeah, exactly. I'm basing a lot of this off of Wes Welker and these little slot receivers." And he's looking at them, and I believe he believes it.
Of course,
and I have a respect for it. It's just, but he's sitting there telling Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor and Crowder, I can do it.
Do you think he does believe it? Because, I remember, when Logan talked up all this trash about Floyd, then as soon as the fight was over, he was like, "I'm sorry I had to fake like that," and blah, blah, blah. There's part of me that just thinks he's doing me with golf.
Oh, you don't believe that? I know
fourth wall.
Right, fourth
we
wall.
Just broke it.
Yeah. Does he? I think he believes that he's convinced himself that he can believe it. He's got that just raw belief in his own ability.
Yeah.
It is I always chuckle at this because athletes should know, and he's not an athlete, but
who's not an athlete?
Like a professional athlete, like Jake Paul. I wouldn't consider him.
He has 14 fights that are professional on record at this point.
I would I'm talking about like a professional athlete. That's what their main thing is. He's on with the pivot. So the Ryan Clarks, like a professional athlete.
Okay.
Any professional athlete that says, "Oh, I could go play that other sport," I mean, just the disrespect for the people that have dedicated their life to that sport is wild. That I always chuckle when athletes do that.
I mean, it lets you know how different Bo and Dion were.
Right. Just incredible. Those are the best athletes.
Yeah, I mean, he's like I said, I didn't realize he was up to 14 fights now that he's had, and they're official on the record fights. He's made Google's estimate right now is he's made about $200 million boxing.
Yeah. It's insane.
I mean,
he's fixed it, and dodged certain things and all that.
Rogan's talked about him before, where he's like, is he technically as clean as the top boxers? No, he's but he has a professional power behind his punch.
Sure.
He's like that kid hits hard.
Yeah,
he does hit hard.
He'd beat up all those dudes he was sitting with, right?
Yes.
He definitely beat up Ryan Clark.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to think size-wise of Crowder, but...
Crowder's pretty... I think Crowder's pretty big.
But it's not like Jake's small. I mean, Jake's over 6 feet tall.
Jake's 6'1", he's 200. Channing Crowder's 6'2", 250, or was when he was playing. I don't know what his weight is at now.
I would take Jake. I mean, just there's a difference to the science of it.
All right. Boxing, definitely. I don't know.
Street fight,
Straight up street fight.
Get some folding chairs out here.
Speaking of strength, I thought this was hilarious. Tyler Smith, this is a little small clip from the other day where the media was asking him about power.
Who's stronger? Out of who? You and Quentin. What you mean? I said I already know.
And you got to watch the clip as well. Just his draw with it, his natural questioning of, what you mean? Huh? Yeah. Play it one more time, Pepe.
Who's stronger? Out of who? You and Quentin. What you mean? I said I already know.
It was hilarious. What you mean? Me and Quentin? That's not even a contest.
And it's not even it's not even I'm being cute. It is kind of laughing. Are you really asking if he's stronger than I am?
Right.
Which because Tyler's considered by a lot of people, if not the most, probably the second strongest guard in the NFL. That's his whole game is power. Yeah.
What you mean?
What you mean?
That's just the Smith, Quentin Williams. So that's big, powerful, and strong. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on Rangers Diamond Cavs at 8 o'clock. Let's hook you up.
Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Good Charlotte and Avenged Sevenfold at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's talk about the dynamics of the 105.3 The Fan Family Dinner. We start off in our backyard as we get local with the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, the AI protesters are winning a battle against the state of Texas. Let's talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. The data centers which have been a hot topic. You were talking to us about how that's been a topic you've had in your personal life recently.
Yeah, we got one of the kids on the baseball team. The dad works in Colorado, commutes to Colorado. I was like, he's for construction. I said, well, what kind of construction? And he's like, are you going to judge me? And I go, no. What? How would I judge you for the construction? He goes, I build data centers. I go, oh, I have no idea, man. This is like, I consider myself a real big idiot. And I have no idea what the hell is happening. I don't know. I don't understand data centers. I don't know what goes on there. I know there's a Facebook plant near us. Like, it's like nobody's in it. It's got no windows. It's just the servers. You know, like I assume, is that a data center?
Well, so the overview on Google, which may have taken a data center to actually produce this answer, says that a data center is a physical facility or building that houses groups of networked computers, servers, and data storage infrastructure. It allows organizations and cloud providers to safely store, process, run, and share massive amounts of digital information and applications behind everyday internet activity. Well, the amount of usage of Gemini and ChatGPT and Claude and all those things, and the heavy reliance on these AI chatbots and various things like that has required an expansion of data centers, and people want more of those and more access to those to be able to continue to power up all this, basically fast developing access to these sort of products and information. And the biggest issue with it is there are a lot of people who don't like the idea of, well, you're going to basically clear out space to just throw in a hub for some computers. There are people who are concerned about the energy usage. There are people who are concerned about air quality, the water. The big, not joke, but the big, like, sarcastic line is that whenever they say, anytime you want to just ask ChatGPT anything, you're just, like, destroying the water of some, poor community or something like that. That's generally what people lean on. Well, we do have from the Texas Tribune and a couple other places, amid growing public backlash to the rapid build-out of data centers across Texas, Governor Greg Abbott on Monday announced a moratorium on the approval of data centers until regulatory agencies can audit proposed data centers seeking connection to the state's electric grid. It is unclear how long the audit will take, but the effort is Abbott's strongest effort yet to slow the development of these data centers statewide, and underscores how little information members of the public, including state leaders, know about the facilities. But this has become like, you're starting to see communities that don't want you, like, somebody will say they're coming to town, they're buying up land, they're doing it, and you'll start seeing people show up to town hall meetings and go, nope, shouldn't be allowed, shouldn't have this. This is the next really highly politicized everyday fight I think we're going to have.
But it seems like everyone's against it. It doesn't matter what side you're on. It seems like everybody doesn't really like these things.
No, not really. No, it's definitely. I mean, there's maybe some political crossover, but it's pretty. This is a pretty well defined political line for a lot of people.
I got nothing.
I don't know.
Let's get to dinner.
We got warehouses everywhere. Where do you think this stuff? They got to service, house it somewhere. Okay.
Well, before we get to dinner, one more quick note, WFAA.com. They did announce the Big Tex Choice Awards finalists for the State Fair. That got announced this morning. So several different food items that I imagine Joe Ramirez will be bringing up to us here shortly in the studio.
All right, so last night was team dinner. I think it went pretty well. Bobby did attend. Choppy messed up our pre-gaming. Maybe you should start there. How you ended up at a car dealership here in California.
So, my wife was looking for a new car, and she wanted this. We test drove a million, and she wanted this one particular car color. So she wanted to get a fully electric. She found out she test drove the fully electric Lexus. Okay. She loved it. Great price. I was like, good, buy it. Was the one color she wanted was unavailable anywhere. The only time that she could find the color around town had this interior that she just did not like. She hated the interior color. It was like a tannish, whatever. So she was scouring the internet for one. She found one in Houston, but that one, she tried to get it. It was earmarked for a client. Then she found one in Melbourne, Florida. It was going to be shipped here. And then she found one at the Lexus of Oxnard. What are the odds, that it happened to be the Lexus of Oxnard, and it arrived the week that we were going to be here.
That's crazy.
Providence.
Rhode Island.
No, Providential.
So I was like, all right, fine, great. Because, as it were, they were going to have to send some kind of a notary to her to get this thing signed so they could get it paid, and that would take like a 7-day delay on it, and then it would get shipped, and it would get shipped at a time where we might be out of town for our Gaylord, Michigan trip. So I was like, all right, I will take care of this. When I go up there, I'll just go, I'll sign for it, I'll pay for it, I'll do the down payment and everything, and then we can get it on the road and it can get here. So it got in, and I went there yesterday to go take care of it. The lady's like, yeah, it'll be like 20 to 30 minutes, maybe 40 tops to get you in and out.
Because I wanted to rage yesterday. I wanted to go on the beach, run a room. I didn't want to go afterwards. It's too cold. It's too freezing. I was going to be full off of food. I wanted to go 2 hours early, maybe 2.5 hours early, sit on the beach, drink with Choppy, the only one that wasn't really annoying me yesterday. And then you did annoy me.
Yeah,
boy, what a rally for me by the end of the day.
It was a good rally.
So I go down there and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting some more. And then the lady comes out. She goes, hey, let me show you the car. I'm like, great, I'd love to see it. I get in it. She shows me all the little tricks that it does. And she goes, let's go for a test drive. And I said, I don't really need to drive this thing. It's a car. I get it.
Yeah.
It's not mine.
Not yours.
Whatever. She goes, no. I want you to drive this thing. Okay, I'm short on time here. She goes, it'll take a couple of minutes. 7 miles later, we have gone through 48 lights, California traffic, a big giant circle. I think we went through some strawberry fields. We're all over the place.
You see Chris Arnold?
That's a guy. I'm like, all right, we're back. We finally get back, and she goes, all right, I'll just pull in. I say, I get it. I know how to pull in. Like, I'll pull in this thing here. And we go inside. She goes, I got to get a picture. I got to get a picture with the bow on it for you. I was like, great, cool. So I stand there. I get the picture. She goes, okay, let's go inside. And then she said, well, how will you be paying for this? And I said, I'm sorry, what? I said, I thought my wife took care of this earlier. And, like that whole process was trying to get, money set because the amount down, I was like, are you sure you can, like, Zelle me this much money?
Right.
Down payment? Like, isn't there, like, a limit on what you can Zelle?
Right.
And then we go to financing, and the financing, he said it was going to take 15 to 20 minutes. Well, an hour and a half later, because they had my name wrong, I had to turn the car over into my name from her, so I had to fill out all the paperwork. I had to do a credit check, everything. He has me sign for this, and then he takes it back and goes, well, I screwed one thing up. I put the wrong date down, so you bought this car apparently 2 months ago. I said, well, no, I bought it today. So I had to go redo that. So they had to sign everything again.
Oh, my God.
And then they go, oh, wait a minute. It says your middle name here, but it doesn't say your middle name on the contract. So guess what? I got to go redo this whole thing again. And I kept telling him, I said, dude, we got to go to the rudder room.
At this point, I'm pestering Bobby. I said, please get your email done. I'm dressed. I'm sitting in the room like Pablo Escobar waiting. And I'm like, I'm just going to go by myself. I'm just going to go sit here at this bar by myself until I rush Bobby to get in the lift with me.
But I got a lot of points. They wouldn't take my credit card. They said, we can't do credit card. And I said, what's the max amount that I can do on my credit card right now?
Yeah.
Because I don't carry cash.
Yeah.
And they said, well, you could do it was like 4,000 or 5,000. I said, let's do it. I'll put that down. And I get points. I get like 4 times the points in this thing. I got so many air miles. I'm going to be executive platinum this year, baby. Let's go.
So me and Bobby go, and Choppy eventually meets us. He comes in, orders the immediate shot for all his stress, mixes 3 different liquors. Then we get to dinner. DJ shows up because we changed the restaurant. Tim Collins showed up. Gavin Dawson showed up. There was just one guy missing. Brian Broaddus explains why on the G-Bag Nation.
The fan family dinner.
Team Din Broaddus is back in, right? You back in?
We changed the venue to get Brian in, and he's still out.
I'm out.
Still out?
You guys don't realize what's about to happen to you tonight.
Do you think we're about to get
place? Same wreck. Get ready to get wrecked.
With the check?
Get ready to get wrecked with the check.
We're just Sean's going to swipe the card. I already told him this morning, I'm not stressing about anything, dude. Because I know it ain't going to be my card. So let's go.
You can have family dinners without having smoked whiskey drinks.
Ooh.
It's possible.
You can't tell that to Sean and RJ.
It's possible. It's possible to do all those things and go and kind of take care of your own meal and then sit down at the table and we did the other day at Toppers. Had a good time sitting at Toppers talking to everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
Me and DJ went through quite an ordeal the last time we had family dinner.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a protest on the high maintenance nature of these family dinners.
I don't want to be put in a situation again like it was. I love every one of you like brothers. I really, really do.
But what you're basically accusing Sean of is ordering the $30 cocktail and then just having it smooth out onto everybody's bill. Like, we'll just do an even amount.
Even split.
Yeah, you got the appetizer. I got the $200 in drinks. It'll
I just don't want it to be a deal where, you got 9-10 people there and all of a sudden you're trying to, and they're like, no, we're not going to divide up the bill. And then all of a sudden it turns into Heggy. Well, you do the math and then, and then all that. And then DJ and I are left picking up the ruins.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to.
We appreciate you for that.
No, I am all for team dinners, all for being out. But the last time that we did this, the last time that I was a participant, it was a 4-month ordeal.
Yeah, you talking with your credit card company.
And so it's never
got billed. Got billed twice. Got billed twice.
That is crazy.
Ouch.
Got billed twice.
$1,500 ruins he picked
plus,
up.
Plus the bill then went, and then they added gratuity, which we also left money for the tip.
Oh, wow.
So, listen, family dinner's beautiful.
It's a great idea.
Beautiful. Great concept, great idea. Into the execution, everybody starts looking at each other like, well, what did you have? Well, wait a minute, Sean, I had the 17 smoked whiskey drinks, some Marlowe, but I'm going to give you $20. Don't worry about it, okay?
So, yeah, I can see how,
Stop it.
Man.
I have been called and been guilty of being many things in life. I am temperamental. I'm petty.
You have small hands.
I'm vengeful. I have never, ever been called cheap. Until right now. By this mother effer who must have dementia. He must have the early onset dementia because there's no way. I remember ordering appetizers for the table, maybe a bottle of wine, some drinks, and I always say, put it on me. Last night, 6 shots of Patron, put it on me.
Baby girl.
I sent this guy a wild fork, him and his lovely girlfriend, Michelle. I'd never gotten a meal from Brian Broaddus. I never got jack squat from Brian Broaddus, maybe a scouting report right before the draft. And this man has the nerve and the balls to sit here and call me cheap and pass along stuff on someone else's tab. I'm offended.
Yeah, he's confusing.
I'm offended.
He's confusing. You're frugal, right?
I'm frugal.
You have an old phone.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You have an old phone. You have a phone that's 15 years old.
Yeah.
So like
I spend on food and drinks.
He's not confusing though. He's like making up out of whole cloth.
Yeah.
Like when he's like, he'll just order all the drinks and then pass them off.
Yeah.
That's not like confusing his phone. That's just making something up.
That is so. And maybe you should change your new family, your little Crown Global thing. Maybe you should make it like Crown Regional, since you're so broke ass that you can't pick up an extra random whiskey, or Crown Local. Make it. Downsize that. Does the Prince know that you are having these issues? Does the Prince know that you have any problems financially with this? Oof. So downsize it just a little bit, since you can't pick up an extra ball of ice in your glass.
We're out here dinner washing.
If Aisha wanted to go to dinner last night, he would have gone.
Oh,
what did you say?
I said we're out here.
He would have said, Aisha invented dinner.
So they say the sides are sports washing. They were dinner washing. That's what he's doing.
Man,
yeah. It's look.
Maybe it's a jester. It's not even a president. You're probably working with a jester over there, since he's complaining about picking up an extra zucchini chip.
There is nothing.
Damn.
There are very few things less manly than complaining about the bill.
Ooh.
Just
less manly.
I don't have a problem complaining about a bill, like getting stuck with a crappy bill or something. That's fine.
And I'm very sensitive. If you don't order alcoholic drinks, you should not be paying. I don't like doing that to people.
But just don't put your card down last night, Brian. Go and don't be the one to volunteer to put your card down.
That's one of the points.
I've been doing this. Yeah. I've been paying it. If last night Tim took the reins, made sure it was separate checks. If they didn't do it, I was going to do it. That's what I did at the Super Bowl. But because one thing happened 3 years ago, he has to lie to us.
Yeah.
He lied because at first it was about that restaurant.
Right.
Choppy changed the restaurant, so he from the jump he was never going to go.
No,
it did not matter unless we were going to get burrito bowls individually. So he lied about it. He was never going to do it. And you changed the restaurant, and he went to dinner with one of the other beat reporters. So there you go.
It's bad on his part. It's a bad take on his part. You can't. You got to just bite the bullet, man. You got to just go. The team dinner here, man. You got to go. You got to be there.
But again, just
even Bobby went.
Hope he
Bobby didn't even eat.
Yeah, I was not going to go unless y'all switched it to a seafood restaurant. But just don't put your card down. Like Eric was saying, he's like, I'm not putting my card down. I'm not worried about it. I'll pay back whoever has to do it. But that's it. But he's like, you have no idea what's coming. It's like, well, you didn't have any idea what was coming because we got the bill split. It was no problem.
And trying to control my order. You gonna tell me what to order now? You gonna tell me? You gonna tell me how to have dinner?
Yeah. You drink profiling?
Drink profiling?
Don't worry about what we're ordering for drinks.
Man, I'm always trying to get Chiafalo of a drink here and there, put it on my tab. Tim, put it on my tab. I've never been called cheap. So he must be starting with the memory loss.
It happens.
He must be.
Happens about his age, too.
Yeah.
That's when I first noticed him. What's he, about 70?
No, he's not that old.
I'm just messing.
Yeah, he's I think he's 64 now.
But it was good. It ended up being good. You guys went to the bar afterwards. Me and Tim went home.
Yeah, you didn't have your cardigan, so you were here. You were worried about the getting the little goosies about how cold it was out there.
You're gonna talk to me about being a little wuss physically? Holy crap! You were complaining.
You know what though?
You were crying day 2 out here.
But I'm complaining and I'm still doing it. I'm still going. I'm complaining the whole way, but I'm going. I've been full participation. You were certain I was going to be ducking out of 3 or 4 things. I've been full participation.
I gotta hand it to you. You really have. Although
you'll be out tonight.
Yeah, you will be out
tonight. So will I.
But I'll be out somewhere. I'm just not going to be.
Oh, you're out. You're not doing anything tonight.
No, man, I'm tired of y'all.
Not even a rudder.
Don't talk to me. You messed that up yesterday. Don't talk to me. I'm tired of dealing with y'all. It's like my wife says. We're a bunch of dudes, and to have this much, and this is going to kind of prove Ross's point to a degree. To have this much drama and difficulty with a bunch of dudes is unheard of. You guys are such a pain in the ass, and you're so difficult. 5 minutes to get ready. You're a man. Get in the shower for 2 minutes. Eric's got to come home and get the conditioner, and I got to do this and that, and wait for you at a car dealership, and then guilting Bobby into team dinner, and then Tim, simple and easy. He just don't go out enough.
He also doesn't have sleeves.
I'm so tired. You don't have to roll them up. You don't have to worry about the button. It don't take a long time to get button.
His cuff links will be on his armpit.
My wife, she always goes, you guys have so much dumb, petty drama. A bunch of dudes. Get dressed in 10 minutes. Get downstairs, and let's get to the damn bar and get down to business. But gosh almighty, the number of dynamics with all y'all.
If I would have known you were going to skip Rudder Room because it was cold, though, I would have brought my coat and I would have put it around you like you're my best girl. And
I didn't need to drink anymore.
You on the back.
I didn't need to go out after that. You idiots were there for 20 minutes. I guarantee you if Choppy had a do-over, he would have gone right back home with me. I knew you weren't going to be there a long time. I got an extra hour of sleep, and that's why I'm extra feisty. Tim, you got a shower in. I know for a fact Tim got a shower. I know that.
I did not. I didn't even change out of clothes.
Look at you.
In the same clothes.
Look at you. You
slept
in your shirt.
I sprayed Axe body spray and just rolled around in it a little bit and then threw a coat over.
Texas Rangers, overreaction or not, are they back in your good graces? Choppy has it on your home for Rangers baseball after this.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. On a high drive toward the left field corner. Carrying well way back is Leonard, and that ball is history. An opposite field home run for Brandon Nimmo. They snaked it over the 334 sign, and the Rangers lead 5-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being a playoff team?
6.
Mail in.
I can be very unromantic about it.
They are in the postseason as of today.
I am kind of hoping for them to make it just to. Now, Bobby's never going to admit being wrong, but I want Bobby to be proven wrong and have them win a playoff series.
Oh,
how would you be real? How would you? And I agree with you about the quality of the team that they are.
Yeah.
What would make you feel wrong or say, oh, they how far would they have to go?
Win the AL.
Dang.
In terms of for me to, because I'm not saying like the whole point to me was not that they couldn't do that; it's that it's worthless to me. Like I don't
win the American League is worthless.
No. Short of that, I don't care about going on any sort of a run against a weak American League that you're not actually going to make the World Series, and you shot yourself in the foot moving forward in the name of doing it after you just won a World Series a couple of years ago.
Ooh.
A run is a nice thing to have when you haven't won recently or you haven't like reached the heights. You reached the heights a couple years ago, so getting to the ALCS doesn't really mean anything to me.
I understand what you're saying. I just think this baseball franchise hasn't done enough to be able to poo-poo a playoff run or berth. You know, like this team has only made the playoffs. I mean, have they made the playoffs 10 times in their career, in their history?
I mean,
get in.
I've been very consistent with this with all the teams.
Yeah,
like the Mavericks. I don't care about getting into the play-in and then winning a series and upset. That doesn't mean anything to me. Like Cowboys, I really don't care about you get into the wild card and then you lose a wild card game. Where that just doesn't move it for me. Especially when with Texas, the future is so bleak with your roster building. Like you just don't have a lot of resources. Where to me, it's like, was it worth it to pop into the playoffs and go, hi, everybody, bye, everybody, in the name of not having resources into the future?
Well, they would play the Astros in the first round as of right now, which is so stupid that you would have the way this works, that you would have the Red Sox and the Yankees, who are going to have the second and third best records in the American League, most likely, playing each other in the opening round. It's like the Stars on the Wild playing, right? It was just dumb. It's a dumb system, but that's what it is. Right now, the Rangers are in the third spot, in the third wild card. They're technically tied with Cleveland at a game under 500. Okay, overreactions or not?
Hit me.
Chris Young will not be the GM of the Rangers when the new CBA begins.
Ooh.
Now, whenever that is, it could be.
Let's see why. That's Ray Davis trying to cut the lights off there.
Lights just flickered.
Not an overreaction.
And I'm assuming they don't win the World Series this year. If they win the World Series, I mean, that changes everything.
Bold of you.
Yeah.
Not an overreaction because he gets let go or he leaves.
Not an overreaction in the classical sense of like when we do this of like, is it a reasonable discussion? It's a reasonable discussion. I don't know that he's going to be let go or that he would. I think it would be him being let go. I don't think it'd be him leaving.
I'll say it's an overreaction.
It's an overreaction.
I had to think about it though, but I think he'll be the GM.
I think
because of the American League and how watered down it is.
Now obviously if they don't win the World Series, I think he leaves on his own.
If he's gone, I think he's fired. I don't think he's gone because he leaves.
What did you just say?
I think he leaves. Period. On his whether they fire him or he leaves on his own. I don't think he wants anything to do with the money situation.
Better be sure you can get another job though. Better have your nest egg for a long time, or make sure you can go and get another job.
I know. Now, I do think
there's only 30 of these things.
There's only 30 of them. I do think there are teams that would go for a guy who has won a World Series in that role.
Okay.
Whether or not he's been given the credit for it or not because of how the team was constructed, I do think there's a team out there.
Can I, if he's out there listening, or if he's having someone out there listening right now, just pass on a message to Chris Young. If you are here when the next CBA kicks in, whether you stuck it out or they decided to stay with you, I would just say take the time when there is a strike or whatever else to just do some reflection on how to best apply your competitiveness. Because at times I think it has blinded you and made things difficult. And there's plenty of times where people get blinded by whatever goal they have or whatever else. I think if he's going to be here, I think some self-reflection is very important for him.
Overreaction or not, the front office has lost the clubhouse.
Ooh, that's a really good one.
Thank you.
I do think that Skip had to go in there, soothe things over, but and I think if you got swept by the Giants, I can maybe buy more into it. You got the Orioles here. I don't know.
They were distracted for a day. They had it was the day it happened. Yeah. They were all clearly distracted. Yeah. They rallied to win again. They blew that lead at one point, but they rallied to come back and win the other night, and then they shut things down yesterday. So I don't think it's like a permanent problem, but it was definitely a problem that day.
I'll say overreaction.
Overreaction.
But I'll find out. I'll find out by the end of the day.
Find out.
Let's go.
Overreaction. Jacob deGrom says he wants to be here. Yeah. We don't know how much of that is just media treatment or not wanting to relocate. They said all the right things yesterday with Nimmo in the postgame and all that stuff. So right now I'll say overreaction because you won the Giants series.
I'll say overreaction as well. I do think that
the best deodorant is not the one Bobby's wearing today.
I did put deodorant on.
Okay, good. Yeah. I do think that the team, the players probably wanted you to buy. The fact that you didn't sell, that is probably good for them too. They probably didn't want you to sell. Like these guys want a chance to do something.
So who all got floated out there? It was Jock, Latz, DeGrom,
Seager,
Eovaldi, Seager. Seager's been hitting at least better since he got back. Jock, since this whole thing broke out, he's 2 for his last 9. And then we haven't seen Eovaldi or DeGrom pitch yet. So I guess it's a little undecided right now. If Eovaldi and DeGrom go out there and they just look like mentally out of it, then that'll be an indicator.
Overreaction or not, the Rangers, as little of a chance as it is, have a better chance at winning a World Series this year than they would have had they blown it up and tried to win one in 2030.
Say it again.
What a difficult question.
It is a difficult question. I was trying to figure out a way to word this, and maybe somebody smarter who's an English major, not a minor, could help me out in this one.
Can I adjust the question real quick?
Yeah.
And it's based upon another topic that you have. Overreaction or not, the Rangers have a better chance to win the championship this year than the Cowboys.
I think the
Cowboys have a better chance.
I think the Rangers could end up being in the playoffs. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be in the postseason. So that's to me.
Dang, Bob, you're supposed to be a homer.
I would say that it's a coin flip to me. If the Cowboys are good enough to get into the postseason, then that means they've taken steps defensively I didn't anticipate. So if you're telling me both of them sneak into the postseason, who's got a better shot? At that point, I'd say Dallas. I just think Dallas has a smaller chance to get in.
Woo! Who's got a better chance to win their title this season?
Man. See, here's the other thing.
It's actually an RJ Choppy question.
The NFC is so good. And the American League is so bad. So it's like if the Cowboys were, I can't.
I mean, you could start your question. Bobby just picked the Rangers by elimination.
By elimination, yeah. I'll say the Rangers by process of elimination.
Like I feel better about the Cowboys roster and team than the Rangers roster and team.
Yeah,
I do too. I do too. All right, overreaction.
I'll say definitely next year. The answer is Dallas.
And by the way, I don't agree that the NFC is so good.
Really?
No. I don't. The AFC to me is still better.
Do you? Well, because the
quarterbacks.
I mean, the NFC West. There's 3 teams there that people really like, and depending on if I think a lot of people anticipate the North is bouncing back. So you just don't. You wouldn't buy into the North bounce back.
I don't. I mean, first off, the East, we feel like is a toss-up.
I think the quarterbacks are better in the AFC.
Quarterbacks are better.
But I think the teams are better in the NFC.
Yeah, but I don't view the NFC as like a nightmare. Like,
yeah, me either.
Like I would pick Detroit against you head up because of what happened last year. But no one's scared of the Lions. No one's really scared of the Packers. Minnesota could surprise. No one's scared of anything in the South. And then you need San Fran. You need Seattle to be the same. San Fran to be the same. But I'm not terrified of the 49ers.
Yeah, this is not the 1986 to 1997 NFC run where they're just winning the Super Bowl every year. They're not. It's not some impossibility to think Dallas would be one of the better teams.
Obviously the quarterbacks are better than the AFC. I just think those teams, there's 3 NFC North teams, 3 NFC West teams that are all to me immediately better than the Cowboys.
The only team in the NFC I look at and I say if Dallas played them 10 times, I think they lose all 10 times is probably the Rams. That's the only one.
All right. 877-881-1053. Franklin LaFranco fan text. Texas Rangers, overreactions or not?
Overreaction or not, Corey Seager will not see the end of his contract with the Rangers.
Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction, a likelihood.
You think he waives it? He'll waive his 10.
This whole waiving thing is so dumb. Like, Rosenthal said the teams that,
but he's got a full no trade at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So to every team.
I mean, he's 32 years old right now. The end of that contract, he's 38. He's retired before then.
Oh, man. Now that's an interesting one because guys don't usually do that.
He can either retire.
His brother did.
With a contract still? With money on his contract?
Yeah.
He can either retire or they'll work out a deal someplace to where he'll feel like is a better winning situation. Yeah. Like, we're not talking about sending you to Vegas. We're not talking about sending you to
Colorado. Right, yeah. I think he wants to. I would think
there's enough options to get around the no trade stuff.
I think so too. I don't think he sees the end of his deal here. So I was just posing the overreaction or not.
Yeah.
And then finally, this is a non-Ranger one. Overreaction or not, if dynasties are good for sports, then the Dodgers are good for baseball.
Oh, that's a great one.
The Dodgers need... It's an overreaction until there is a opposite force that meets the Dodgers in the other league. You need a foe that you feel challenges them for that dynasty to really matter and have weight.
What's your answer?
They're not good for baseball right now because the perception is that they're bad for. They could just buy up everybody, and the way they operate with with deferred money and all that stuff is bad.
How bad would it be if they didn't need bullpen help in 2016 and they traded Yordan Alvarez for Josh Fields? They would have just been like, let's stick with Yordan, and then he was up at the majors with that team at this point.
Overreactions or not, Rangers day off today. It's the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Just another reminder of the dominance of the state of Texas over California. We get to it and give you some more laughs live from Oxnard with Sean and RJ after this. But let me
Ray, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys coming up at 8:40. Tommy Yarsh, Ryan Flanoy sitting down with us in the 9 o'clock hour. Thursday edition, live from Oxnard, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Yesterday I saw the gas prices go north of 6. I think it was 609.
Were they not? Or were they? I thought we saw 7 somewhere the other day. Or was that diesel?
I saw
that was the diesel.
When we were over by the Comedy Store, there was one spot that the gas over there was $6.55.
Good God!
This was the other day.
That was the other day.
$5.59, $5.69 for plus, $5.79, $5.89, and then diesel $6.99, $7.09. And yesterday I saw over 6 for just regular unleaded.
When you guys, so do you normally notice gas prices when you drive by, or?
I have recently.
I like, because it doesn't. I have to fill up. That's my thing. I have to fill up, right? So I don't. Well, but I don't really. So I don't really. It doesn't really register. Stick with me.
I think I have a tendency. It's a bad one to do it that way because I'm not looking to see if it's wildly different somewhere else.
I'm trying to time it out sometimes by the news. Yeah, normally I go to empty and I have to do it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, all right, like,
what's going to happen tomorrow?
Well, yeah. Are we shutting down the straight getting reopened for the 30th time?
How much of a difference does there have to be between the two gas stations for you to cross like traffic to go to the other one?
Well,
Kristen will do it for like 3 cents, and I'm like, that's way too much.
I'm not doing it for 3 cents.
I mean,
it'd have to be
15 to 20 cents, maybe.
Man, it'd have to be 30 to me, I think.
30.
I got a 15-gallon tank. Even 30, that's $4.50.
Well, yeah.
So what would it cost to fill your truck up out here?
So it's about $100 at home. Well, maybe more because it's a 33-gallon tank. So would you say it was 6?
609.
So it's $100. It's $200. It'd be $200 out here, right?
Wow.
$6 times 30.
I had to fill up the rental we were returning the other day. I did not put that much gas in it, and I looked over and I was like, that's more than it costs in Texas for me to fill up my car from empty.
Any other Texas reminders of making you miss home after being out here? Yesterday, out in the bar, we saw some bar sign at happy hour. And you're like, why do they have to put that sign up here?
Oh, yeah, they've got a sign up by the bar. It's got to be some regulation in California. I haven't bothered to look other places, but it said, like, warning, drinking can increase risks of certain cancers, heart disease, but, like, in big, bold letters hanging up by the bar. Ooh. It's almost like one of the smoking labels, like that comes on the packs. They put those on the bars.
I mean, look, I don't hate that they put the label on there. I mean,
I think you know what you're getting into, though.
I think you do. I'm sure there are some people, like, I didn't know. I don't think I'm like aware. Like I know smoking causes lung cancer. Like what cancer does drinking? Is it liver? Is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the reality is they tell you they're like. I mean, alcohol really at the end of the day, you're kind of putting poison in there. So I mean, it can affect a ton of. It's generally a higher risk factor for everything.
The gas prices smacking them in the face out here as we will be back home tomorrow after the show. We go from cars to bikes.
Yeah, you've heard of guys who say, get off my lawn, the get off my lawn type. This guy means it in Minnesota. And now he's in trouble, and I don't think he should be. A Minnesota man faces a court date next month for allegedly setting up a homemade spike strip in his yard last spring in an attempt to keep the neighborhood kids off of his lawn. Kyle James Steffen, not as old as the action would maybe have you believe, 39 years old, is charged with one gross misdemeanor count of setting a spring gun/pitfall/deadfall or snare, which carries a potential maximum sentence of 6 months in prison or a $1,000 fine. According to the complaint filed in the case, one of Steffen's neighbors in Wyoming, Minnesota, called police in late April to report that Steffen was yelling at her children to stay out of his yard. When officers arrived, they saw a long piece of thick plastic set in the lawn with about 43-inch screws sticking up from the plastic. Officers noticed bicycle tire tracks in the yard and said it appeared neighborhood children would ride through the yard regularly as a shortcut into a nearby park. The complaint states officers spoke to Steffen, who admitted that placing the device, quote, to keep kids off of his lawn, and that he had previously yelled at the kids many times, but they still rode through his yard, quote, out of spite. He allegedly told the officers he did not mean to injure anyone, only scare them, but the complaint noted he, quote, seemed frustrated. The device was not effective in keeping the kids off his lawn. I don't think you should be, if you've told the kids stay out of your lawn and the kids keep going in there and the mom's not doing anything other than calling cops when you yell at her kids, I wouldn't punish this guy.
But where can we draw the line? Like, can I put, it's my property, right? But can I put a bear trap? Like,
that's harming
where do we
somebody,
draw the line?
But if you're trying to pop their tires, basically, so that you can't ride through your yard anymore.
Hey, what do you think? I feel like you're a perfect one to answer this. If they were doing this in Rockwall to your grounds, your nice edged and weeded lawn.
Yeah, I would tell the guy, well, first move into a gated neighborhood. You won't have this problem. For some people, but
you can still have problems in gated neighborhoods.
No, the kids are more well behaved in neighborhoods that are gated. I think they wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's bring Aiden Butler into the conversation here.
That's right.
That sounds like we already have.
But I support this. I like it. You don't want little kids, nasty kids, driving up on your lawn or your driveway, whatever. You do whatever you want. It's your lawn. You pay for it. You pay for that lawn. Do whatever you want. I support this guy.
I like it too. I support him.
Yeah,
if they're trying to be little
if it's your first response, it's bad.
Yeah.
If you have told them over and over again, and you've told them all, don't let your kids just ride through my yard, and it's like a shortcut they're using, I can see that being
now.
irritating.
What if someone did this to grass poison or some type of thing to mess with your dog? Right on the edge of it.
Now we got an issue with it.
Now your dog doesn't go to the bathroom in your yard.
Ooh!
I got in an argument with a neighbor over that once. My dog went and did pee on the edge of their yard, and she came up out of the house. She was watching from inside the house.
She said, "No peeing in my yard."
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, you're in my
it's a dog, lady." Oh my God, that would
You think she's in the wrong?
Absolutely.
So my dog should be allowed to pee in your yard?
Absolutely. Does she go up to a raccoon that's just walking through and pees in the yard and tell the raccoon?
But I have control over the dog.
I honestly,
I have the dog on the leash.
I know, but I think it's a dog, man. It's when I'm walking our dog, I don't have control where he pees. He pees where his nose tells him to pee.
Well, you kind of have control.
But I'm not going to. I'm not gonna. There's a sign. It's gonna encourage me to do it. Somebody's got a sign that says no dog pooping in my yard. I sit there and I wait at that yard for that dog to poop. I tell my dog where what are you worried about? Is it ruining your yard? No, it's probably helping your yard.
You're going to take a massive L.
Fine.
On the fan text here.
Maybe I am, but these people are just look. Nobody here takes care of their yard more than I do. I don't care. Poop all you want in my yard.
You're fine with poop. Why do you want poop all?
Just clean it up.
Although I guess you're fine with poop upstairs and on your carpet.
Yeah,
so
that's true. All I say
the yard is nothing.
If they don't clean it up, then I have a problem.
Okay.
If they clean it up,
so you do want them to clean it up.
Absolutely. You have to clean it up.
Okay.
You have to pick up the poop.
All right.
You got to. If you don't do that, you're terrible. Terrible person.
All right, Bike Spike in Minnesota. Here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Do you want... Oh, God, I hate this slang list every single year. But I guess we might as well do it. I mean, you did it with Brian Schottenheimer the other day to see what slang he knew.
All right, so this is the most used slang. And they went down the last few years and did all the ones. So, back in 2021, sus. Sus is a great one. Or mid, that was another good one.
Yeah, those aren't bad.
And then they go to 22, that was bussin'. Slay. Slay's a good one.
Slay's been around.
Last year we had 6-7, right? We had 6-7 and glaze.
6-7, man, that has stayed.
It has stayed.
That feels
it really has
permanent.
stayed. So the top 5 so far this year.
For who? Is it Gen Z?
Yeah, the top 5 slang words that have been used by Gen Z this year. Son. In which they say it says refers to someone young or respectable.
No, you don't. They don't get that one.
No,
they don't get to use that. They don't get to use that. You can't just use our words.
Son is. We can't even claim son.
Yeah,
son's been there before us.
Right. They're trying to also claim LARP, live action role play.
Again, that's been I've heard that for years now.
My youngest one says it's a lock in. I got a lock.
No.
In. Yeah, I'm like you can't.
What are you talking about?
No, but they will use it in more like. They'll use it like when we say lock in. That's one way to do it. But they'll talk about like my locked in jeans or whatever. Like they talk about it as like a state of being.
Looks maxing. They love the maxing word. So people are saying chin maxing, where you get your chin. People get their chin like changed. like surgery too.
Oh.
But your chin but looks maxing.
You would love that. You love the strong jaw.
I love a good strong jaw. And then this is the one that it's my favorite one, but it won't catch on. Say wallahi.
Yeah, what is that one again?
Sounds Hawaiian.
It says it means swear to God. Say wallahi.
Did you guys used to, when you were younger, Bobby's eyes are so eye-rolling
I want to spike the tires of these people who say this.
Did you guys used to do, if you swear to God, I meant, that means you are going to hell if you lie. Did you put that on people?
Oh, yeah, you try.
All right, but swear to God?
Yeah, swear to God. Okay, so you know you're going to hell, right? You know you're going to hell if you say it.
God.
Yeah, you drop that one.
So now this is Swahili.
Say wallahi.
Say wallahi.
Swahili, yeah. Whenever we have...
so stupid.
Whenever, Addison always tells me all the time, she's like, our slang's just better than y'all's. Blah, blah, blah. She's like, she'll talk about, y'all just talk weird, yada, yada, yada. And I brought up this point the other day. 6'7", and then what was the other one? The skibbity. I was like, we had our own slang or whatever. Sure, that you younger generations always think the older slang is dumb. This is the first generation I know of that they're just creating slang, and you go, what does that mean? They go, nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
They're the only ones who are making slang words for it means nothing.
Yeah, what is 6'7"?
We never had that.
It's like,
6'7", skibbity. Neither one of those really mean anything in particular.
And why did Ohio catch a bad break? Because they would always say, skibbity in Ohio.
Because theirs is they say Ohio is the new Florida. So Ohio man is similar to Florida man.
But aren't we all a bunch of hypocrites?
Of course.
Every generation probably says
Yeah, and that's why I said,
Tim's probably thinks ours is stupid. And that's... God.
No, here's the thing. I agree.
Shaw was not us, was it? That sounds
early 90s. It was early 90s.
Straight California.
Yeah, it was early 90s.
I agree that's a...
Just we think we're so much tougher than Gen Z, and Tim and them are like... No offense, Tim. I'm calling you old here.
Yeah.
But Tim and them are like, no, we're tougher than you guys.
I walked in the snow for 2 days.
But when Tim was saying groovy...
I climbed the fence to hook up the broadcast today.
When Tim was saying groovy, then we say tight or something like that. We're just changing the meaning of the word. They are just creating words that it means nothing, and they're just yelling it. I'm like, okay, that's not consistent.
What you're buying when you have a $50 million quarterback. Next, in Bilo, on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shoddy and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How much are the league's most expensive quarterbacks actually worth? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. The $50 million threshold recently came back up in the news when Baker Mayfield was offended, just absolutely offended, that he was not thought of highly enough to be included in that group by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I agree, he was, if the Buccaneers really wanted to just give him like $35 million or whatever it allegedly was, and wanted to throw him like a 2-year deal and try and basically just be out of it real quick, I could definitely see him having a case for disrespect. The $50 million mark seems a little much to me. I would walk him close to it. I don't think you can put him on it just because of what $50 million has meant typically across the NFL with other quarterbacks. But
I think Baker's one of these perfect case studies of what do you do? Are you going to keep it black and white, the RJ Choppy world of, can I win the title with you? If I cannot win the title with you, next. Now, teams don't operate that way because general managers need employment, and so do head coaches.
Yep.
So if you can get us 10 or 11 wins, that's good enough for a lot of organizations. But I like Baker Mayfield. I don't think I don't know if I can squint and see Baker Mayfield winning you the Super Bowl. He's very streaky. Now, some of this is that executive piece that just came out, and I went and read I actually did read every single quarterback profile on there, and they're like, this is the hesitation in paying him because he's so daggone streaky. So if Baker's not the dude that you can be like, yes, he can win us a Super Bowl, do you just move on? And thank you.
Yeah.
You had a great redemption story here. You rebuilt your career and your image, but we got to try. We got to go somewhere else.
You know you're going to be competitive.
Yep.
You know you're going to have a chance to win that division, especially. You know, I think if they were in the NFC West, they would already have thought about moving on because they know they can't get there. But like the question you asked, can you win a Super Bowl? Like how many quarterbacks do you think you would answer yes to? Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it 15?
Well, I mean, obviously,
it was a Sam Darnold just won, so I think that adds that brings the number up.
Well, yeah, and that's why I said it's got to be. It requires context for various answers.
Let's say you don't have the best defense in the league. Like
give me a random team right now, and I'll tell you how many quarterbacks would probably win with that team. Just any team in the NFL.
Jacksonville.
I was thinking of Jacksonville too.
Jacksonville, probably like 3. I would guess.
3 teams could win the Super. 3 quarterbacks could win the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl with Jacksonville, yeah.
Dallas.
5 to 6, maybe.
Okay.
Because it's weapons based, and assuming the defense has improved the way that it has. Like Jacksonville, their defense is strong. Jacksonville's got no weapons, and so you got to have like a top tier quarterback who's going to turn guys into people. This $50 million mark, though, that Baker Mayfield wants over at Over the Cap, Jason Fitzgerald wrote about this, and he had talked about that $50 million right now annually represents 16.6% of the cap, roughly, and that's a very common thing that agents and players use as negotiations is less the number, like the raw number, and more the percentage of the cap as the cap continues to grow. And so that 16.6% of the salary cap, he says he doesn't think Baker Mayfield's wrong at all to ask for $50 million. That if you look at it as a percentage of the cap, he checks the box that others who have signed for that amount in the history of the cap have done. He said some of the players who have done that, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, Daniel Jones, Tua, Kyler Murray. These are all guys who got a deal that was 16.6% of the cap or more. But he said he doesn't think the Bucs are necessarily wrong for saying no either. He said, I think it's fair for teams to start looking at the performances of many of these high-priced quarterbacks and ask if the return is really worth the big investment. He compiled a list of every big quarterback to sign a contract for at least 16.6% of the cap since 2013, and that turns out to be 34 different players. Some players are mentioned twice. Dak's 2 contracts are on there both times. But he said that a 10-plus win threshold is usually the magic number for teams and like being able to reach the playoffs and do different things like that. So these are some of the numbers that he ended up finding across these contracts. Those quarterbacks in those years where their contract was in play, not earlier in the extension before the extension year kicked in, those quarterbacks won on average about 54.8% of their starts. It's roughly an 8.8 win pace over 16 games. It's a little above 500. They produced only about 7.5 actual quarterback wins per season after missed starts were included. They reached 10 wins less than a third of the time in those contract seasons as 16.6% of the cap. They had a median of 0 10-win seasons, meaning more than half of the contracts never produced a single 10-win season. They missed an average of 3.5 starts per season, and in 40% of completed or sufficiently advanced contracts, the quarterback did not even make it halfway through the deal before they were moved on from.
Wow.
And so this has become if you look over the course of some of these deals, some of the ones that have obviously played out well in the wins-losses department. Josh Allen on his deal has been 48-19. You've got Patrick Mahomes, who's 71-24. Those are good numbers. Jalen Hurts, 34-14. Dak on his $40 million deal, not the $60. On his $40 million deal, Dak was 31-14 in those years. But on the most recent one that he's had, Dak has been, if you include the tie, he's been 10-14-1 on his $60 million deal. So what exactly are you getting? It may not be worth the price of admission to have the quarterback that you want all the time.
Peyton, do not do that to me again, okay?
What?
Uh-oh, what happened?
Oh. He sent a text message, capital letters, breaking. It's like the FIBA WNBA roster.
Oh, my gosh.
Paige Becker's made it.
What?
Paige is in it.
Paige made it.
So is Caitlin Clark.
Of course she is. She's the hottest player in the league right now.
I think
Sophie's
so.
Is that attractive? Here are the quarterbacks making 50 or more right now. I know the thing is about 16%, but what's about the number 50?
Yep.
Jalen Hurts, 51. Lamar, 52. You ask, is Baker in this grouping? Herbert, 52.5. Purdy, 53. Goff, 53. Stafford, 55. Jordan Love, 55. Trevor, 55. Burrow and Josh Allen, 55. Dak, 60. Mahomes, 63. What range does he belong? In the Love,
I would put him below
Purdy, Herbert, Goff.
I would put him below everybody. I would put him at 48 or something like that. Because to me, it's like, even if Jalen Hurts has not worked out the way they want, or even though Trevor Lawrence hasn't totally deserved the contract yet, there's a reason
Hurts has not worked out.
Or no,
production-wise.
After paying it.
Lawrence hasn't worked out. There's a question about whether they want to move on from Hurts at this point, like whether they even like the deal anymore.
Yeah, because Hurts has worked out.
But Hurts has won a Super Bowl on this deal.
Yeah.
So to me, or won the Super Bowl and got the deal, there's a reason he got it. Trevor Lawrence was a guy who, number one pick, was ascending at the time that he signed the deal and signed it as all right, you've got a certain reputation.
You've reached some benchmarks, yeah.
Baker is like a reclamation project that, I think there's a reason you can justify why all those guys would have gotten more. So to me, he's probably more in the $48 million range.
I like Baker. I think he's a really good quarterback. I think he can win a lot of games. I don't think, short of having a Seattle-type defense, that you're probably going to win the Super Bowl with him. But, I could say that about a ton of guys.
Can you with Dak?
Can I see him win the Super Bowl? Yeah, I could see him win the Super Bowl. I could see. Hurts is obviously
what's the worst ranked defense Dak could win with?
Ooh,
wow. History will tell you that you need a top 8-ish defense, scoring defense, to win.
So you think he needs 8 minimum,
In general,
that's as low as he could be, is 8?
Very few quarterbacks win Super Bowls that don't have a top 10 scoring defense. I were talking about Breeze and Manning, and Tom did it one year. Very few guys do that. But I think there's a dozen guys that I could see. I could say, he could win Super Bowl. I think Dak, and I think
Goff.
I can see. He's made one. He's he made the NFC Championship. I can see that. I think Trevor might be the kind of
breaking point
for that. I could see it if he progresses a little bit, but He might be the last one.
Do you think numbers like this, because obviously I'm sure teams all research this, they pay people to, give them this sort of data or whatever else. Do you think numbers like these are going to eventually cause us to have basically, I'm out on the quarterback, I'm going to recycle those the way I would recycle any other position?
No.
It's one of those where it feels like everybody agrees you just have to pay it.
Yeah. Self-preservation and imagine going into this football season as an Arizona Cardinals fan.
Carson Beck, baby.
How gross. And I would hope for Carson Beck, as Carson Beck is going to play tonight in the preseason opener. But just imagine that.
That's it.
What's the point of having a football season?
No, it's gross.
It's awful.
And look, Miami. Miami signed Malik. Right, Malik Willis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the Jets signed Geno.
I have more intrigue if I'm a Dolphin fan than
for sure.
Jacoby Brissett.
I don't have a good reference point for hockey, for instance. So maybe
the Jets.
Maybe goalie in hockey is similar, but not having the quarterback feels like the most helpless sports fan place you can be in of something that you're I'd rather be missing a good starting pitcher on my baseball team than not have a quarterback.
Yeah,
I'd rather miss.
Yeah, it's helpless.
Easy.
I'd rather not have somebody to run the point in basketball. I don't want those things, but I'd rather deal with those than no quarterback. Again, maybe the goalie's close. If you've got a really terrible goalie in hockey, I don't know.
Who else in the league is on the misery list? Cleveland is better off than Arizona. I'm talking intrigue.
Jets,
Pittsburgh. Oh, the Jets are definitely.
Jets
there.
are the worst.
Pittsburgh.
Probably.
I mean, look, Rodgers can.
Geno's better than Jacoby. I think
Rodgers can.
He's had a better career.
He can manage a game. He's not going to lead you anywhere.
But they just help us engross. There's not as many as I thought. There's intrigue.
Just bad situations.
Give me intrigue with my quarterback situation. I'm not that high up on the Atlanta one. Because I think Tua has hit his ceiling. Maybe a little intrigue for Penix, but
there's people probably in New Orleans right now who have hope. Who just
sure
could maybe be some. We know Giants fans have hope about Dart, so there's at least hope bubbling just about everywhere.
Titans,
excitement,
intrigue,
absolutely. B-Belt. Every single day at this time here on Sean and RJ. We are in Oxnard, California, site of Cowboys training camp. They're going to return to the practice fields today, and our coverage brought to you by Academy Sports and Hurtado Barbecue. Hurtado, a little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. Ryan Flanoy sits down with us at 9:15. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, gets us ready for the return of practice. Tommy sits down with us after this.
105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Toppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Bell. We have 5 hours left to go of morning show radio here in Oxnard, California.
It hits you Thursday.
Hey,
Thursday's the day.
I'm hit.
Thursday's the day where it hits you. I love coming out here. It hits you, though.
God, we used to do, Tommy, you're a young buck, but we used to do 2 weeks with 3-a-days because of Jason Garrett's schedule. That was, and an earlier show.
3:30.
2:45 wake up.
Yeah.
Do the show. Have to come back for Jason's freaking walkthrough. Go back home, and then he had the later practice early evening.
Yep.
Oh, for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Misery for
It was tough. Man. It was very tough.
And colder. This is the warmest I can ever remember.
I don't think I've ever worn shorts in the morning, and I've worn shorts the last couple of days here.
Mm-hmm.
It's
heat wave, man.
It's a back in my day Thursday for you guys here. So telling tales from the Obama administration.
Yeah. While you were blogging or talking to your little tape recorder. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com.
Tape recorder, another old ass reference over here.
Get a tap machine. Get the old tap machine.
What an ancient mechanism that is.
You're the newest and the oldest technology soul here, Bobby. So you'd be the one to figure out how to do. Well, Tim,
splicing carts?
Yeah, we're gonna get our reel to reel up.
real. Tommy Yarish is joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Off yesterday, back to practice today, but you were breaking down Christian Parker's press conference. Was he asked about the new 20-minute media policy of filming practice?
He was not asked about that. So, yeah, no, nothing there.
Did you think he was going to be asked?
I don't think so. No, I don't know if he would have been the center of that, but nothing shocks me anymore. So if it did happen, I wouldn't.
Who would have asked it?
Oh, I'm not going to do that.
It's Clarence. Come on. It would have been Clarence.
I may or may not agree, but
whose side are you on?
I'm on. I mean, in my job, I think I'm on the media side, but I understand both sides of it, and I have a lot of respect for what Cowboys PR does. They have a very difficult job, so I get it, and I'm glad that it came out to a reasonable solution for everybody.
What jumped out from CP?
I think that, he was asked towards the end of his presser about, hey, like how do you feel like you built the staff, and what are your thoughts on your staff? And he went on for almost 4 minutes, and I know it doesn't sound like a very long time in the grand scheme of things, but he's a pretty quick talker sometimes.
Yeah.
And he went through every single member of his staff, from position coaches to assistant position coaches, and said a little bit about each one of them, like what do they bring, what's their background, how did I find out about this guy? And I don't know if I've ever heard that from a coach before, unless he specifically asked about every single person. He went unprompted about every single person. So I think he's really proud of the staff he's built. He called them a bunch of first-round picks in terms of the caliber of coach that they are and what they're able to do to help him out. So I put a transcription of all those on Twitter, and you can see what he said about each person. But that was one thing, and then
he just wanted to give them their shine.
I guess so. Yeah, you could give them their flowers, and again, completely unprompted about every single member of the staff. So that's. I would think that's something, if you're an assistant coach, like, hey, this guy gets me, and I'm here for a reason. I don't feel like I'm just dragging along, and so I have a role here. So I think that's one thing that stood out. And then when he was asked him about, we've talked so much about communication with you and how important it is. What does that look like in this setting, and how are you trying to make sure that your players are bought into it, and are they bought into it? And he said, I think if you step in our meeting room and you hear how loud it is, you might think something wrong is going on. So he's trying to treat their meeting room like the field, and he's having guys yell things out as they're watching film sitting there, and that obviously can get a bit chaotic. So I think it's, in this point of the year when it's talking season, and he's saying all the right things, and he's off to a pretty good start in that department.
What did he have to say about the defensive practices and how they're progressing and coming along, or anyone standing out?
I think he's saying it's going along well. He's pleased with how it's gone. I think he had good things to say about Jayshon Barham, one of the guys that stood out, said, hey, we drafted him for a reason. We saw a vision for him, and he's executing it right now. So that's obviously a good sign. Savone Revel is another guy that he talked about, saying that, hey, the next step for him is seemingly more the mental side of the game. You play one rep at a time, but he's strung together some good practices. I think he likes what DeMarvion Overshown has done with the green dot, even though all the linebackers are wearing them right now. They're trying different things out, so it's not...
So we're not green dot settled yet.
It's not set in stone yet, no. But he still likes what DeMarvion Overshown is doing, and now it's just continuing to put those pieces together. But so far, it seems like he's happy with how they've started, and he keeps referring to it as, hey, we got our undergraduate or our bachelor's, whatever, in OTAs, minicamp. Now we're working towards getting our master's degree. But I don't know if anybody has experience with doing a one-year master's program, but that's basically if you crunched a master's program into a semester. So ooh. I can imagine that's pretty difficult.
Yeah, I went for half my MBA. Took a year.
There you go.
Got half of it. Then I dropped out.
Where'd you go to school, Tommy?
Texas.
Welcome. Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here.
Why are you holding it up? You didn't go there.
I'm acknowledging it.
You're like, fellow Longhorn.
Yeah.
You didn't even go to high school.
It's the state.
We'll take anybody.
No, that's why statistically I'm smarter than all of you. But if you look at the
socially behind.
No, Texas, University of Texas. I was out there socializing later than anybody else last night. Thank you. So that's where I was at. So Tommy, the last couple days have been really strong for the secondary. Secondaries look like they've had a couple of good practices, especially the corners. Where would you say that at this point of training camp and these practices, you say that part of the defense still looks like it's behind when they're out here practicing?
Good question. I would say it's
learn that in homeschool.
It's the front seven. Thank you,
Tommy. Worst timing by you.
I would say it's the front seven, and maybe it's not a thing of they haven't made those splash plays, but I don't know if it's popped as much. You see some flashes, like last practice, Sam Williams had a good play on Jaden Blue that he blew up, and we've seen Donovan Ezraku have a really good day. We've seen Rashawn Gary have a really good day, but I don't know if that unit as a collective has had a day where it's like, man, you're really noticing this defensive line, or you're really noticing these linebackers fly around. Jayshon Barham has been, one of the examples where he's popped a couple of different times, but I don't know if I'm necessarily surprised by that, because I expect this to be a defense that is, they're so good up front that will probably dictate a lot of it. But with a secondary-minded head coach, the secondary is going to be so important. So it's no surprise to me that that's kind of where you're seeing a lot of the action at the moment, just because Christian Parker is a secondary guy. And I think in this defense, they're going to play a huge role. But you want to see, the defensive line help them out a little bit, because that makes everybody's life easier.
They back on the practice field today without pads?
I'm not sure. I should have come more prepared for that question.
Well, hey, we asked you to come a little bit earlier, but Ryan Flanoy is getting set to sit down with us. Fantastic story.
Of course.
Sounds like a fantastic person as well. And this feels like a locked-in number 3. We were trying to think the other day, when's the last time you felt like this thing wasn't going to rotate, or have someone else compete for that this thing is settled in. How would you describe Ryan Flanoy as a player, his skill set and game?
Yeah, I think he is in the perfect situation for a wide receiver 3, because you've got 2 wide receivers in front of you that are wide receiver 1 caliber on any team in the NFL, and so much attention is going to go to them that you really just have to do your job and you will get opportunities. I think you saw that last year, and it's no surprise why he has a 100-yard game twice. So I think his skill set is good. He can really do it all. I feel like he's a well-rounded wide receiver. He's a good route runner. He's got strong hands. He can make plays after the catch. So if you have all those things and you've got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens lining up with you, you're going to get your chances. He cashed in last year, and I think he's going to continue to do it this year. Is he going to get 1,000 yards like he says he will? I don't think so. I don't know about that, because if you have 3,000-yard receivers, do you have a run game, or are you literally the greatest offense there is?
Cody.
But I think he's a heck of a player, and like you said, great story. We were talking to him earlier in the week, and he said he said that he knew about the Miles Austin story and kind of where that number came from, and he wants to make a 19 club now. I've got the 88 club, but he wants to make a 19 club now.
Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it. We'll see you in a few hours of practice.
All right. Thanks, guys.
The great Tommy Yarish, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. One of the breakout players on America's team, Ryan Flanoy, sits down with us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in...
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Time for the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, official coffee of the morning show with locations in Grand Prairie and Arlington. And sitting down with us, breakout wide receiver for your Dallas Cowboys, Ryan. Give us the official pronunciation.
Flournoy.
Flournoy.
Yes, sir.
So we're taking the R out of the middle.
Yeah,
no Flournoy.
It's French, so you gotta roll your tongue a little bit.
Flournoy.
Yes, sir.
Flournoy. Ryan Flournoy.
Yeah, there we got it. We got it figured out now.
Off-season award winner for what? What did you accomplish? Is that from the weight room?
Yeah, it's from the weight room. Just being consistent every day, coming in to work, and showing the rookies and stuff how to do it.
Now, what are the best perks to earn around here? What do you get for that?
For this? Get a parking spot.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, needed that.
Needed it?
Needed
so
it.
how much closer do you get to park? And was this for Frisco?
Yeah, this for Frisco at a practice facility. Get packed. And
if you don't get a sweet spot, like how many more steps? How much further are we talking away for other parking?
About 10 feet.
10 feet?
Yeah, about 10 feet.
10 feet closer? That's it? That don't sound that much.
But listen. My thing is I have a Tesla and we have charger spots, so I need that charger spot.
Do you love the Tesla?
Yeah, I love it, man.
Okay, he just bought. Do you use the self-drive?
No, I'm not lazy.
You don't trust it?
Actually, I used to do it, but it kind of goes too slow sometimes.
You can't set it faster?
You could. It's a Mad Max mode, but I don't trust that.
What model do you have?
I have a Model 3.
Which one is that? My dad has the Y.
Oh, the Y is this the car version.
Oh, okay.
The Y is the bigger one.
Well, the first time I sat in this thing and the pedal got hit, I shot back like it was a damn rocket ship. This thing goes, right?
Yeah.
They roll.
Do you have the home charger?
Yeah, I got a home charger, but it's free at the facility.
It's free?
It's free at the facility, so.
What's it do to your home electric bill?
Bump it up a little bit.
But it's not crazy?
Not too crazy, but it is.
Did you get the supercharger or just the regular?
Just the regular.
Okay, so how long does it take to...
If I charge
if you're on empty.
Yeah, if I'm on empty and I charge it overnight, it's not going to do that much.
It's not going to go halfway?
Mm-mm.
Dang! Man, get the supercharger.
Yeah, come on, man. Get the 240.
That's why I go to the facility. And charge.
Do you follow? Because they say you're not supposed to charge it beyond 80%, right?
Yeah.
Do you follow that? Or
yeah,
do you go all the way?
I follow that. Just because it's a battery. I don't want to overcharge it.
Is the spot? Would you rather have a spot that's closer, but in the sun, or one in the shade, the further away?
Shade. Well, I don't know. Closer.
Other side of the lot. I mean, you got to walk the whole lot.
The Tesla turns on if it's hot. I think right. Does it start to turn on?
Oh yeah, it
if it
generates
warm
air. Yeah,
for the air.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's special.
There you go. But there was some dangerous times a little bit driving a Tesla around. Where you had to be careful. You didn't know some keys came out. But you don't have to worry about that, right?
But the self-driving mode, is it like him not doing that? That makes sense because that's what I still don't trust. I won't get in a Waymo. I won't do it. That self-driving thing is technology you just can't trust right now.
Well, I mean, did you get serious about it with gas calculations as a major reason for getting it? How close is the self-driving to everyone? Like for my dad, he's 89. He still goes to work. And we're like, you cannot drive a regular car. You have to be in that for it to drive you to work. So it was that over the gas issue for him. Yeah. But a lot of people aren't trusting it fully, I guess.
Yeah, for me, what sold me on the Tesla is the summon. So I could bring it to me.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So when I seen that, I was like, oh, yeah, I got to get it.
You said the summon?
It's called the summon mode.
You summon it?
Yeah, I can summon it.
He walks out of Target.
Like, you just snap your finger?
Do you call it a name or do you press a button?
You press a little button on the app. and it just comes.
Damn.
Like pulls up, you walk out of the store.
I always wish it was that easy.
Now, if that hits somebody while coming to you to summon mode,
oh, I'm running.
Are you? I'm like, who's in trouble for that? Is Elon in trouble or are you in trouble?
But no, it got its limits. You know, if it's overpopulated area, you can't summon it.
Oh, you can't summon it. Okay.
If it's too popular.
Interesting.
I'm curious, you talk about you needed the close parking spot, and I knew it had to be something else. It couldn't have been the walking, because we've heard stories about you that you were, like, after you had an ACL injury in college, you're walking 45 minutes when it could just be a 7-minute drive to physical therapy. You're challenging yourself in that respect. I had heard stories about you your senior year in college that you had a broken hand. You're like, doesn't matter, I'm going to be out here at practice. I'm going to be showing up, doing things as best I can and showing off as much as I can. And then obviously you've dealt with some injuries early on here in your NFL career and still fought through that. Is there ever a point for you where, like, do you embrace the challenge, or is there ever a point for you where you're like, can things just slow down a little bit? Like, at some point, just give me some easy?
Honestly, I don't know. Just like my upbringing and how I came up has always been like, I've been tough. Like, if I'm able to run, if I'm able to catch a ball, I'm playing on Sundays. So like that's my whole mindset. If I got a broken toe and I could kind of run a route and win on it, yeah, I'm gonna suit up. But yeah, I feel like that's just my toughness. If adversity hits again, I'm gonna deal with it as I have to.
Do you feel like, when you're talking about trying to win a route, where do you feel like winning a route happens most consistently? Is it off the line of scrimmage, or is it at the stem?
It really depends on the coverage, and I've been moving around a lot to the slot and to outside. I feel like outside, it's easier to win a route at the line of scrimmage, and in the slot, most of your route winning is at the top of the route, just because they give you a lot of area to run a route, and outside, you get pressed a lot. So definitely, to answer your question, if I'm outside the line of scrimmage, if I'm inside top of the route.
How many words do you get in the wide receiver meeting room?
A lot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I actually do.
Okay.
I'm actually grateful for it, because the first 2 years I was quiet, but now coming in and stepping into a leadership role in that room, definitely feel like the young guys listen to me just because.
The young guys.
Yeah.
Just because you're married, you've still been in the league for 2 years.
You don't get any more age.
But they definitely listen to me because I had earned a spot 2 years in a row. My rookie year, having to make the team, and last year I felt like I was wide receiver 6, and then I was able to make the team.
I just figured George didn't let anyone else talk.
Who did you vote higher on the NFL Top 100, him or CD?
I didn't even vote. I didn't vote.
There you go. Yeah, that's the political
answer.
Yeah, that's the political way to avoid it. How much, we were kind of kicking this around a little bit. Obviously, you get GP for like a full offseason now, and it's a year you're running back where most of the core on offense is back together. How significant is that? Do we overplay that at all? The idea of like, hey, the continuity you guys had all last year, now you get to roll into your two together, or do you find yourself going, no, this has been helpful for us that we're able to settle into a rhythm with each other?
Yeah, facts. To settle into a rhythm, just because we know each other, we know our strengths, and we learn from each other. I learn from GP and CD every single day, and they now they can learn from me. Remember, they was asking me, how do I get off hard press? Because I was like, I just do this. I'll just attack them right now. And, it's good that they ask me questions sometimes.
Two of the top storylines here that have at least jumped out to us is corner play. Mm-hmm. Talk to us about the differences that you've seen in Revel and then what you've seen in Durant coming on over from the Rams.
Definitely. I'm close with both of them, and we always chop it up after a route. And Revel, for one, is a great player, very strong and patient, and that's going to win him a lot of matchups. I tell him all the time, just keep being physical with us, because we don't like that, honestly. And for Kobe is a great zone corner. It's like he's so sneaky. It's like, okay, where he at? Boom, he catch a pick. Like, dang.
That was an impressive pick the other day.
Yeah.
When he came off that against Dak.
Yeah. I ran a route and walkthroughs against Kobe. I was like, "Ooh, I would have got you." He was like, "Nah, you ain't see me. I was going to jump it." I was like, "Okay."
On that with this corners, can you tell, like, and not just individually, but in terms of the defense, can you tell a big difference in how the defense has been playing this camp?
Yeah, for sure. Like the confidence level of the defense is up. Like, you know, even talking, like
they got attitude.
Yeah, they talking crazy sometimes.
Really?
They talk crazy sometimes, but I love it. Like, even I feel like that's making us better and making them better. You know, they going against one of the top offenses in the NFL, sure. And you know, we get to prepare them for anything that they going up against, and they preparing us for anything we going up.
I love the scouting report on the corners. Can you give us scouting of what you've seen from Downs playing nickel and Downs as safety?
Yeah. And I was just talking to him. He said he didn't play too much nickel in college, and you know, he embracing it. And as a rookie, you kind of look at him as a rookie just because, you know, he's so quiet, so down to earth, but on the field he loud. And you know, that leadership role he's low key embraced. And I feel like he's going to be a great nickel and great safety in this league.
You know, you mentioned that there's sometimes they'll be talking crazy out there on defense. Who's the guy who's like, when you're out there and you're at practice, you're just like, what did he just say? That's like really aggressive right there.
For one, Rashawn Gary, he a dog. Like, he come back from the come to the sideline just talking like, man, they can't mess with me. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I'm not the tackle.
He's a big man.
Yeah.
That's a big boy.
Is he the number one seed of like, that's the guy I don't want to get mixed up in a scrap with at practice? I don't want him getting upset.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like you see dogs and you know a dog, and it's like, okay, let me stay away from him a little bit.
Is there a player? Because y'all cut your pants. Is there a player that's like, man, those things are just too short? Come on now. Is there something?
Nah, it's not a player I've seen. I don't know.
Revels are up there.
They're very short.
They're up there.
I don't even think I paid attention.
Well, yeah, that's good on you. Yeah. We're a little off.
I don't mind. Look, I check.
Especially this one.
I don't mind.
Number 19. You were talking about it the other day. Did you watch Miles Austin? Did you research Miles Austin? I was impressed hearing the old school knowledge for you in your second year, talking about wanting to start the number 19 club. So did you know or did you look up?
Yeah, no, I knew of Miles Austin. I wasn't, you know, a crazy fan of him, but you know, I knew who Miles Austin was. And after my breakout game against the Jets, a lot of reporters compared me to him, and it was like, yeah, are you familiar with Miles Austin? And they actually spit out the facts and stats, so that's how I remember. But no, yeah, he's a great player.
Were you a Bears fan?
Yeah, I was a Bears fan.
Ugh, you couldn't study any passing game there.
Nah, yeah, for real.
Right?
No, it was just all running game and sweetness.
Can you imagine the air attack consistently in that home weather there? Like, is that a bitter cold that could you ever move back to Chicago after being in Texas? Would you rather the Texas heat or the Chicago cold?
Texas heat. Honestly, I love Texas. Like, just
players come here and they don't leave.
They don't leave ever.
Like Deion stays, and like guys who not born and raised, or they could play here for a year or two and they end up staying in Texas. Why do you love it so much?
Just how family friendly it is, and just everything is right there. Chicago's a great city. I love it. It's where I'm from. But, Dallas is just, as friendly as I definitely could raise a family there.
We've gotten obviously a lot of discussion about where the defense wants to improve and do different things like that. It's been less focused on the offense, but there's obviously been some chatter about it. What are you looking at as like, man, we really need to execute better here. We need to do this better, and that's how we can really start to, max out our margins as best we can.
Yeah, we hone in on details in the red zone. I feel like we got the talent to be so great down there, and with running back, tight end, and 3 receivers that can score consistently. We just been working on that because we gonna get there easy, and I feel like we could score there easy.
What's the biggest difference to you about football, the first 80 yards of the field versus that red zone area that can cause the discrepancy sometimes that you guys have on offense? How do you think the game changes so much down there?
Just a lot of space and the coverages the defense is around. You see a lot of red too. You see, the box stack. It's a lot of nuances to defense down there, and it's more congested. You know, the inside is more clutter. Outside, we get outside, but I feel like it's just the clutter.
Ryan Flournoy, Cowboys wide receiver, sitting down with us in the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. Since you've been giving us good technical breakdowns, I want you to show me how to catch a football.
All right.
I'm going to toss this to you underhand.
Okay.
And I want to see Michael Irvin sometimes. Well, I'll get into that as the follow-up. So I'm just going to toss it, and I want to see. Okay, so is there ever the time when you can hit your chest first? Or does it always have to be hand first? Should be hand
Not
first.
including when you had a broken hand.
Yeah, my trainer say as long as you catch it. You know?
Okay.
But, you know, it's body catches are cool in traffic. For defender draped on me, it's easy to catch like this from wide open. Easier to catch like this.
And then your hands, does it have to be put the ball down? Okay. Does it have to be at a diamond, or do you have to start off at a
like a burger? Like if you're eating a burger,
really?
It's just like boom.
Okay, like you're eating.
I never
a burger.
heard it described like that. Like you're eating a burger.
That's how just like catch the burger.
Because Mike would let it sometimes.
He always
body catch.
Always body catch.
Catch, and he would say, "I guess as long as you catch it." But then
that leads to his traffic comment because Mike was in traffic a lot.
Yeah.
Has Milton?
Oh baby,
burned up your fingers? Ever has a quarterback?
Oh yeah, I'm dealing with a little finger right now.
Off of Joe?
I don't remember what quarterback it was.
But what is it like? Because he's obsessed, the Tennessee Volunteers, and he's out there just going crazy over Joe. What is a Milton ball like coming at you that's different from the others?
Man, I remember last year, not even being used to Joe's ball. Now I'm used to it, but not being used to it just get on you quick, like super quick. Then you come out your break and you looking at it and it's already on you. And like his arm power is so crazy that like I don't know, it's amazing. You can't catch his balls
on the chest.
Yeah, on the chest. It'll bounce right off.
Would you rather take that shot to the chest or maybe a broken or messed up finger?
Yeah, definitely strong hands.
Ryan Flournoy, breakout receiver for your Dallas Cowboys, sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Last thing, who did you study? Who would you kind of compare your game to? Who did you try to study and model things after?
Ooh, it's a bunch of receivers. My top three, I'd say Jerry Rice. I just love his work ethic. Love what he did with the game, and so definitely Julio Jones, just strong and dominant. I was smaller back then, but as I got in my frame, I looked at Julio, and then when I was a small receiver, because y'all know I was 5'3" and
99 pounds freshman year.
Yeah, I looked at Odell.
Okay.
The flashiness, the one hand catch, the agility. Yeah, those are my top three.
Now, what position were you playing freshman year at 5'3", 99 pounds?
I was a slot.
Slot.
Yeah.
And wrestling.
Yeah.
Wrestling, too.
Yeah, I was wrestling. I ran a little bit of track.
Man, that wrestling that's not fun to mess with a wrestler.
No, and they get the headgear and then the little shorts.
Do you still have body memory, you think, of just being able to tie people up?
I know a little bit of something, but I only wrestled for 1 year.
Okay.
After that, I'm like, yeah, I'm cool.
Ryan, thank you so much, man. Continue developing and blowing up like you did last year, and we appreciate your time this morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ryan Flournoy, Cowboys wide receiver, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee, the official coffee of the morning show, sitting down as well in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece after this.
Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what is coming up?
Right out of the gate has the return of Cody Bradford revitalized your baseball soul. And then at 12:45 today, this is during the Expressway, Kevin. It is going to be Are You Better's back, baby.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so get some Are You Better action during the Expressway.
How do you guys go about deciding whether to correct Skip Schumacher when he thinks he's listening to your show at 8:20 every day?
I feel like we just don't. But
I have a plan.
Okay, tell me.
All right, so do you want to finish?
Are you guys trying to take credit? I feel like because he's loving the content there, you're wanting him to think that that's actually your show producing that amazing content. But if he took offense to something, you'd be quick to correct. Kevin.
For sure, yeah, that's
so true.
True, yeah.
And
I'm just
say that's not actually us.
Oh no, Kevin's ready for they could have said it earlier in the show.
It's
He's
true.
going to say it's us.
It's
not even just
right.
I'm fascinated by the idea that he thinks it's just our show all day long.
That's Schottenheimer,
man. They all like that.
We went and sat down with Schottenheimer. He's like, so
y'all are on from 6. Y'all are on for 13 hours a day. He was very.
you know the sad thing. The sales department thinks the same thing. They think we're here at all hours of the day.
Man,
Can you come in and just cut the spots 3:45? No, I'm home.
I was on a meeting with Blumenthal, and she's like, she had no idea it was 6 to 10. She had no idea we changed from 5:30.
She doesn't even seem to know that I exist on this show either.
She probably thinks we're still 5 to 9 like we started.
Some people think we get off at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Product knowledge is important.
Here's my thought on this with Skip. I'm just glad he's a Tolo. I'm just glad he's turning it on and leaving it on.
Team guy.
When Gavin
Unlike
Spittle,
the sales department.
When Gavin Spittle came over here to start working on this thing, the first thing he said was, "It sounds like 4 different shows, and we need to sound like a united front." And I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's make sure people are listening all day long, and we have successfully done that. That being said, I did tell him the story. I did tell the story yesterday about getting rid of Tank Top Tuesday to Skip, and Skip said he wants to see a picture of Tank Top Tuesday. Now, I have his number. I just haven't texted him yet.
Wow!
Should I text him a picture of me in a tank top and say, you wanted this? And then explain to him that we're a different show than Sean and RJ.
Tim Collins is saying no. Next to us.
Yeah.
What? Wait, so you canceled it? Why'd you get rid of it?
Well, I figured it's summertime thing, and the kids are starting school next week. So
it's 105 degrees outside.
But the kids start school, so summertime's kind of over. But I guess
Don't you let the weather determine your attire?
Oh.
No.
I dress how I want. The weather's not going to tell me what to do.
Okay.
Obviously, Mr. Pants.
Yeah. Well, I'm an adult, so that's why I'm not wearing shorts.
I would love
that's worst take, and it's been a bad take of his for years. He says,
it's true. I have held this take for years.
Since you became an adult, or while you were a kid?
Yeah, since I became an adult. If you're not in an athletic setting and you're going to do something like that, don't wear shorts. You're a grown up.
I love shorts.
I love Jay Will. Jason Williams doing Barstool. He's like white chocolate.
Oh.
He's like, I don't attend weddings. If I can't be in a sweatsuit, I can't be in sweatpants, I'm not going to your event. I can't remember the last wedding he's gone to. He's not putting on a suit or a tuxedo. Because yesterday he was asked KG or Dirk, and he ended up taking KG, and then the follow-up was, well, what if it's Black Dirk? And then he went into a story about a teammate that they called him you know what? Let me look up the name. I don't want to say something offensive.
I am really enjoying this story.
Maybe Darkwitsky or something.
Holy
it was some teammate
moly.
of his who was getting married, and he's like, "Sorry, my wife might go. I'm not going. I'm not going to put on a suit."
Wow.
Yeah. Can't be
That's
inconvenience.
commitment to the bit right there, too.
I like it.
But, I bet you there's a really
you
nice...
You look at Jay Will and you listen to Jay Will, and I totally believe
There's
it.
got to be a nice feel suit out there that he could wear to a wedding.
Yeah. A sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Like a suit.
Yeah.
Love it. Did you get a text message from someone in the media about our dinner photo?
Did. Yeah, our boy down in Houston, Dan Matthews, sent me a message, said, "Is this real?" And it was the Nico photo from dinner.
It says AI on it.
I said that's absolutely not real.
Well, you're out in L.A. Have dinner with Nico.
Nico won't leave Dallas. There's no way that's Nico. He won't get out of the Metroplex. He's got like some sick, sadistic thing going on upstairs to where he wants to be tortured and looked upon and yelled at in the city that he destroyed basketball-wise.
Also, did you just say your friend that's at a rival station of Reggie and Parker in Houston?
I have no idea where he's at. I don't know.
Okay.
I was going to say, this looks like somebody who would not realize it was AI.
But anytime
But he told us. I know that.
Anytime I question the intelligence of people, I'm like, I get a reminder like that of how easily people can be manipulated and mind controlled.
Ooh.
I'm like, you think that that's neat?
Yeah.
Aiden, put it up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This guy in sports media, and I appreciate you for listening, Dan. Dan's his name?
Yeah, Dan's a great guy.
This guy, he thinks that was Nico Harrison.
Real? And then Mike Bassick, who had the ability to call a Ranger game and out 90 minutes earlier in Arlington and make it all the way out here to Ventura.
Yes. Yes. Bobby, what does the guy look like?
Just the silver fox look tells me that he probably would not.
Did you guys enjoy Bassick's play-by-play? Were you feeling for him? How do you think he was scrambling in that moment? Pepe, let's hear a little bit of it from yesterday on. Are we RSN? Do I call this?
Yeah, I would still call Ranger. Yeah, I think so.
They still have the logo up in there. Yeah, they still have Ranger Sports Network up in the logo. So,
all right, let's hear it.
Langford with a hard hit ball, but right to the left fielder.
No idea who the left fielder was. I think it was Leonard, and because he's not ready for that. He's not he doesn't have a spotting chart. Probably that's Dave Raymond's. And just he wasn't ready for that. And that's a bummer. When you're in that position, I would imagine, and you're not used to calling play-by-play.
Bobby's got the team photo up with Nico and Bassick. First off, Bassick would never be that close to Nico.
I did like that they were sitting next to one another or whatever.
But Bobby, we screwed up when we were plotting this, man. How did we not put Romo in this thing?
Because I just assumed he was in jail still.
Would you have put drunk or sober Romo?
He's got to be holding a glass.
Okay.
He's got to be holding a martini.
Yeah. This is a fantasy picture, but we can't go too out of control here.
Y'all should have put the Proud Brian picture. Remember Proud Brian from back in the day?
Yeah.
I used to do that. Whenever that happened, I started putting him in all these different historic photos, like the Sgt. Pepper's cover, and all sorts of stuff. I just thought it was really funny.
Pepper.
Yeah, Kevin, you got thrown into that Broadus segment as well, as he blamed me for passing along cocktails and having other people pay for it, and then he kind of had you calculating things out, trying to be responsible as a reason for not showing up to any more team dinners.
Oh,
since you're not there,
I've been going to your team dinners.
No, he's saying Broadus won't go anymore because you're not there.
I was not. Oh, my God, RJ. Look, I am sorry that I think you and Sarah did get disproportionately charged because you were the only people one of the only people at the table who took responsibility for everything that you ordered. Otherwise, there was all these empty spaces that everyone was like, I didn't order that. And I'm like, well, hold on.
I knew exactly what I ordered, too.
Did I mess up?
I don't see, but that's the thing. I don't know who messed up. We passed the receipt around twice, and there were still like 8 holes where people were like, "Nope, that's not me."
And I know I didn't mess up, but I was just triple checking if you remembered, because you would be sober, because I was so offended. He called me cheap yesterday. A cheap and cheap. Which was really, really offensive, that I'm ordering all these drinks and not accounting for it, or appetizers for the table and not owning it. I mean, Corey, I think I got the bottle of Basil Hayden for us in San Fran.
Yeah.
Club Sharif, and this dinosaur down
here. I sent over some extra cash on that one.
Yeah. I got this dinosaur down there calling me cheap.
I mean, we can make Club Sharif downstairs happen today. We make Club Shop.
No, you messed up Club Sharif.
Oh no,
you messed it up.
The finance guy.
The finance
guy.
How you end up at a car dealership in Oxnard, California, to mess up our pregame and our happy hour?
We didn't talk enough about the idea of I can understand not wanting to buy a car because it's the only color. I can't totally understand going to California to get a car because I want that color. I can understand ruling out a car because it's I don't want one that's neon green or whatever. But to say it has to be this one color, nothing else. I would never.
They only have that color in California.
No, that color's on allocation, and the only one that was remotely would have been delivered here within the next couple of months. There was one in Florida and one here at this Oxnard one. What are the odds? I was just go from there because I'm going there, and I'll just go sign for it. Simple. This way, we don't have to go to Melbourne, Florida.
It's the color of the back of my phone, basically.
It's a cool color. I like the car, but it was a disaster. Yesterday was an absolute cluster blank.
You walked in like a beaten man.
And I had to go back today.
Why?
I wouldn't even do it.
Because the down payment. I got to put the down payment down.
Dude, just
can you grow some
Venmo the money, dude.
Can you grow some balls?
What was I supposed to
do?
say?
Pick a different color car.
You don't have to say how high for every day. You don't have to live in fear. You don't have to be terrified. You don't have to be scared to death. Just be I'm not going through all this. It's your car. You put the name on the car. You buy the car. You sign for the car.
It would have added too much time. She doesn't have a car right now.
Don't sell the car before having a backup. She sold the car without.
She had to. It got a great deal. It was. She got like 1,000.
That's not what you told me.
She did. Yeah. She got X amount, a couple $100 over what she was with the other.
No, you
place.
told me it was a good deal, but the planning of it,
the planning of it was bad. The planning of it was bad.
That's what I'm saying.
The planning was bad, but it's either this or keep renting another car, and I'm not going to do that.
Or get a car in black or something.
No, I told her that, but she wanted that car. So whatever, it's her car.
Just in red.
I don't mind going, but I needed.
You didn't mind going 3 hours and then going back today?
I minded going 3 hours. Going back today because I couldn't put enough money down.
Dealerauction.com. Dealerauction.com. Tomorrow, hopefully.
Sean can help you out to prove he's not cheap.
Tomorrow, hopefully.
Tomorrow, hopefully, I believe we're on track for CD Lamb tomorrow. Who's consistently the best interview we have every year.
Yes, sir. All right, boys. Looking forward to seeing you soon. The KNC Masterpiece on the home. No, you do not. You do not.
He just said it out loud.
Tell Skip Schumacher the radio Goldie's listen to us from our program. Then I'll believe you. KNC is next.
Coming up today after.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. And also, do you think I should read that text from the 321?
Oh, no. No, you should not. I just read it for the first time.
Should we get Peyton to read it live on air?
I would love for Peyton to read this live on air. Let's see, though, if he is willing to read it first.
Yeah, he should probably read it in his head
This
first.
is like this, Alec, this is what I always tell my friends. If we're ever in like somewhere in Saudi Arabia or over there, and we're in a temple,
there
like
goes,
one of those tombs,
there goes Peyton.
or and we see script, and we're look at it. Don't read it out loud, right, Kevin? Never read it out loud, because what's going to happen is that wall's going to open up, and then some sort of scorpion king's going to come out, and then you're in trouble. You read it. I read it to myself. You read it to yourself. Then we discuss, should we read this out loud? What was the answer? He said no?
He walked out gingerly.
Okay.
I take it as a no, because he also has a healthy respect for Scorpion King.
All right, so here, Kevin, I know you asked how the heck everybody's doing.
Yeah.
I'm a little torn, because I do presume I want to talk a little Barham, but I think we can do that at 11.
Okay.
I think there's a really good discussion to include there. But, Alec, I'm looking at the run sheet today, and I don't see one single segment about the Hall of Fame game. And I don't understand what we're even doing.
You don't.
This should be a 9-hour pregame show.
Both of you said yesterday you weren't going to watch it.
That's a lie. You are now putting words in my mouth. I said it's the most important game of you right now, today. Mm-hmm. Like, name a game that you're more interested in today than the Hall of Fame.
I'm more interested in the Rangers having the day off and watching 3 hours of an empty field than the Hall of Fame game.
Does that sound like a football fan right there, Alec?
No, you're a fraud.
This is the first football action that we get to see Carson Beck in. Unfortunately, Jeremiah Love can't play in this game.
Yeah, can't, because they don't want him to play in this game. Yeah, it's Carson Beck against Kenny Pickett. Catch the fever.
Yeah.
If this was an intramural game, I'd be like, oh, good gets for your starting quarterback. This is an NFL game.
Dude, I'm concerned that it looks well crafted run sheet that you've done here, Kevin. Except for there's not 3 segments about the Hall of Fame game and breaking down, the rushing yards and the receiving yards and what's going to happen there.
Who's playing in the Hall of Fame game?
It's Arizona.
And?
Kenny Pickett's team.
Which is?
Who knows?
It's the Panthers, you liar!
You don't really need to know who's playing, Kevin. You just need to know that the game's on. You just really have to know that at some point tonight, you get to sit down in front of your television, point that remote, or maybe walk up to it and turn the pliers, but you get to turn the TV to whatever the hell the channel is.
I'll tell you what. If the Hall of Fame game changes their marketing strategy to you don't really need to know who's in it, but football is on, I will consider watching some of this game. As it stands right now, I'm not going to lie to you. If you tune into our show tomorrow for a breakdown of the Hall of Fame game, I am not going to watch it.
The heck?
Even if the Rangers are off, I'm still not going to watch it.
I do like the new marketing plan that you just suggested, but I really screwed up I knew Arizona was in it because the great Carson Beck, we get to see him for the first time. But I should have thrown it directly to Alec. That should have been like, look, I already named one of the teams. Now it's Alec's turn. This is how we do things since we're both so interested in this
Kenny
game.
Kenny Pickett follower right there.
It'll be an awesome football match today.
Yeah.
Kenny Two Gloves.
Yeah.
All right, well, in case you're
So you're not going to watch a single second of the Hall of Fame game.
Unless it's by accident. and I flip through the channel and it's on.
You still flip through channels?
Yeah, I do. I do. By the way, Carolina's a 1.5-point favorite. The over-under is 34.5.
I get to my calcium.
Okay, no! You have a problem if you're gambling on this game.
Guys, I just got a text from Skip Schumacher. Corey, this is Skip. Listening this morning. You absolutely can call me out on that next time, and I still want to see a picture of you in the tank top. Dude, that's my manager right there. That is my manager right there, dude. I love that guy.
Did you text him? He just texted you first.
He was listening. He's Toloing, baby. Speaking of.
Hey, Skip. As long as you're listening, we're not on all day.
He said I'd.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to read the rest off air, but dude, that's my manager right there.
Okay, good.
You know what? I should have taken him up on going to lift. I should have taken him up on going to lift at spring training.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yesterday during the post-game show, we were watching and he was talking, and Adrian looked up and she goes, "Oh my God, look at those biceps." I was like, "I know, I told you, this dude's jacked."
And from the 682, how about that Cody Bradford start? We're going to get to that in just a minute. But from the 321, wow, I thought Kevin liked football. I was waiting for an in-depth analysis on it because you don't want to watch it either, right? That's why they want the in-depth analysis. They're like, I didn't want to watch that either. And from the 972, Kevin, AEW is going to be here in a month. Any chance of some interviews? Y'all are amazing with your wrestling interviews. I would be willing to bet that happens. From the 817, I don't know if that's a Kalshi play I can make, but I bet it happens.
Oh, look it up.
From the 817, good morning. I'm doing well and excited for the KNC Masterpiece. Hell yeah. And we are also excited for Cody Bradford and the Texas Rangers. Let's get a little offense going here. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, will ya please, good sir?
496 OPS. 2-2. That's hit inside third. That is a fair ball right over the bag and down the line. Nimmo comes in to score. Berger hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. He scores standing up. Diving into third with a 2-run triple is Justin Foscue, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
So, Justin Foscue
awesome,
right there.
By the way.
It was. With the triple, Wyatt Langford picks up an extra base hit, which is really important because he's been struggling since he had to leave the game, not this past weekend, but the weekend before.
Yeah, after the ball that got hit off his foot, we even asked Jared about it yesterday, and Mike and Dave were talking about it right at his at-bat, like right during that at-bat, and the next thing you know, he puts one in, he's right past the shortstop, gap into left center field, and it just rolled. And Wyatt that was a great moment for Wyatt because feels like you can get the ball rolling with some confidence there.
Absolutely. And so all of those things are important, and I don't mean to make it sound like I'm discounting any of that, but it feels like the biggest takeaway from this game is the return and appearance of Cody Bradford.
Two things. Actually, you're dead on about that. And we'll get to the other one in just a second. Kevin, we didn't know how much you asked about the pitch count yesterday to Skip.
Right.
We didn't know what we were going to get, but Kevin,
75.
Exactly kind of what I was hoping.
70.
Yeah, exactly what I was kind of hoping for out of him. It's just there's a presence that he has that he never looks flustered. He always looks calm. And now I don't know if yesterday there was some adrenaline involved, but he just always has this calm presence on the mound. But he was delivering some pitches that I was like, he looks back for having not pitched in so long. And I know he's pitched, on his rehab assignments on the way up, but just watching the way he was pitching yesterday. Now, that first couple innings, he was at 40 pitches early, but then he seemed to just kind of level into it. I'm expecting some really good stuff from him as we move forward here.
And my guess would be if the fifth inning was kept a little bit cleaner, like if you hadn't have given up, or if he, hadn't have given up that second hit, they probably would have let him ride out the fifth
probably
inning.
So, yeah.
But at that point, it's only 4-0. Now you have 2 runners on base. You're like, hey, let's get out of this situation. And they did, and they go on to win 6-0. That's 2 straight. You need to win a series against let's face it, it's a god-awful Giants team, especially since they sold most of their team away.
you're right. You need to beat that team the way you did. That maybe, Kevin, we look at this, that first game was just a little bit of a deflation from the trade deadline, and the next two seem to be now salute the general.
I really thought you were asking me about like an Apple TV show. That's why I paused, and I was like, "Oh, he means
yeah,
in the
no,
game."
We were talking baseball.
Gotcha.
We were just talking baseball. No, it's the salute thing that like I asked. I know after the trade deadline, we were all kind of down, feeling a certain way about things, and that game didn't help, right?
Yes.
Like that game did not help.
Well, and we said it, and then Skip essentially said, surely that was our worst game of the season.
Yeah, and then he was the reality of, we're playing 500, we played 500 ball, still not healthy.
Yeah.
Hopefully that changes if we get healthy. Now, that being said, we had questions about the DeGrom factor. And Skip told us yesterday, look, it's so much better whenever a player says something or the players do something. How many coaches have we talked to in our career, even going back to the newspaper, where they're like, I love the fact that I don't have to go give them a speech.
Yes.
They speak to themselves.
Yes.
And so for that group to have that conversation, hate the way that they lost, and then come back the way they have in the last couple ones, and now they have a new thing instead of the lasso. They're adding this into it. You remember Claw and Antlers, baby?
Yeah.
We love those things as fans, too. It tells me that they are playing for something. Remember when the Steelers played for Jerome Bettis?
Yeah.
That was his last year.
Right.
I'm not saying that's it, but DeGrom wants a World Series as a pitcher on the mound. Can this be the thing that galvanized that team? Is we're going to get rid of DeGrom, and the team said, no, you're not. I hope so.
I hope so as well. I feel like it was just DeGrom who said, no, you're not.
Yeah, well.
But I get your point, and you're right. It is much more effective if Nimmo went up to Jake Berger and I was like, just using these as examples, hey, pull your head out of your ass and let's go. Then if Skip said that to him, you're like, whoa.
Hey, coach.
Yeah, but like if the guy in front of you in the lineup is saying that, then you're like, all right, I better pick it up.
Yeah, and I just... Look, dude, we saw one magical moment. Sean asked if we got into the playoffs. We both agreed. That would be awesome. And they made it past round one. That would be awesome. Winning another World Series would be awesome, too. But like,
let's do that.
Doing that thing would be fun. Everybody wants that angel in the outfield moment.
Right.
We all want to be able to believe that our team can do it. And even though it didn't go the way we kind of expected it to go at the trade deadline, they got, 40-something games here to go turn this thing into a potential. And that's all you can really ask for is for them to play their hearts out. And I guess I now have to send a picture to Skip of me in a tank top to show him that we are going to have to continue playing at that level.
Yeah, love to hear it. And look, this is something, and we talked about it pretty in depth with Jared yesterday. This is something that all teams, it feels like if you're struggling to a certain degree, you can point back to this. And what I would say is take a look at during the losing streak. 5 for 41 with runners in scoring position in that losing streak. But since you bounced back in the last two, you went 5 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Yesterday, 4 for 12 with runners in scoring position. So just these last two games, you're hitting 375 with runners in scoring position. That will always be a winning formula. So the Rangers are getting scoring opportunities with runners in scoring position, and they're converting. The issue in the previous 6 games was even though you were getting fewer, but still some opportunities with runners in scoring position, you just weren't stepping up to the table. So I think that's something that will translate game after game after game in terms of wins or losses. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the betting favorites, the long shots, and your personal favorites for the major NFL awards before preseason games begin. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
They said this show would never work. They were wrong. That's why they can't show their faces anywhere.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Huntley in some trouble. Here comes Jared Verse, and he's got him. First sack of the day for the Rams. It is Jared Verse.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the betting favorites, long shots, and your personal favorites in the major NFL awards before preseason games begin. But first, wanted to let you know, our buddy JT on Saturday, Care Dallas, his charity, is going to be collecting school supply donations for local families in need at Jack FM's Back to School Bash. All right. They also have access to limited edition shirts that have been designed by somebody here with our company.
It was me.
It was not.
It was Pat.
It is going to take place at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington from noon to 4. All right, so Hurtado BBQ in Arlington from noon to 4. Get a chance for a really cool limited edition shirt, and more importantly, get a chance to donate school supplies for people who are in need. I told you years and years ago, I guess it was around COVID, honestly, I had no idea how many kids got their primary nutrition from school.
Oh, yeah.
And so when they talked about, like, because we did some, like, meal donation events and stuff like that, because Jess was explaining to me, she's a teacher, in case you don't know, and that so many of their kids, like, they get to eat breakfast and lunch because they go to school. And if they don't go to school, who the heck knows? And so I had no idea about that. Really kind of changed my perception on quite a few things. So your opportunity, Hurtado in Arlington, noon to 4 on Saturday, to donate some school supplies and do a good thing.
So Jess is a teacher, and she also taught you, and that's an amazing thing.
Oh, that's true.
From the 432, this time last year, I texted in to y'all saying I was getting married.
Oh!
Now, gentlemen, happy to announce I'm going to be a freaking dad.
Woo!
Now to decide if I name him Kevin, Corey, or Alec.
I think you should name him Alec.
I do too. Alec's an awesome name, but that's not Alec's name.
That's true. It's Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
But if you name him Alec, you know he'll be really nice to your wife because Alex love moms.
All right.
You didn't see where that was going, did you?
No, I definitely did.
Single moms, though? Like,
oh, well, name him Alexander then. Alexander is just about the fanciest name you can have.
That and Bartholomew. Those two names are just so fancy.
Bart.
Would you respond if we started calling you Alexander?
No.
Okay.
Because that's how my mom used to scold me when I got in trouble as a kid.
All right, follow-up question.
Now you know how to aggressively get him to do stuff.
On the rare occasion, if you screwed something up, could I call you Alexander?
I feel like it's deserved.
Okay. All right. Now we got something. Rangers won 2 in a row. We got this. Let's go.
We're on fire.
All right. I'm focusing in on MVP. Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Offensive Rookie, Defensive Rookie, and Coach of the Year as the primary categories that we're going to go through today. Which award would you like to start with?
Offensive Player of the Year.
All right, let's go to Offensive Player of the Year. Who do you think would be the betting favorite to win Offensive Player of the Year? So essentially what we're going to do here is we can tell you the favorite. I'll ask you if you like this long shot, and maybe you tell me who you think's going to win.
Offensive Player of the Year. I'm trying to figure out like a receiver. I'll say Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is 10-1. He is the third favorite to win Offensive Player of the Year. Alec, who else do you think would be at the top of the heap in this conversation?
You know who usually would be, but I don't know where he is now because of his offensive situation, Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, because of probably the things that you just mentioned, is 6th on the list. He's around 15, 16-1, depending on where you go. Leading the pack, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay, running back.
Yeah.
So then Bijan's got to be in there as well.
Bijan is 2nd, and that's who I would go with for Offensive Player of the Year. But what do you think about, as a little bit of a long shot, a little bit of a dark horse, Saquon Barkley hovering around 22-1. There does not seem to be overwhelming confidence in the quarterback, although that's probably been the case his entire career. A couple of years ago, Saquon Barkley was just spectacular. What would you think about that as a long shot? About 22-1.
I'm curious about their offensive line.
Fair.
You brought up Lane Johnson.
Fair.
You know, they're older as an offensive line, and they struggled last year. So I'm curious about that. I don't know how losing A.J. Brown affects this. Maybe it does become more like, well, we're going to him. I don't know if I trust Mekhi Lemon that much, to be like,
right.
We're going to him that often. So maybe he does get the workload that does benefit it, but I'm just kind of curious if that offensive line is going to be able to do what they did 2 years ago for him. Also from the 214, hey, Texter, are you sure you're that dad, the kid's dad? It could be Alex. Remember,
don't say that.
That's not the way that it is.
That's just for people we don't know.
He has never been a home wrecker, all right?
That's true.
Is not his
He's
thing.
a home saver.
Yeah, he saves homes and children from the streets.
Street justice.
So no to Saquon
Barkley. I think he's going to get the workload.
Okay.
I just don't know if the production's going to be there because I'm not certain about that offensive line. It's an interesting long shot, though.
All right, Alec, I'm going to throw out a different long shot for you. What would you think?
Better say it.
About No. You know what? I don't know if I have those betting odds. I'll have to look at that. I was actually going to move up the depth chart just a bit. What would you think about George Pickens at 45-1 for Offensive Player of the Year?
I like it as a long shot just because people are going to think of CeeDee Lamb first.
Yeah,
whenever they think of the
is
Cowboys.
Closer to about 18-1, give or take.
Yeah, so I would throw $20 on that just because people are going to think of CeeDee's name first and not exactly the production.
I'm still looking. I cannot find Flanoy's betting odds.
This is ridiculous.
Yet. All right, that being said,
this is ridiculous.
I'll go to Kalshi instead.
You have to fair. You have to make a choice, regardless of the odds. Who do you think is going to win Offensive Player of the Year? You have to predict right now. I'm going Bijan.
Gibbs is actually a really good one.
Okay.
Gibbs is a really good option, especially with Montgomery gone.
Right.
And his workload should go up. Now, hold on. Is he going to get paid, though?
Yeah, I think he'll play either way, but that is an interesting question because we saw another running back domino fall today with Jonathan Taylor getting the 2-year, $44 million extension. Mr. Medford, we go to you, Offensive Player of the Year. What say you?
I would actually go Bijan Robinson if I was putting money on this because don't know who's playing quarterback exactly yet, so they're going to rely on him a ton, and he did just get paid, so maybe they say, step up, buddy, even though you're already one of the best.
By the way, about 8.5, 9-1 right there, so not too shabby. All right, which category would you like next?
Defensive Player of the Year.
Who do you think, assuming it won't be a repeat from JSN, who do you think is the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year? You should be able to get this. Not your favorite, the favorite.
Oh, not Caleb Downs. It's got to be Myles Garrett.
Indeed it does. So, and
I already have a long shot, though.
Ooh, tell me your long shot.
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald is only available at select places right now.
Select them.
However, if you were so inclined, 30-1 on your money.
I believe that Aaron Donald is at like 90% now on Cal.
I mean, he was just working out with them.
Yeah. It was called a tryout.
Yeah.
But evidently, Trey Wingo was...
tryout.
They said, hey, we had him in for a tryout today, and Trey Wingo was like, that's not true. They had him in yesterday, but today was the last day they could report it.
Yeah.
So they had to report it for league purposes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be my
what a liberal use of the word tryout.
Isn't like Aaron Donald had a bunch of defensive players of the year.
Yeah, and I think he's won 3.
And then Myles Garrett's like, I got him now. And so now they're on the same team. Are they just competing with not that they are yet. That hasn't happened yet. But if they're on the same team, are they just competing with each other for it? And do they win co-defensive player of the year? And if that happens, do they just walk away? Like, does the betting market say, well, yes, you were right? Or do they say, no, you weren't right, it was co?
Also, you will win.
Okay.
You will cash on that. But also keep in mind, no player in the history of the NFL has ever won that award more than 3 times. He's won it 3 times.
What about Miles?
He's won it twice, I believe, now. What about Jared Verse? Jared Verse, about 24 to 1. What do you think about that as a dark horse candidate?
That is a good dark horse candidate for sure.
Or Jalen Carter is about 28 to 1. I don't think that's a bad long shot either.
I wish guys like Christian Gonzalez and Quinyon Mitchell got a little more respect for what they did. Christian Gonzalez is very good, dude.
55 to 1.
Dude's an absolute stud. I just don't. He has to produce something Deron Blandish,
right?
And even still, when you do something like that, I mean, Trayvon Diggs had 11 interceptions.
Yeah,
and he still wasn't in the category of what sacks are.
Yeah,
sacks seem to be more important when it comes to that
because you need it to be amazing for you and middle of the road for the rest of the NFL when it comes to that.
So, and I just feel like guys like Will Anderson, Aiden Hutchinson are going to be too up there to be able to, for a cornerback to work their way into it.
And that is who I'm going to pick, Will Anderson.
I like that pick, dude.
As the defensive player of the year. Who is y'all's pick, regardless of betting odds? Will Anderson is second on the list, about 7.5 to 1.
I think I'm just going to go, with Myles Garrett. Feel pretty comfortable with that.
It's tough to get a heated argument against that. Mr. Medford, what say you?
This is the year that Will Anderson sets the league on fire, and people realize you got to watch Texans football if you want to see a beast.
I'm going to have you guys pick offensive or defensive rookie of the year. Which category would you prefer? Offensive or defensive rookie of the year?
Offensive rookie of the year.
Who do you think is the favorite for offensive rookie of the year?
Fernando Mendoza.
He is not.
What?
Medford?
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love is a slight favorite over Mendoza. I think with the idea being, when's Mendoza going to go in there? He's not far behind, but he is behind.
And so for something like that, too, Jeremiah Love's probably going to be on a losing team.
Sure.
Fernando Mendoza, if he starts, will probably be on a losing team.
Agreed.
Whenever he starts, right?
Agreed.
Like his record won't be good. So this is the one where it doesn't really matter, but it does help when you go back and look at Dak and Zeke early in their career, their rookie seasons, and how they they were on a winning team, and everybody was like, well, look, they're one of the motors behind it.
Now, I have a really wild dark horse prediction for you. What would you think about Ty Simpson at 65 to 1? Now, hear me out.
I don't think this is a bad idea.
Okay, he does not have like a Carson Beck style straight line, but if for some reason Stafford were to get hurt, you've got a hellacious team put around you already. That's part of the reason it's 65 to 1. But Alec, it looks like I might not have convinced you. What do you think of Ty Simpson at 65 to 1?
No, you did convince me, because my argument is, what are you going to do with that $10? Put it on the Hall of Fame game? No. So yeah, I would, honestly.
By the way, in case you're curious, Carson Beck about 25 to 1. Do either of those do anything for you for a long shot? Carson Beck at 25 to 1, Ty Simpson at about 65 to 1.
Ty Simpson does something for him, because again, walking into that team, he could be on a winning team.
Yeah.
And he has Sean McVay, who is a very brilliant offensive mind, who will make things easy for him to throw.
Okay, I like that. Now, Alec, I'm going to definitely give you some credit for this when it comes down to it. My selection is going to be Carnell Tate as the offensive rookie of the year with the Tennessee Titans. They might not be great, but it appears as though theoretically they could be moving in the right direction. Who is y'all's selection for offensive rookie of the year?
I think I'm going to go Jeremiah Love. It's hard not to go against him just because the talent is there, and I think that awful offense is going to rely on him a ton.
Right. Mr. Majors, offensive rookie of the year. Who's your pick? We're locking it in right now.
Fernando Mendoza.
I get it.
Because they're going to get tired of Kirk Cousins very early. They're going to be like, why did we do this?
Yeah.
And they're going to say, let's go ahead and throw the rookie out there.
Who do you think? 3 games? They're like, ugh, enough.
I honestly, quite honestly, I think it's going to be like 7.
Okay.
More middle, but
yeah.
that would... I would give up after training camp. I would be like, get rid of Kirk Cousins.
I gotcha.
Freaking bum.
We're the KHC Masterpiece. We'll have to pick the rest of these up later in the show.
Sounds
or
good.
tomorrow.
I like it.
Coming up next, it's tough for baseball nuggets where, hold up, there are work stoppage prop bets. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the pitch. On a high drive toward the left field corner. Carrying well, way back is Leonard, and that ball is history. An opposite field home run for Brandon Nimmo. He snaked it over the 334 sign, and the Rangers lead 5-0.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's go fire up some baseball nuggets. And I want to point out that multiple things can be true. Because in the first segment, we were excited that the Rangers won. And somebody was like, yeah, just keep hyping up. This team is nothing but a 500 team. I mean, Skip told us that yesterday. I feel like we've been very clear about it. I can still be excited that they won and that they won 2 in a row after probably their worst stretch of baseball all season and the worst game of the entire season, and still point out they're a game below 500. And these are all true things.
And they're a game and a half back?
Yes.
Is that in the wild card?
They are a game and a half back in the division. I think they might be in the wild card on the tiebreak. Yeah, because they have the tiebreak over the Guardians.
Yeah, so they're in right now in a game and a half back on the division. Again, close enough.
Yeah.
There's plenty of baseball left. What was it? What was it Boach told us? I said, hey, when is there not a lot of baseball left? Because remember, it was that World Series season, and everybody go, there's still a lot of baseball left. I said, Boach, when is there not a lot of baseball left? And he said, September. So if we can keep hope alive through August, Kevin, if we can stay within a game and a half or 2.5 games, either way, up or down, September is when you need to make that strong push and hope your guys are ready.
Now, I hate doing this.
What?
Do you think people are properly appreciating the absolutely incredibly insane season that Yordan Alvarez is having?
Not Rangers fans, because we hate the Astros.
Right.
But I do understand, and I don't, honestly, Kevin, don't think that the rest of baseball does either.
Okay.
I don't, because I think they're so caught up on, especially like the likes of, ESPN and whatnot, they're caught up on the Yankees and the Dodgers, and that's pretty much all they care about.
Yeah, especially, I guess, with the happenings of the last week or so.
Yeah,
that's probably hasn't really changed. So Yordan Alvarez is on the precipice of winning the Triple Crown.
Huge numbers.
So in the American League, let's just take a look at the categories. Only one of them is like super duper close. He is up by 29 points in batting average. Do you know he's the only player in the American League who has a batting average above 300? Now, Yandy Diaz is right at 300, but the only one. Home runs. He's up 2 home runs on Junior Caminero and 4 on Ben Rice. And then RBIs, it is not particularly close. Dylan Dingler is second on the list at 75. So he has a very clear advantage in 2 of these categories, and then a slight advantage in home runs. So he's close to winning the Triple Crown, like really close to winning the Triple Crown for the American League. But then there's this. What about, I guess I don't really remember this term. What about winning the entire Triple Crown? And that's the idea of winning the Triple Crown across all of Major League Baseball. Right now, he has the best batting average, 5 points ahead of Luis Arraez.
Okay.
He has the most home runs, 2 ahead of, again, Caminero, as well as Goodman from Colorado and Schwarber with Philly. And for RBIs, he's only 3 back of the leader, which is C.J. Abrams. So he might win the entire Triple Crown.
Do you know how many people have done that before?
The entire Triple Crown? I don't.
So,
but it's been since Miggy, right, that somebody won the Triple Crown in 12?
I have all the Triple Crown winners list right now.
Okay, because correct me if I'm wrong, there is a humongous gap between Miggy and Yastrzemski.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah, 67-12.
Okay, yeah. So
it's like 90 years.
So 45 years. But I remember that's one of the reasons that Miggy won the MVP and MVP.
He's only done it forever.
Yeah, in 2012, even though analytic people were like, I think Mike Trout had the better season, but they're like, it's been 45 years. So, man, that is a long time.
This might be the rest of the segment, by the way.
All right.
I'm very interested in this now.
Okay.
I love the Triple Crown because I think hitting's so important. Not just home run hitting, but hitting the baseball.
It probably won't surprise you to know that he is a massive favorite to win AL MVP.
Do you have his numbers?
I do.
Okay. Miggy's numbers were 330, 44, and 139. Those were his Triple Crown numbers that year. Is Jordan capable of reaching though? I think because he has 80-something RBI.
Alvarez is on pace for 49 home runs, 119 RBIs, and a 329 batting.
So he would fall short of the RBI.
True.
Yastrzemski was 326, 44, and 121.
So Alvarez is ahead pace-wise, batting average, home runs, and 2 behind on RBIs.
There is no way that he is going to defeat Mickey Mantle's 1956 Triple Crown.
Okay.
353.
Oh.
Dude, think about that for a second. But guess what else? He also hit 52 home runs that year.
Holy moly.
And 130 RBI. So that year was phenomenal. Now, there was Lou Gehrig had 363, 49, and 165. That might be wow. He probably, I think,
holy
Mantle.
Crap, that's amazing.
Mantle and Lou Gehrig probably both won the overall or the entire Triple Crown. Right before that, Jimmy Fox, 356, 48, 163. Good night, dude. The amount of
Jimmy
runners
Fox was a stud
that were on base for these guys. And then I was going to go back. I think it was Roger Hornsby in 1922, 401.
Wow.
42 home runs and 52 RBI. And 2 years later, 403, 39, 140. These numbers are insane for big seasons, but not just big-time home run numbers, not just big-time RBI, but dudes that were just crushing the baseball.
Was it P. Crow Armstrong who thinks maybe Babe Ruth wasn't real?
Yeah, he probably didn't believe in Roger Hornsby.
So, yeah, he better not. If you don't believe Babe Ruth was real, you shouldn't believe in Ty Cobb or Hornsby or any of those. Those people.
Are some, the Triple Crown. I find to be, and when Miggy did it, that's why I was like, don't give it to anybody else. It would be stupid,
right?
Because what he did is an accomplishment of not just hitting home runs. It's an accomplishment of being a dude that's a reliable hitter. Every single day he gets a chance at the plate. What is it? I think Cliff Lee was talking to C.J. Wilson or Derek Holland, and he was like, guys, I'm just going to attack the strike zone. Hitters are only right about 30% of the time. That means I'm right 70%.
Right.
And for a dude to hit 35%, 36%, 38%, 40% is pretty special.
Yeah, and I'm with the people texting in. Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. I also hate the Astros. It's just, unfortunately, it is an incredible, incredible season. Now, let's talk about those Dodgers. Go ahead and give me cut number 5, will you, please? Because, man, those Dodgers are a-struggling.
The 1-1. High fly ball, right field. That's back on its way. Out of here. Off the big board in right. Second of the day. PCA.
The Los Angeles Dodgers have lost 6 games in a row. They were swept by the Cubs, just wrap that up. After being swept by the Red Sox, they were outscored in those 6 games 42-22. So it's not just a little bit here, a little bit there. And so they have been getting worked over. And by the way, I don't know how much you focus in on the NL West, which is understandable, but you realize the Arizona Diamondbacks are in second place ahead of the Padres. Now, they are still 8 games back, so I'm not saying they're about to make a run or anything like that. But for everybody who just thinks it's a fait accompli that the Dodgers are, that's right, that the Dodgers are going to win the World Series, they're in the middle of a funk right now. They really are.
Well, Kevin, on Kalshi, after the Tarek Skubal trade,
they're still the favorites, I'm assuming.
I had some thoughts.
Yeah. Are you nervous? Oh, did you put money on them to win?
Significant amount.
Okay.
More than just as much as I put down on the Conor McGregor thing, but I knew that was a sure bet.
Right.
This one I'm not so sure about right now.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of baseball left, Kevin.
Indeed.
Just need them to turn things around in September.
Indeed. Now let's go to Keith Hernandez. Important part of a key few Seinfeld episodes, but also was talking about what the Mets did at the trade deadline. He said, quote, "They definitely shuffled, brought in the truck, and took out all the garbage."
Oh, okay.
What do you think about that comment?
That's a dude that's in that clubhouse almost every day.
Yeah.
He's looking around, but he doesn't sound like he feels they did anything positive, though.
Taking out the garbage is a good thing.
They shuffled. They moved some things around, is what that sounds out. But you're right. The garbage part of it is a positive.
Well, he went out of his way to apologize because he said, quote, "I said got out the garbage. That's a poor choice of words. I can't believe that word came out of my mouth, so my apologies." Do you believe that it was in the moment? Because we all say stuff in the moment that you're like, that's not really what I meant. Or do you think somebody got in his ear and was like, dude, you can't call the players that were here garbage. You need to apologize.
I think after he said it, he was like, this is a hot opinion.
Right.
And it definitely was hot. And then after he said it, he was like, dude, like, I just called some players that I might talk to later on garbage that I'm actually kind of, I think that kind of probably set with them. But then you're probably right. Somebody else probably did mention it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's fire up some Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day right here on The Fan.
They've taken over middays, and they're not turning back. Thanks for spending your workday with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Washington Commanders absolutely had to sign free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and it's a great signing by the team. You can't go into the season a make-or-break year for head coach Dan.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the laughs are always overflowing in studio and throughout the hallways.
Great building.
I like the people in the building itself. The parking lot overlords, not a fan.
Hold on. So you just don't like authority?
That is a fair argument about my life.
Gotcha.
That is a very fair argument about my life. All right. Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. Would you like me to start, or would you like to start?
I would like to start. And Alec, I think you want to get involved in this conversation a little bit too. And here's why.
Whether you like to or not. Wow.
It was I believe it was Christian Parker was talking yesterday, Kevin, and he was talking about Jayson Barham.
Yep.
And we got a chance to watch Barham. I think I wish I'd have laid my eyes on him more during the practice sessions we got to watch. But again, if you're out there for a week and they only practice for 2-3 days.
Yeah.
Actually, it was 2 days. Yeah.
Because they were off on Friday.
There's just so much happening, and you're trying to collect as much as you can, but there's a lot of things going on. And so I didn't get a chance to really, but Mickey kept telling us, and we'll talk with Mickey coming up here at noon. Mickey kept telling us, dude, this guy, what they're doing with him is interesting. He's sitting there playing linebacker, and then all of a sudden they move him down into a fifth defensive lineman,
right?
And then they'll move him back up, and you never know what he is when he's lining up. And Kevin, Alec, we discussed this. What they're going to, our idea for the plan in the secondary is, even as a play is developing, the safeties, you don't know what they are. You don't know exactly which hash they're covering. You don't know exactly who they're covering, because they're going to disguise their secondary into something. Well, now it looks like the vision for Barham is we're going to disguise. He's a Swiss Army knife too,
right?
We can disguise him as he's lining up as a linebacker, and then all of a sudden he drops down into that fifth spot. And not only is your secondary disguised, but now your linebackers and defensive line shuffle looks crazy too. And yesterday, Christian Parker said, and this is from our boy Joseph Hoyt, I want to give him credit.
Yes, I like Joseph a good bit.
And there's I think a lot of the other reporters had put this out there, but this is from Tommy Yarish. We had a vision for him when we drafted him, and that's coming to life. I think he brings a certain physicality and demeanor to the inside of the defense, and you feel that. I just don't think that Christian Parker says we had a vision and it's coming true if it's not really coming true.
Yeah.
And if he wasn't able to play the spot, I think he's saying something along the lines of, we had a vision and we're still working on getting him there, but it's coming to life means, in my mind, and I don't know how you guys feel, it's coming to life means he is what we thought he was.
So you can react to that, but also, if I can tag on another question, then do you guys think by the time the regular season gets here, you'll feel more comfortable with him seeing early playing time? Because it felt like, hey, look, you're going to have to naturally ease into this, and it's going to take a minute. And I'm not saying he's ready to go have 45 snaps a game or anything like that, but do you guys feel like you'll get to the point at the start of the season, early in the season, where you'll feel more comfortable having him out there some straight away?
I think I would be, because of everything that I'm hearing and everything that I'm seeing so far from the staff and everybody involved. He's a cold-blooded killer out there. I've heard the morning show talk about it at length this week, is that he never smiles. This guy is here to play football, and that is it. But back to Corey's point about, I don't think CP would say that about somebody if it wasn't true. I think about Oso Digizua not being on the team anymore. That's a damn good football player.
Yeah.
That whenever they hired Christian Parker, they said really good and probably fairly paid too. So that would have been a good value player. He does not fit. He cannot be on the team anymore because he does not fit. So I don't think a rookie is going to get the benefit of the doubt before a $20 million defensive tackle that you drafted, developed, and had some pride in. So I think if he's getting playing time that early, it's because he's earned it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Now, there are going to be rookie mistakes and rookie moments. But this dude seems so locked in on the of what he wants to do as a player, and he's quiet. He's going about his business, and versatile. Versatility is so important. So I'm really excited about him. Kevin, there's another player that Parker talked about. If you're ready to move on.
Yeah. No, as long as we stick with Christian Parker, because actually, you know what? Let me just throw this out there, and I think that will probably transition to the next player as well. One of the things he talked about is style of play from the defensive unit. I know people want to know rotational patterns and everything like that, but the first thing he said is we want to be detailed in our work, our fundamentals, and our technique. We want a mastery of the scheme, but there's an element of violence and physicality we want to play with that we will play with. It's about tying all of those things together. And I'll tell you this, and this is a really low bar, but fundamentals, having a defense that is fundamentally sound is something it feels like we haven't seen in a minute, and I would welcome that. The wrap-up tackle, I would welcome that probably almost as much as an explosive defensive play at times.
From the 443, this person says they're an Ohio State fan and Barham absolutely wrecked shop against us last 2 years. So I love to hear that from an opposing team's fan where they're just like, hey, man, like I didn't like it, but I got to respect what the work was. And Kevin, you're right. This does transition into the next player. I don't know. Maybe you were reading my mind, but it's Revel.
Okay. So
this quote's pretty good.
Okay. Can I just throw out one fundamental thing about Revel that we've seen a little bit at practice? A lot of good stuff from him, a lot of good stuff. But you know that they run all the team periods and mock games and everything like that. You're still seeing some flags drop on him. Yes. And that's something that you need to watch out for, whether it was last year, whether it was his full starting season at East Carolina. He is susceptible to the penalty, which might just come along with the physicality of the way he plays. I don't know that delicate balance.
You're right. Two things there. When it comes to where it is right now, sounds like Durant still got the lead in the competition.
For sure. He's your starter right now.
Yeah, but Revel is working his way there. And I agree with you on the flags. You can't have just flag after flag after flag on play after play. Let's go back to the Pistons. Let's go back. The teams that we've seen that play physical and they just let them play physical because that's the game they play. I wonder if that's what Parker's hoping happens or wanting to happen, because go look at those Eagles defenses. Those Eagles defenses played physical and got away with stuff that you were like, how? And it seemed like the referees were like, that's just how they play. It's not going to get called on all these plays. And that's what I'm fingers crossed, because he wants to play a physical style.
And I appreciate that. It feels like that physical style is rewarded and accepted far more in the front seven than perhaps in the defensive backfield, but I hear you.
And maybe that's a right now thing only. Maybe because reading this quote from Christian Parker kind of gives me a different idea on what he's expecting. The next step for him is to be able to live on a single play. What I mean by that is, what's the split here? What's the situation? Who am I defending with certain play? All the physical attributes, like you just said, everything with him now is working on everything from the neck up and just making sure we're thinking the game properly. So that's that quick 2 or 3 second assessment there. You look around and you go, what exactly am I looking for? Because he's doing a good job with everything else. The ball work, making sure he's physically there. Okay, I got you there. But now how do you predict what they're about to do? We were talking with Jalen Thompson about that. Jalen Thompson, not Jalen Williams. And I said, how often are you guessing? He was like, never.
Yeah.
I usually know what.
He was not offended by that question, but he was very adamant of like, no.
Yeah, no, you're not supposed to. And if you're guessing, you're going to look like the Cowboys secondary did last year. You're going to look like Revel did last year, where you're like, I don't know which way to turn my hips. But you go, this is where I say, go watch some film on Christian Gonzalez and go watch how this dude's already decided before the snap, based on where the dude's shading on the numbers, where his hips are going to turn and where his hand placement's going to be as soon as that dude takes his third step. This is the difference. These are the details that we're talking about. You can't just roll the ball out there and say, go cover the guy.
Yeah.
You have to be able to almost predict what the play is about to be and what you're looking for. And so now that's what Christian Parker's saying with Revel. That's what we're lacking. The physical part we're not lacking, but the things that we see before snap that Caleb Downs is talking about so much with Sean and RJ, these things that you see before snap, those are the things that tell you why you're not going to guess what the play is.
So I know normally this would be kind of an overreaction or reality style question, but since Barham came up, since we've talked a ton about, you just mentioned Caleb Downs, does this Cowboys rookie class have to have a monster season if this team is going to go somewhere?
Well, two things. One, I just don't think Revel's ready yet, based on what Parker said. This would be kind of his rookie season, essentially, too.
Yeah, I get that.
And so you can kind of shove him into the mix. Almost feels like DeMarvion Overshown's rookie season. But I think we said that during the offseason going into the draft. These guys, now, fortunately, they went and got Rashawn Gary. Fortunately, they made sure Quinnen Williams was here and Kenny Clark was here again. Fortunately, they went and got Kobe Durant.
Right.
Jalen Thompson. That's going to help the rookie season. I think those guys have to have standard seasons for themselves, maybe even a little bit better.
Okay.
Right? And then these rookies have to be able to play like veterans by midseason.
Okay.
Not play like rookies. They don't even have to play like all pros. They just need to play like veterans by midseason.
Now, I keep thinking about this because everyone keeps asking, what is your definition of a successful defensive season? And I realize you jump right to points. That's really important. But one of the things I keep going back to is turnovers and being in the QB's face consistently.
Pressure.
Yeah. Now, those probably can go together. I know they don't always go together, but they frequently go together. Do you think that if you're getting pressure, let's just start with that.
Turnovers happen naturally.
You're harassing the quarterback consistently and getting in his face. Do you think, not knowing any of the rest of the information, that probably will lead to a good defensive season?
If you're around him, I think some quarterbacks can get away with it. I think
probably
Patrick Mahomes can still. He knows where pressure is. We'll see how he does this season. I bet he's number one for comeback player of the year tomorrow. There are certain guys that are like, pressure's fine. Me laying on the ground's bad. But there are other quarterbacks where you harass them, and you confuse them. Those things are going to your turnovers are going to happen naturally because the quarterback has the ball. Now, the other turnovers, the forced fumbles and things like that, those are hit or miss, but it does come down to kind of the technique that you're teaching and if the guys are using those techniques too. But yes, Kevin, pressure, being able to apply pressure from a variety of angles, because a quarterback can't just go, well, Mike is right there. That's where the pressure's coming from. Quarterback, he lines up and goes, I don't know which one of these guys is about to get to me, but one of them is. That's where you start to scare a guy for sure.
I know not everybody has loved the gaudy greatest offense there is moniker that the offense has put out there for themselves. Clayton Adams, he is not one of the people that dislikes it. He likes it just fine.
I love this.
The coordinators talked yesterday, and he said, I think it's amazing because to me, it's a standard that they set for themselves. It's something that's very easy for me, that if we're not having a great walkthrough or we don't have a great practice, to pull that out and say, guys, that's not what gaudy is. And it's interesting to me. I wouldn't have thought of that.
You're not living up to the standard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that, but that does really make sense to me, is that the offensive coordinator or any of the other offensive coaches, or heck, maybe even the defensive coaches, could flip it out on them and be like, yeah, gaudy my ass.
It's like when your kid gets an A and now you're like, you're an A student.
Exactly.
You can't be a C student anymore because I know you can get an A. You just have to do the work.
Exactly. So I kind of like it that it's changed my perspective just a little bit because, again, we go back to it. Macro, their offense was really good last year, but they were also 7th in points per season or per game. So I would like to see that be a little bit higher. But I like that the coaches are like, no, I can use that.
So, Kevin, you love to use the devil's advocate.
I do.
Mike would say, do you remember when the defense named themselves the Hot Boys?
I do.
Hot Boys! So, that's the difference is if you don't live up to it,
no, you're right.
That joke
you're
happens.
You're gonna get burned, and it's gonna be nothing but pictures or memes of John Gotti murdering our offense, you know that's what's going to happen or like it's going to be a Washington player that is in that role murdering our offense.
From the 901 Devil's Advocate here also, what's going to be the excuse if the defense doesn't make a big turnaround? Here's what I want to say. Kevin, I am not going to overreact to the defense in the first month.
Okay.
But if by midseason they haven't turned around, I'm going to have some problems.
Yeah.
Now, I keep labeling midseason because I feel like that's enough games to, A, get your starters comfortable, because 3 games into the season. But that first month, it's going to look weird.
Yes.
And then once you start getting film on opponents and really have an idea of what your opponents are doing, about midseason is where you should figure they should make the leap to that next place. So I'm telling you my timeline now. I will not be overreacting in the first month of this about this Cowboys defense. But if they're not turned around by midseason, I have a problem.
Okay. All right. That feels like a fair standard to hold. I think Christian Parker would well say that as well.
If they turn around earlier than that, I'm going to be calling for Super Bowls. So.
I told somebody, because I've said, my record for the season is 9-8 right now. But I told somebody yesterday before the Jesus podcast, I was like, yeah, if you finish the first 3 games and you've given up 17, 10 and 21, I'll be like, whoa, baby. Here we go.
But you only scored 6.
Then
what?
Then you're going to get those memes that I just referenced. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this is why the Super Bowl champs are so great. Next on The Fan.
Your home of the Cowboys.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
It's because he looked up something he wished he had not.
Interesting. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we're going to hear just a small reason why the reigning, defending, undisputed Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks are so great. I'll give you a hint. It's because the head coach is awesome. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But before we do any of that, for Kevin Hageland, we need to step into Collectible Corner real quick.
Oh!
Because soon, coming to Topps trading card packs near you, the one-of-one Cooper Flag debut patch autograph card.
Oh my God. What's
is
that
going to be
sell
live.
for?
Millions.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks are trying to make sure it doesn't sell. The Mavericks have proposed a bounty for that card. If you pull the card with the debut patch,
It's got to be at
signed
least $1 million.
by Cooper Flag, it's going to be millions, if I had to guess. They have an offer for you if you pull this card.
Okay.
You will receive 2 Mavericks season premium lower level tickets for the next 32 years.
So this is like what the Pirates did, right?
Exactly like it.
So you better hope somebody in Texas pulls this or whatever.
Yes, and I still think they're not going to take this offer. A Cooper Flag signed and game-worn rookie jersey.
Oh man. Hold on, pause.
Ooh.
I don't want to.
Sexual was
no.
Oh,
I don't want to derail where your segment is going, but let's just think about how insane this is for a second. It's a card that has a rookie patch and an autograph. The lower tier thing they're offering you already is an actual entire jersey that he wore that is autographed, plus 32 seasons of season tickets. That feels insane. Like, I realize how the card world works, and you're right, it'll go for a ton of money. But doesn't that feel like counterintuitive? You're like, well, you can have the whole jersey that he wore, and he also personally autographed it for you and all this other stuff.
But hey, that patch is from his NBA debut.
That's true.
Remember that, his first ever game.
That's
and
true.
Guess what? I'm not done either. A post-game photo opportunity with Cooper Flag. A private photo shoot with the NBA Rookie of the Year trophy and the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy. A VIP tour of the Mavericks practice facility and a meet and greet with the entire Mavericks team. A private basketball experience for up to 10 guests at the AAC, plus the finale, a road trip experience to see the Mavericks versus the Boston Celtics at the TD Garden.
Okay.
I'm in.
TD Garden.
Pause.
There you
go.
TD Garden.
Did you say 1 season ticket or 2?
Two.
All right.
For 32 years in the lower level.
Question.
Hold on.
Tell me.
That home game experience, I get to meet him after the game. I want it to be the Sixers game, and I want to be also able to meet the people in the opposing side. Jaylen Brown, Embiid, LeBron. Like I want that too. All right, so make that happen.
I was thinking BJ Edgecombe.
No, BJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. I love Tyrese Maxey though. That would be my favorite person to talk to. So I want to add that into the mix. But this is pretty cool.
How much do you think per ticket? About $400 ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's
From
fair.
the 972, there's currently a $10 million bounty on the card.
Well, I'm out because I just ran the numbers. Those that's an incredible bounty. Those 2 season tickets right there for the 32 years to match the jersey number would be about $1 million.
Ooh.
So, that is crazy generous, and all that other stuff is amazing. But a $10 million bounty?
Yeah. I'm taking the cash, and then I'm buying all of those things
Thanks,
and having
Mavericks.
money left over.
Thanks, Mavericks.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
I'm a pass on
I can't wait to see what that card sells for, whether it's somebody taking a bounty offer or it going to auction.
Yeah, because the Shohei bounty was 10 to 11, and they went above that.
Yeah.
And so you could easily see that.
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful is going to buy it off of you for $15 million if the bounty is 10.
And he's the number 2 athlete.
Mr. Wonderful?
In the deal.
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful is the number 2 athlete.
Oh, you're saying because of Page, dude? Did you see that Coach Fernandez is on the USA team now?
Ooh, I did not.
As like
Man,
an assistant.
You know what? Next time we need to have him on, I want to talk to him. I'm dead serious about this, about the Wings social media fan base, because they blew a huge lead yesterday, and that has become a problem this year. Man, people in Wings Twitter land are ruthless.
They are.
They are like us after these losses. They make it seem like they absolutely hate him, which I'm sure he'll just say, "Hey, that's just what comes along with the territory." But I think that's another way to notice that you're really making it in the sports world. If your fans are as big of a D as all the other fan bases, that's how you know you've made it.
Yeah, there was always the it's the heel. But it's the person that you like but hate at the same time.
You love to hate them.
Doesn't matter, just as long as you're talking about it.
MJF.
But you all, at some point, you do want them to love you for what you accomplish.
Sure.
But it doesn't matter. Like, if they're talking about you, you're doing something right.
Yeah. I think the general consensus, at least from Wings Twitter, is more AZ and Page in the fourth, less Enrique, and stop giving up the leads.
That's right. And
I would, that is essentially, I'd probably co-sign that.
I would happen to agree. Less Enrique is a good thing.
But seriously, on the WNBA front, just super quick, that has been their Achilles heel, is they have consistently given up ginormous leads this season. That is preventing them from breaking through to the next level of the WNBA hierarchy.
Guys, the question of the day today is inspired by National IPA Day. Yes, the beer that tastes like battery acid. So the question of the day is, what is something popular, and to steal Kevin's phrasing, that's just not for you? 877-881-1053, because I've tried, and you know what got me to try?
I get it.
On my 21st birthday, Kevin will appreciate this, was Stone Cold Steve Austin's IPA. I was like, you know what? This is going to be the one I like. And I took one sip and I was like, this is...
no good?
No. But his regular blonde lager, fantastic. It's great. I can't do IPAs. They're super popular. A bunch of my friends drink them and enjoy them. I think they all taste like if you get one of those D batteries and you lick it. You know, that's what it tastes like.
It tastes like you went into a forest and bit some pine trees. Like that's usually what you're getting with some IPAs. It is an acquired taste.
Okay.
Much like the G-Bag Nation was for a while. Remember whenever CA used to say that? He'd say an acquired taste. And then they became a taste that everybody loves.
So true.
And so like because I have a friend, our friend Michael Thomas, who used to head up
Slant Boy?
No,
wide receiver.
Used to head up My Possibilities. He was on the other side of the IBU scale, which is the flavor profile that you're going to get. This is bitter. He wanted more sweet kind of flavors.
Okay.
And the lagers and stuff kind of fall in between. I'm not trying to be a snob here about beers. I like a lot of beers. A lot, you can tell. I love beers. All right. I did go through an IPA phase in my life, and I can. There's some that I still love. There will never be a beer that I love more than Petticola's Velvet Hammer. That's just where I stand on it. It's the best beer I've ever had. But there's a variety out there. I understand anybody that doesn't like an IPA. I get it. It would take a journey for you to really appreciate it, is what I'm saying. And now I sound like a D-bag because of that. So,
Man. Yeah, you definitely saw that King of the Hill episode where they entered the beer.
I loved that episode.
Yeah.
I loved it. I totally.
What's this beer story?
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, no. That's a good question, Kevin. I'm going to defer to you. What's something that's very popular that's just not for you?
You know what I think it might be, and I've thought about this a lot.
Tinder.
And I don't. Well, I mean, sure. And
I'm married.
I mean, no shade against anybody, and you might think that this difference is kind of weird. I think it's anime. So
yes, I'm with you.
I love animation cartoons and stuff like that, but for whatever reason, I just have not been able to catch into the anime fever. And I don't question its popularity whatsoever. Everybody can like whatever they like. It's not for me. So like their new Batman show, it's anime. It's new Star Wars, it's anime, and I'm like,
So the style of art.
I sometimes I like it like in short bursts, like when they did the Clone Wars series years and years ago. But like in terms of getting in on a frequent show, I don't know.
I'm with you.
So when it comes to anime, and Batman, I don't know. Like this, it's not the style of look for the other stuff like One Piece and Hunter x Hunter. Those things I got into because of my kids. Like my kids were like, "Hey,
totally
check this out." What was that? Cowboy Bebop. I watched because I saw that they were making a live action, which did not live up to the anime. Of course, it didn't.
Feels like unfortunately that happens a lot.
But I got to have the conversation with Reggie, our old producer, who's now in Houston rocking things down there. I got to have the conversation with him about it because he'd watched it. I just loved it, and it was like the entry point to anime.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I know. Dude, I scratched the surface of anime.
Yeah.
But my kids were really into it, and so I would just be watching it with them, and I was like, oh, that character's gone through this story arc. And they're all, that was kind of fun. It's tough to, I think there were, 2,400 episodes of one of them. So,
oh, my goodness.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard to follow. There's a lot going on there, for sure.
Man, that is a whole lot.
Somebody from the 469, how about beards? All the men that have them, only 25% should actually have one. They can grow them full, but the rest are scraggly and look like they're in 6th grade.
Okay.
I take offense.
Wow.
I have a goatee. I think goatees rule, man.
I started growing a beard when Lucy was in the hospital. Because I just didn't have a place to shave. Like I had, they had a shower, but the water was meh. So I just didn't shave. And then a little later, I was like, well, I'm not going to shave until Lucy's out of the hospital.
Okay.
And then I kind of went through a phase where it just kind of got longer, and Adrian was like, I like it. And I was like, okay, then I'm going to stick with it. I have no clue if my beard looks good, but she seems to like it. So that's my lady.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, interesting.
She's my lady of the day.
The day
and the night.
Oh,
she's my lady of the night. She's my Saturday night girl.
Oh yeah, my goodness gracious!
What does that mean?
You're the one that said it.
I've always heard them say that about dames.
He didn't quit it.
What?
Stop.
No, I would never quit.
Yeah, she's not your Saturday night girl because you see her every day.
I see her on Saturday nights too.
But that's not his point.
I don't understand what that means, though.
Yes, you do. I just told you.
Why would you only hang out with a girl on Saturday nights?
Because you value her for a certain thing, and once that thing is done, I'll see you again next week.
She cooks really well.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe she does. Yeah.
I do not believe that is what the reference is toward.
I mean, I can't say that. Never mind. 877-881-1053. The question of the day for IPA Day is something.
Is that what we were talking about?
Yes, that was. Somehow, some way, we got there. What is something that is popular that's just not for you? The 817, you might get blocked for this. Peanut butter. That makes no sense.
Oh.
I take personal offense. Me neither.
You use peanut butter a lot for weightlifting too.
Yes.
For making sure you're full.
Yes, I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the fridge waiting for me for the expressway.
Your family makes the best peanut butter pie I've ever had.
Exactly. Peanut butter is like the root of my existence. So I take full offense to that. Let's see.
So while Spider-Man is balancing between human and spider jeans, you're balancing between human and peanut butter jeans.
That's right. Peanut butter jeans. How do you wear them?
Would you wear peanut butter jeans?
I would, honestly.
And then he would
If
eat
Reese's
them.
wants to sponsor me, I'll wear anything they put on my body.
Same.
I got to send some emails.
Yes, you do. And we don't have time for the Mike McDonald audio. We'll get to that tomorrow because it is awesome. It's from Hard Knocks, so I didn't actually watch it. I just saw it on Twitter.
Hard Knocks is the Hall of Fame game of reality show.
Exactly. So I'm going to leave you with this, a parting gift. I brought this up a couple weeks ago. The master preview of the week for Masterpiece of the Week tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to pick on Kevin because why not? You can hear this again at 1:30 tomorrow and a lot more. He said this.
It shames you into keeping it tight.
Dude, when he said that, I looked over at you and your eyebrows went up and I was like, that's making it. That's going to win.
So that's your master preview of the week.
Oh, goodness. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is the second best defensive player in the NFL? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and flip it.
Now let's start with Vince Young. The Netflix documentary about his career is set to release on August 24th. The trailer walks through his meteoric rise in Austin and then his, let's say, turbulent NFL career. So Untold, the testimony of Vince Young, will be out on August 20, I believe it's 24th. Sorry if it's the 25th, but I think that should be really interesting.
You said Netflix?
Yes.
Not Longhorn Network?
No, that's true. And you know what? Netflix has done a pretty good job with their Untold series. Some are better than others, but I feel the same way about 30 for 30.
So the Jerry Jones thing, Jerry and his Cowboys, the gambler and his Cowboys.
Right.
You felt like there was a lot of stuff you already knew.
Right.
And there was nothing in a bad light. Like this wasn't the true documentary. But you feel like the Untold has done a pretty good job of being pretty true to the documentary style.
I do. Like, you could take Manziel for an example. I feel like he was pretty open, or other people were open for him about his dumbassery. And so I'm not saying Vince Young is like the exact same person or anything, but he had his own problems. And it seems like people are usually pretty open on these things. I mean, honestly, if you're not going to be, what's the point of doing it?
Good point.
All right. Who do you think is the second best defensive player in the NFL? If we go off of the idea that Myles Garrett is the best. So something, I've kind of looked at bits and pieces of it, but Bleacher Report put out their NFL 1000 that goes through most all of the players in the NFL. And so I wanted to get y'all's take about who do you think is the second best defensive player in the NFL, because this is something where they really lose me. They have Will Anderson as the 20th best defensive player behind Quinnen Williams. Look, I like Quinnen Williams. I do. But I think
what do you know?
That's insane.
Oh, okay. I would tend to agree with you on that. I think Will Anderson is that effect. Now,
I think he could be the second best.
I think he is.
Okay.
I probably would put him at number 2 behind Myles Garrett. Now, obviously, when Aaron Donald comes back, we'll have to have a conversation. But
Same for Micah.
It really does kind of come down to what you're looking at, because I think Christian Gonzalez is a fantastic cornerback. There's a lot of really good cornerbacks in this league. DJ Stingley's fantastic too. Like, there's really good ones. Mansour Delane might turn out to be one of the biggest studs we've ever seen. Jermod McCoy went very late.
Yeah,
he's a rookie, Kevin, so I'm not worried about him. But then, like, you got guys like that are Swiss Army knives that you can put all over the field, like Kyle Hamilton types. You know, these safeties that you're seeing. Derwin James, I don't think he's number 2, but where do they rank in this conversation?
I think Kyle Hamilton might have the next best case.
Okay.
For being second.
Yeah, for me, it's Will Anderson because of how dominant I think he is. Again, this also, when we discuss Defensive Player of the Year, sacks means so much to that award. But a guy like Kyle Hamilton, those numbers aren't going to be there for him because of what he does. So that makes sense, too.
So theirs goes like this. Myles Garrett at 1, Kyle Hamilton 2, Surtain 3, Warner 4, Derwin James 5, Micah 6, Xavier McKinney 7th, followed by Jesse Bates, Derek Stingley, and Hufanga. So there is their top 10. I just think it's criminal not to have. By the way, Christian Gonzalez is 11. In case you wanted to know, I just think it's criminal not to have Will Anderson in the top 20. All right, let's go from that to Christian Parker. This is incredibly impressive to me. So CBS had their top 10 offensive and defensive play callers, and they included some honorable mentions and everything like that. Christian Parker was on the honorable mention, finishing 16th. So the idea that as a defensive play caller, before he started calling defensive plays,
one single defensive play for this team
is average in the NFL. And that is incredibly encouraging to me.
Is that hype?
I think it's the way he built up his career and his resume. So sure, you have to admit it's a little bit of hype for somebody who's never called a defensive play officially in the NFL yet, but it's really encouraging because these are not Cowboys fans who put this list together.
He collected he was in Philly, so a lot of people do know kind of what he's got there, but he collected a team of guys that he knows, as his staff that he talked at length about. One of them was a college linebackers coach, But let's look at it real quick. Defensive backs coach at Virginia State, Norfolk State defensive backs coach, Notre Dame defensive analyst, A&M with I think was that with Elko in 18?
I believe that is correct.
Elko was the coordinator there. Packers quality control defensive backs coach for the Broncos for a couple years. Pat Surtain. The list goes on of the success he's had along the way. Now, the success of teaching is there. But whenever you're calling plays against somebody who's trying to poke holes in everything you do, it is different.
Sure.
But I do think you're right. It does say something that the rest of the world kind of looks at him and goes, he's already average. He's already in the middle of the pack.
Brian Flores is number 5. Vic Fangio 4, Jesse Minter 3, Steve Spagnuolo 2.
Vic Fangio defense.
And the number 1 defensive play caller, it was unanimous from the good people at CBS, Mike McDonald.
Oh, come on.
I mean, come on is right.
Coaches a team that it's a startup.
Here's what you need to know. They won the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback.
I know.
Their defense is probably good.
I had to eat crow on Sam Darnold because he won a Super Bowl.
Indeed, you did.
One of the best defenses we've ever seen.
And by the way, in case you missed it, Aaron Donald did in fact work out with pads on at the Rams facility. So just keep an eye out on it. You said it's up to like 90% on Kalshi that he'll come back. I think I'm still in the category of I'll believe it when I see it. I understand everything is trending in that direction, but I still think I'll believe it when I see it. Now, NFL Top 100 update for you for the day. Yesterday, we talked about how George Pickens was in the top 100. He jumped in at 36, then Jared Verse. Today, Saquon Barkley at 34, dropping from the number 1 spot, and then Jared Goff is at 33 on the NFL Top 100.
Okay. Top 100 quarterbacks?
Top 100 players.
Jared Goff's 33?
Jared Goff is number 33.
All right.
Yesterday, Jonathan Taylor said he needed to talk to his...
If he was a 33rd quarterback, I'd be like, it's fair too.
That's too low. What are you, Will Levis?
Jared Goff's 15, 16. I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback.
I think that's too low.
I like Jared Goff too. I just don't think he's...
Give me top 12. Can you give me top
11?
All right. Accept it. So, Jonathan Taylor yesterday, when he saw the Bijan deal, he goes, I need to talk to my agent. I don't know if he already knew this was in the works or if he was joking or what, but man, they got moving. Jonathan Taylor agreed to a 2-year, $44 million extension with a max value of $47 million and $39 million guaranteed.
Dang.
The third largest deal for a running back in NFL history.
He is rich.
He is rich. Bravo to the Indianapolis Colts for getting that done. Now,
and you said you saw Schultz saying that Jahmyr Gibbs is they're making strides on that 3-year contract extension.
Okay,
so make him the NFL's highest paid running back.
I was about to say, so what is that going to be? 3 for 69, 67.5?
Hope is to get a deal done as early as today from Schultz.
All right, my prediction: 3 years, $69 million with 53 guaranteed.
And that's physical therapy. Jordan Schultz is his nickname.
Yes.
Bad back.
Go back and check out that interview when he was in an iron lung or whatever. Now, I don't know if you've started following the Twitter account Electrical Substation, but you really should check it out.
I've seen a lot of people tweeting from it.
It's like, don't blame me for Ayuk and like all these other things. But something you should know. Yesterday, the 49ers had at least 20 players sidelined with injuries.
That's 18,000 followers.
That's low. Needs to be more. He said that's more than 20% of the roster. And I realize you can be careful in training camp, but they already have at least 20 people that were on the sideline. Something's going on. You're going to follow the substation, aren't you?
Well, the line under his name was never my intention to cause trouble. It's just my nature. And somebody said, hey, let us know if you get hungry out here doing the Lord's work. We can have something delivered. And he said, maybe if you deliver some mott sticks and fried pickles around practice time, it would help everyone.
I would have liked it even better if he said, I am a substation. I do not need food.
What are those mott sticks?
Yeah, man. Oh, we need to have number one appetizer bracket, right?
He said, I get a bad rap for giving people power. Make it make sense.
Agreed.
This is amazing.
You're going to follow it. Coming up next, let's go out to Oxnard and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider. He loves it. Mickey Spagnola right here on The Fan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And Specs, how about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going well, and I'm going to stop saying good morning because it's good afternoon here, but you get the point.
Only by 3 minutes,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's right. If we were just on the clock, it would have been fine.
And it's morning for me.
Indeed. Now, I always like giving people the opportunity to get a preview of some of the work that you have done on DallasCowboys.com, and one of the things you're addressing, although obviously I will turn it over to you to discuss a little bit more, is just all of the turnover in the defense. And something really stuck with me when we went back to the Welcome to Training Camp presser is the Cowboys talking about how 9 of their 11 defensive coaches have been switched out. But you walk through kind of week by week and give the perspective for people to realize how staggeringly different the personnel is on this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I was sitting there, kind of thinking about it. And Bill Jones and I were talking about, Kenny Clark only got there the week of the first game of the season, right?
Yep.
And Quinnen Williams only played 7 games, and we think that those guys are been there forever. The number of games that Deron Bland missed because of injury. DeMarvion Overshone didn't get there until right at Thanksgiving or just after. So there was a lot of guys that from in-house that helped the personnel. But then I said, well, how many guys did the Cowboys retain that were playing full-time? So I go to game 1, and it was like 7 of the starters on defense were no longer here. And there were 6 guys active on that defense. They're no longer here. And the second game, 7 starters. And when I was going through the first 5 games, at times, the starting 3 linebackers, not here. Not starting, not on the team. And at one point in the season, 3 of the starting 4 guys in the secondary no longer here. So see what they were playing with. And some of these guys, guys like Reddy Stewart, playing in his 5th NFL game. They had other guys that were, playing their first game. Elijah Clark, and I got it right this time, right? He played in his first NFL game with the Cowboys as a starter. And on and on and on, and I'm going, my goodness, how did they ever win 7 games with that much turnover with guys that you no longer wanted? It wasn't like they got in free agency and got better deals. They didn't want those guys. And even Savon Revel, 7 games, started 5. He didn't even have an off season or training camp or preseason, and didn't practice with them until around Thanksgiving. So these were the guys. That was another guy they were, relying on, and now he's challenging to be a starter. So the turnover in personnel, I thought was somewhat amazing, especially when you had that many starters no longer here.
So that question of Kevin asked this morning about do the rookies need to have a magnificent, turnaround or special seasons?
Yeah.
That was kind of the pressure that the Cowboys put on Will McClay was to provide those rookies, and now they are in those potential roles for that, right?
Yeah, they're in a second year, right? They're not just, thrown in there and look, I know how good Tyler Booker is and will be and continue to be. But he was a rookie last year,
yeah,
and was one of their best offensive linemen. So And I remember when they drafted him, and I probably was one of them. I said, well, what are they doing drafting a guard, right? Well, this just wasn't any guard. This was Zach Martin's replacement, right? And, and on. Revel third round draft choice, and they didn't see anything from him. And by the way, if you guys ever get an opportunity, and I don't know if you might have had him already for an interview, his story is absolutely amazing. What he's overcome from high school and injuries and not academically eligible to play D1 and had to go small college before he got to East Carolina. And his story is amazing. And he was doing an interview in the evening, and I just happened to walk over there and see it. It was. Is it okay if I say what station it is? I don't know what the restrictions are. Anyway,
for it.
Whoever was doing the interview, he finished and shook hands with the sports director. Then he shook hands with the photographer that was shooting it. And I was just standing there watching. I had nothing to do with it. And he came and shook my hand, too. And it's like, this guy, he's a little different, but the character is there. The character, I told you the story about Caleb Downs and the water. And it's just like, it's great to have these guys that have talent, but there's a certain level of character there that I think is really sticking out. Now, is that going to help you win games? We'll see. But it doesn't hurt, let's put it that way, compared to some of the characters they had on this team previously.
Well, and with Revel specifically, Christian Parker was talking about him a little bit yesterday. And do you kind of get the feeling that Parker feels like physically that dude has it down? We just have to work on what he sees before the play?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, and that was what he was pointing out. And the other thing that, I want to say, and I'm going to double-check myself real quick, they've got him listed 6'2", 198, right? He looks like he's 6'5", I swear. He's just so tall and lanky, long arms, and boy, if you were scripting out what your cornerback you want him to look like, it's Savon Revel. Now, he's got to be, and he's challenging, and they're giving him the opportunity because he's getting first-team reps at cornerback. But boy, he's got the makeup, he's got the character, and now we'll see a lot more, you guys, this coming Tuesday when they scrimmage with the Rams, right?
And I feel like we're all kind of, no disrespect to whatever's going to happen today or this weekend, but I do kind of feel like we're all sort of counting down to Tuesday, right?
Yeah. Especially since Aaron Donald had a quote-unquote tryout with the Rams yesterday.
Do you think that's like, I know nothing is officially official, but do you feel like that's a done deal, more or less?
Oh, I think so. I mean, they gave him a helmet. They had his jersey. The only thing he didn't have on was pads, is my understanding for. And I think McVay said this tongue-in-cheek. He said it was the greatest tryout I've ever seen.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know, because obviously from practice to practice, it can be difficult to just spotlight certain people. But do you have any observations or thoughts thus far about Sam Williams and Curtis Robinson, both of which could be, fighting for a spot on the roster, or could be fighting to just elevate their spot on the roster?
Yeah, and I think that Sam has shown some things and how they're using them, right? They're not going to put him in situations where that he has to, play the run 2 out of 3 plays. I look at him as a designated pass rusher and able to use his speed. And the other thing we got to remember about Sam, he was pretty good on special teams last year, right? Block kicks or whatever, able to run down the field and cover.
Just don't cost you 15 yards is all we're asking.
Yeah, right. And they talked about when Sorensen did his, the coordinators did interviews and he did his, and he was talking about, one of the things that really hurt us was the penalties on special teams. And then Robinson, right? That's who you asked about. Yeah, and that's a veteran guy who's played in the league. Now think about if he's just a backup guy, if he's just a special teams guy, to put that much experience on the field or on your roster, that's invaluable if you can afford to carry that, right?
Yeah.
And so, that's a good ask there, because he does show up. And another guy with some experience at cornerback is Darian Kendrick. And this is his 5th year, and I see them using him in the slot at times. Obviously, Caleb Downs in there, Kobe Durant is in there, but then he gets in there also. So they've got guys that are very versatile, and Parker can move those guys around, and just the upgrading of the personnel on defense has to make a difference from what they were playing with last year.
Have we discussed Ogbonnia at all?
No, but we probably need to, because he's made enough plays for me to know he's number 30, right?
Okay. I'm sorry. The new defensive.
I thought you were talking about.
But Abani Konda, that's my guy. I like him. We have talked about him.
Otito Ogbonnia, the addition from the offseason.
So he's another guy that they've added that no one looks at, but when they're in their base defense with 3 down.
He's your third DT, yeah.
Yeah, he's the other guy on the other side of Quinnen Williams with Kenny Clark at nose tackle. And so I think Parker, it was either Parker or Clayton Adams talking about, it was Clayton Adams talking about his 3 inside guys going up against those 3 guys, and he goes, boy, let me tell you, the sparks fly.
Nice.
Right? When those guys are going up against each other. So, again, it'll be, I understand it's practice. They're not tackling, but we'll get a better idea on Tuesday, and then when they play that first preseason game, by the way, it's Seattle, right?
Tough place to play.
Well, not tough place to play, tough team to play against.
Yeah, we've seen what can happen in Seattle in the preseason before, for sure.
I forgot about that.
Well, I think it was Zeke ran through Cam Chancellor and stirred the pot up and everything. The other thing, though, Mickey, I think is, like, I know you got practice today, but how much of that Hall of Fame game are you going to be sitting down and tracking tonight?
Well, we sort of have our department dinner tonight. So
but even if you didn't, you would want to watch none of that garbage football, right?
I don't know if there's a TV in our little room that we normally have at this restaurant. Although this will make you funny. Last year, we had some stuff going on in our little town of Double Oak, and it was a city council meeting that there was going to be some voting going on, and I watched the whole thing online on my phone while I was supposed to be participating in this dinner. And somebody asked me today, they go, well, you're going to be able to watch join us for dinner, or are you going to be on your phone the whole time, right?
Oh, man.
But I don't think I'll be on the phone watching that game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. We have had a consistent argument/discussion about that throughout the day. Thank you for being on my side. All right, there you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow, good sir.
Oh, wow.
All right, well, he knew.
He wasn't really on your side, it sounds like.
He was like, maybe he jumped on his phone again. He was like that meeting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway, and we'll kick it off with some NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Handoff inside. Blue pops it to the 5, streaking into the end zone. First professional touchdown for Jaden Blue, and the Cowboys have their first lead of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C Block coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to kick off a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality. And I want to switch it up just a bit and focus in on the Hall of Fame to start off. Both CBS and ESPN, I don't know which one copied the other, have decided to put together their lists of players who either in the Hall of Fame, on the right track of the Hall of Fame, kind of franchise by franchise. And I wanted to start out with this particular individual. Overreaction or reality? If he retired right now, Devontae Adams is a Hall of Famer.
I think so.
Okay.
He's at a point now where he is chasing a ring for his career. That kind of goes back to watching receiver. He pretty much said that. He was like, the only thing missing for me is I want that experience.
Right.
Which also means that he's at the point in his career where he does not have all the great numbers.
Yeah.
But he did have 14 touchdowns last year, which is a pretty big number. He's had 14 before. He had 18 in 2020. Looking at his overall, Rice, Moss, Owens, Carter, Harrison, Fitzgerald above him. Fitzgerald's 4 ahead of him. All the guys that I just named are in the Hall of Fame. Mike Evans, by the way, number 10 at 108. So at 117 touchdowns, the receptions numbers that he has and what he's done, I think he is a Hall of Fame receiver.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Devontae Adams is already a Hall of Famer.
I think he is. He was different when you watched him. He was a dominant player with Aaron Rodgers.
That is an important part of it.
And it is, and it's not something that you can measure. The numbers will help for sure, but that's one of those things that you're going to say, he was clearly far and away the best receiver at that period of time. But there's something that is a stat that the Hall of Fame voters love, all pros. He's got enough of those. He's got
back-to-back first team, right?
Dude, Isaac Bruce, who's in the Hall of Fame, average Hall of Famer, didn't have a single first-team All-Pro. Had one second-team All-Pro.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's interesting. But I do think that some of the counting numbers are going to make a ton of sense for him. And then if he gets a Super Bowl, that's just icing on the cake. He's already got it.
All right, so I'm going to throw out 2 more for you. Overreaction or reality? Both Christian McCaffrey and Lamar Jackson are already Hall of Famers.
Lamar Jackson, for quarterbacks, Kevin, it's just so difficult to not have the Super Bowl appearance on your ledger.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no right now.
So, okay, go on unless you would like me to interject with a bit of information.
McCaffrey, I feel like is. He's played in a Super Bowl. He
has the All-Pros.
Yeah, he's got the numbers to go along with it. And as far as fantasy goes, fantasy people will vote him in. So,
man, if there's a single fantasy player in the room, unless they took him number 1 that 1 year, he got jobbed out.
He's just such a Jekyll and Hyde running back, dude, on his career games.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that. Now, let me present you this information about Lamar Jackson for your consideration. These are the players in the history of the NFL with multiple MVPs. Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers,
Super Bowl,
Tom Brady,
Super Bowl,
Jim Brown,
Super Bowl,
Brett Favre,
Super Bowl.
And Jim Brown does before this, but he won championship. Johnny U,
championship,
and Super Bowl. Steve Young,
Super Bowl.
Kurt Warner,
Super Bowl.
Joe Montana,
Super Bowls.
Patrick Mahomes,
Super Bowls,
and Lamar Jackson. That is why I think Lamar Jackson is an incredibly fascinating case study. Because every single one of those other players will either is in the Hall of Fame or will be in the Hall of Fame. But to your counterpoint, every single one of those players has won a minimum of a championship. Not even been in a championship, won a minimum of a championship. So, Mr. Medford, we turn it over to you. Overreaction or reality? Christian McCaffrey and Lamar Jackson are both already Hall of Famers.
Overreaction. I hate that I'm saying that because I think they both should be.
Right.
I think McCaffrey has the stronger case because of the counting numbers. I think Lamar is just going to miss the window because I have this idea that at some point the voters are going to be from my generation, and my generation screams from the top of their lungs that wins are not a quarterback stat,
right,
and that a Super Bowl is a team award. And I think it's going to start with this Seahawks win this past year, Sam Darnold. He's not going to get the same kind of consideration just as talent as Lamar Jackson is going to, but he got a Super Bowl first because his team has been better. So I think we're going to get to that point eventually, but I think it's going to be after Lamar's window closes.
Okay.
You asked the question, is he right now?
Yeah.
And I say
right now.
I say right now, no.
Yeah. But yes to McCaffrey, right?
Weirdly, yeah.
Okay.
Even though I look at his numbers and I'm like, it doesn't add up.
It's one of those things where, and that's why I don't hate the idea of kind of churning NFL MVP voter or Hall of Fame voters and stuff, because it feels like you have to be from this right now time to understand the case of Christian McCaffrey. Because if you're not, you're
comparing it to everything else in the past.
Yeah, but you just had to be in this moment. All right, you know what? Let's stick with the theme of Hall of Fame. We'll put you to the test right here. Overreaction or reality? I'm shooting high on this one. At least 3 Dallas Cowboys that are on this team right now will make the Hall of Fame.
Overreaction.
If I put it at 2, would you have said reality?
Yeah, but probably not the 2 you think.
Ooh, who are the 2?
Tyler Booker and Tyler Smith.
Ooh, see, I was seeing Tyler Smith, CeeDee Lamb, and Caleb with...
Oh, yeah, Caleb hasn't played it down yet.
I know, but that's his last name, so you know it'll be fun. And then also, you have to keep open consideration for Dak. Look, we've been very clear about this. If the Cowboys were to win a Super Bowl and he's the starting quarterback, I think he's an absolute lock.
Guaranteed to go into the Hall of Fame. And then people who are Romo fans will lose their mind.
Sure.
They'll be like, if Romo had gotten one, they'll be like, yeah, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And same for Dak if he doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's why Dak...
He won't make it.
That's why Dak right now is in the place that he is. That being said, Kevin, Bobby was saying in practice the last 2 days, Dak has not looked very sharp. He was so sharp the other day.
He was incredible.
And now, what's happened? I don't know. Things got a little tougher defensively, maybe. CeeDee Lamb, I'm still holding out some things on because, again, I think you have to do things in big games, too. You have to have those moments available to you.
Oh, I got a bonus question for you then.
And the last big game he was in, him and his quarterback started yelling at each other, and they fought with each other early in the game, and I almost threw my phone out the window.
All right, so my bonus question then, overreaction or reality, at some point this season, CeeDee Lamb will have a drop or argument that will cost the Cowboys a game. Because he had both last year.
No. Overreaction, Kevin, because here's what's going to happen. He is going to have one of those drops that everybody thinks costs the Cowboys the game. But then George Pickens is going to make the catch that wins the game.
Okay.
And he's going to save his mans.
And that doesn't count as losing the game if you win the game.
Exactly.
This would be the most obvious thing said on the show today. All right, Alec.
Wherever the Cowboys are, that's where they are.
I know. That was my favorite thing that's probably been said so far this week. All right, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? At least 3 people on the Cowboys right now will make the Hall of Fame.
Reality.
Ooh, do you have 3 in mind?
Yes. I think Tyler Smith. I think Tyler Booker. Yes, I know he's played one singular season in the NFL.
We're projecting a lot here.
I'm projecting a ton for him, but I'm probably his biggest fan.
The Hall of Fame guard factory, Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
That's right.
Amen. And then...
Don't forget he's behind AZ Fudd.
Then All right. Just to irritate Corey Majors, Brandon Aubrey.
Oh, yeah. That's a great pick.
Dude, how many kickers?
I do not know. I was just thinking.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know the answer to that.
There are 3 full-time place kickers.
That's it?
It's going to be 4.
I guarantee y'all can't name all of them unless you're already looking at the names.
No, I was trying to figure out if they'll factor in his back-to-back USFL titles.
John Stenerud.
Oh, that may Jan.
Yeah. The first ever pure kicker to make the Hall of Fame. Morton Anderson, not Gary.
He played a long
or
time.
Garrett. And then Adam Vinatieri.
All right, so there's a long road ahead. Long road to hoe. All right.
I love Brandon Aubrey.
Sure. I get it.
I don't want to see him unless we need to win a game.
He needs to be all pro for like the rest of his career.
He needs to be all pro for one thing. kicking game winners if needed.
That's true. That's why Vinatieri is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
All right, overreaction to reality. I gave you guys the defensive list, so now let's focus on offensive. Jamar Chase is the best skill player in football. So this will take out, let's not focus on the quarterback, so we're going wide receiver, tight end,
Gibbs?
running back. That's up to you. Overreaction or reality, Jamar Chase is the best skill position player in football.
Reality. I just learned that T. Higgins is on social media now, and he's doing some stuff thanks to Alec Medford. And you know how much I love T. Higgins, so now I'm just going to
Not better than the Substation, though, right?
Substation's the greatest thing ever. What did they say after the Niners released their injury report, Alec?
It was like the list of every single player, all 20-something, and it said nom, 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 nom.
Thank you!
But yeah, Jamar Chase, he makes catches you shouldn't make. He's in places you shouldn't be. He does things at such a high rate, so specific. He's a volume target guy, and he delivers on the volume targets. So, yeah, he's my favorite one.
All right, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality, Jamar Chase is the best non-QB skill position player in the NFL.
Ooh, that's so tough.
I think I would still default to Bijan.
That's where I was going.
We're in such a good era of skilled players, too.
Absolutely.
We really are, and I'm going to say overreaction. I think it is Bijan Robinson because he is so good at literally everything that might not even be his exact job.
Right.
You know, they ask him to be a receiver for half the game, essentially, and seeing him come out in motion is just unfair. It's a cheat code.
Well, you know what? As long as we're talking skill positions.
Talking some ball.
Man, almost as good as Shoddy and Bobby. Overreaction or reality, you would rather have JSN on your football team than Puka Nacua.
I will answer your question.
Okay.
But you just said something.
Okay.
Bobby Belt did send us a picture.
He did.
Of his shirt, autographed by Brian Schottenheimer, that Bobby would like to contribute to Peace-a-thon this year. So for anybody out there that's looking for something unique and different, the Shoddy and Bobby Talkin' Ball shirt autographed by Brian Schottenheimer. I don't know if you want Bobby's autograph also, but the...
Man, I'm sorry.
That's awesome.
Bobby had a plan. He executed it, both agitating Sean and having a good interview and getting the autograph to
it was perfect,
exactly the way he said it was going to happen.
Yeah. So the question again, Kevin, what was your question?
Overreaction or reality? You're building your fictitious football team. You would rather have JSN than Puka Nacua on your team.
Ooh. Puka seems so violent on his body that I feel like he's going to be missing a little bit more, even though I know that JSN, like, this was his breakout year.
Right.
But we saw this being Smith and Jigba's, like, career. Like, we all were like, this is a bad boy. And when he gets out there and does these things, you're going to see exactly why we keep saying that. And he delivered this year. I was hoping it would be his rookie season. That's why I drafted him his rookie year. But you know how rookies go.
Right.
That's why they went ahead and moved on from Lockett and DK Metcalf. They said, we got the next one. So, man, I absolutely would. Plus, he is a defensive player of the year. So that's another factor that goes into it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
The NFL sent him the trophy that said Defensive Player of the Year.
You're right. They did. Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? You would rather have JSN on your football team than Puka Nacua.
Reality, because I think JSN is just a bit of a smarter player when it comes to avoiding contact, when it comes to the route running and all that. Puka is great. Don't get me wrong. I could just see a world where Puka is not the same player he was in only a few years because he does take so much abuse and he's almost too versatile to where Sean McVay is going to use that skill set until the wheels fall off.
Right.
It's kind of like we talked about with Christian McCaffrey when it looked like he might not be coming back the same every year, but now he is because Substation giving him demon powers.
Oh, for sure.
But I think you could see a world where Puka's just not the same guy after he gets that second contract.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time to fire up some C-Block, baby.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Again, Bobby Belt did receive the autograph from Brian Schottenheimer on the Shoddy and Bobby talking ball shirt.
Bobby knows ball.
Yeah. What did he say? Sean's and he's contributing that to Peace-a-thon for this year, which is going to be a little different. Looking forward to a lot of really cool things. Excited about it. But did you hear that moment when Shoddy said he was like, "Yeah, we need to get some players these shirts. I think they'd be hot." And then Sean goes, "I swear if y'all put that in the pro shop, I'll quit." And
he
Shoddy
also
goes,
had other choice language before the recording went live.
Shoddy goes, "Do you promise?" And then he leaned in and he goes, "Jerry, we're this close. We're this close."
Oh, man. It's kind of flattering if you think about it.
But then Sean dropped the, "Hey, I've outlived 2 coaches."
Oh, man. So they're just dropping bombs on each other.
Never forget, Sean will cut you, dude.
Man, I like it.
He always is going for, you know what? You think you got me? Stab.
That is tough. That is tough.
So that's where that is. Now, this is something I wanted to get to Monday, and it kind of reverberated from something we did on Friday. But right before we left on Friday, we talked with Stephen Jones. And Kevin, as we left camp, you saw, if you looked at social media, it got big.
Right.
And that was, hold on, the Cowboys are still looking at, and then names started floating around of who people were kind of guessing they were still looking at. Well, over this past weekend, John Machota, who was on the show with us last week.
He's a good dude.
I believe was having dinner with Broadus sometime.
Do we have that confirmed?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was listening at 6 a.m. this morning when Sean and RJ were discussing it. But John Machota was talking with Jerry Jones while Jerry Jones was signing autographs or whatever. And he talked about improving the roster via whatever way. Here's Jerry's thoughts on it.
Well, we're there except for an opportunity. We're there. We can go where we need to go. That's where we are. But my point at the press conference was, if we get an opportunity to improve this thing, we'll do it. But I don't in any way, the negative for me saying that is these guys that we've got out here think they're going to be that for us. And so, not that I'm sensitive about taking away, but we've got a good chance for that to happen.
All right, so there that is. Jerry Jones said, hey, we can make a move if we want to add to this team. And he said in the press conference last week, I would be willing to make that move.
Right.
Which stirred up some pot, of course.
Which he knew it would.
But then he just dropped that line at the very end of that. And that was, but we have guys out here that think they're going to be that guy. And so now I ask you this question. Cowboys, would you rather?
Ooh.
Would you rather the Cowboys go out and buy 2 players, let's say a Max Crosby and a Jordan Brooks for draft picks? Because, Kevin, honestly, if you did something like that, now I'm like, okay, now you're a contender. Quite honestly, at that point, you're a legit contender.
If they got both of those 2, would you make an argument that they're the favorite in the NFC?
Yes.
Oh, one of the top 3 favorites.
They're a top 5 team in the NFL.
Okay.
And they're right there with potentially, Seattle and the Rams?
Yeah.
So, yes, if you added 2 players like that, I think so. Now, again, that's a gamble.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of the future. But he said, I'm willing to do that. Would you rather the Cowboys go get those 2 players and gamble that?
Okay.
Or see if one of the guys they have or 2 of the guys they have on this roster are already that, and probably DeMarvion Overshown and whatever guy they think outside can be that guy. As Raku, whoever it is that you're looking at.
I definitely get your point.
877-881-1053. I'd love to hear from you.
I'd go with the first one just because I've seen how high those players you mentioned can get, those 2 players specifically. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a great question. I will go with the first option.
Now, I think, and from the 903, what about Max Crosby for Mingo straight up? I don't know who says no to that deal.
Man, what if you found out Jonathan Mingo somehow was able to block that trade?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be so mad.
Yeah. also, so when it comes to like that conversation, a lot of times you want to see your guys do it. You want to see your draft picks turn out.
Right.
Like, I think that one of the people, like a couple of the dudes he's talking about, because I'm saying the specific positions you would replace those guys with. I think Ezraku believes that he's one of those guys. I think Ezraku feels like he's got some pressure on him too.
He should, right?
You don't think that's one of the reasons he took that swing?
Yeah.
I'm out here trying to prove something about people, about myself, that I'm that dude, and you're holding me or you're doing whatever, and and that's causing problems. You're not letting me be the player I need to be. So I think that maybe that has something to do with it.
Okay, then bonus question.
But then as I brought up Jason Barham this morning, or Barham, and Malachi Lawrence is making strides here. You got some young players. Would you be willing to move on from an Ezraku or a younger player like that to replace it with a couple years of these guys?
I still think I would because of the way
known versus known,
and because of the way the Dak Prescott contract is structured,
and his window. Yeah,
I think you would have a chance to really reboot anyway in a couple of years. So I think I would do that. But I kind of like the idea of the front office floating that stuff to light a fire under the young kids.
Oh yeah, is that your bonus? Was that your bonus? question?
Yeah.
Your Rick bonus?
Yeah,
that's right.
And that's why I stopped. Do you think that is possible that they're doing that as just a little extra something to light a fire under the young kids?
That is a good question. I don't know if that's the intent.
Sure.
But I know that Jerry does love this idea of pressure diamonds.
Right.
He talks about it all the time. Hey, when I played at Arkansas,
and he loves
we had all them people sitting on that hill watching us, and guess what? We won a championship. Once I started bringing people out here, the Cowboys started winning Super Bowls.
What's the expiration date on Story that
Never.
you're like it's not relevant
Not
anymore?
everybody's heard it yet.
Okay. But like, what about the relevancy of that from 60 years ago to how you win now? Or how many ever years ago it was? Yeah, about 60.
Once you've won, Kevin, nobody can say anything to you.
I agree.
You can always say that's how to do it.
Okay.
You can't prove me wrong because I did it.
You're right. I cannot.
Even no matter what, you can't prove me wrong because I did it.
All right. I cannot.
And that's why I scream this thing. And Alec, I'm going to need you to hit a button in a second and also answer some phones. But let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see 4 powerhouse volleyball programs. One unforgettable night. It is Spikes Under the Lights at AT&T Stadium, August 27th. You got SMU, Nebraska, Penn State, Florida. You can buy tickets at spikesunderthelights.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Also want to confirm, I did not know if we had a giveaway this morning. I just did it without knowing completely.
Oh, my goodness.
Right after I said it, I looked back at the run sheet just to make sure, or the cut sheet to make sure. So, woohoo! All right, hit it for Are You Better?
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
I did not know what this other button was going to be.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
For anybody that's ever heard people on this station go better, that's because when we were a weekend show, we started doing the Are You. This is the first segment we ever built into the show.
Right.
You had done this at your college station.
Right.
We did it the first time. I was like, I have no clue how this is going to go. And then all of a sudden, I was like, this is a hit. I love it. I love how we do this. So this is where we ask Kevin if he thinks he's better than everybody born today. Now listen, Kevin has to be a jerk on some of these, all right? But that doesn't mean he's a real jerk.
This is one of the reasons we stopped doing it.
Yeah. People were like, hey.
Oh, this is a quality follow-up. Is there a statute of limitations on the Bible?
Good question.
Good point.
I also love the fact that somebody said Sabonis question. So.
Oh, that's not bad.
Is it Demantis Sabonis?
Demontis.
Arvidas?
Demandis
Sabonis. So we asked everybody that was born on this day, and if your birthday is today, text in, let us know if you're better than Kevin or not. But if you're going to say, I'm better than Kevin, today's my birthday, you have to give your credentials.
Yeah.
What did you do? Usually if you're military, you win. I'm just saying.
That is probably true.
Usually we give that salute. We're going to start things off with, Kevin, we had a run of actresses in Are You Better today. Turning 50 today, Salil Moon Fry.
Punky Brewster?
Punky Brewster, who essentially lived life off of one character. And then was on Sabrina the Teenage Witch, where you were like, hold on, that's Punky Brewster? Whoa.
Look, there's a swath of like 20 years where she's winning this. But we're in 2026,
Did
right?
you not love Punky Brewster?
I did.
It's so awesome.
They need to. How have they never rebooted that? Did
Jerry
they
get locked
it?
in a refrigerator or something once, too?
Well, it's not as bad as what happened to Dudley on Different Strokes. Yeah, but in the year of our Lord 2026, I am better.
I wonder how many people have seen Punky Brewster from our listening audience.
That is a great question.
And was that show even good?
I don't know. Man, see, that could be another Masterpiece Theater. The show that you fear re-examining to see if it's still good.
Dude, going back and watching The Muppets, I'm like, how did I miss all these innuendos?
This is a great joke in Simpsons history. Lisa goes, Dad, what's a Muppet? And he goes, well, it's not quite a mop, and it's not quite a puppet, but man. So to answer your question, I have no idea.
Vera Farmiga turns 53 today.
Oh, from Bates Motel.
That's right. She's
and
a good actress.
A whole bunch of. She was in The Departed, too.
Yeah.
She probably should have lost her license for hooking up with Leonardo DiCaprio when he was clearly struggling through some things. But how old is she?
53.
She is good for her.
Better fastball.
She can be better than me.
Michelle Yeoh, 64 today.
Crouching Tiger?
And also Anything Everywhere All at Once, or Everything Everywhere All at Once.
All right. Can I admit something about that movie?
You didn't understand the sausage fingers thing?
I do not have a proper appreciation for that movie because we watched it when Noah was a little baby. And you need to lock into that movie, or you're like, wait, what is Jamie Lee Curtis doing again? I like Michelle Yeoh. She could be better than me.
Wicked. She's also been in Wicked.
I won't count that against her.
Oh, come on. She was good in those.
Have you seen the second one?
Yeah, I didn't like it as much.
Okay, because the first one's pretty mediocre, so I was like, meh.
Leslie Odom Jr. turns 45. He played Burr in Hamilton.
Oh, yes.
He was great.
Yeah, hey. He cost Aaron Burr the presidency.
Wait for it.
Hamilton did, so. Do you think, a serious question.
He's a great singer, too.
Do you think Alexander Hamilton's kind of a dumbass? He got shot in a duel, and so did one of his sons. Or do you think his son's a dumbass? It's like, dude, your dad died in a duel.
Didn't his dad die next? His son died, then his dad died. But he'd already been in another duel.
And he had so many mistresses.
Problems, yeah.
What else has he done?
He's a great jazz singer.
Oh.
Yeah. I think that's where he gets his first.
I can't sing. He can be better than me.
David Robinson turned 61 today.
Oh, the Admiral!
Love him.
He is better than me.
My nephew wrote him a letter in like elementary school to just say it was like a project, and he wrote back a full page letter and sent a headshot autograph to my nephew Noah.
He's a classy guy.
M. Night Shyamalan, 56 today.
No. M. Night Shyamalan, again, there's like a 15-year period. Look, I even like The Village. People hate that movie. I like that movie. I would have said that he's better than me, but there's been too many other things. And I'm like, stop putting yourself. What was that one movie where that chick needed to be in the pool at the hotel? And he's like, what if I make myself like the fourth person on the call sheet?
Lady in the pool.
Yeah, that's not his. Lady in the water.
Yeah.
Right? Lady in the water. The hell was that? And I even watched Serve, which like one season was pretty good, and then it just kept going, and then I started to hate it. So no, better.
806, I learned how to listen to the next room through a wall with a drinking glass thanks to Punky Brewster.
Does that work?
Max Kellerman's 53 and Mike Greenberg's 59.
Mike Greenberg is better than me. Max Kellerman is not, and here's why. Because he left Around the Horn and he's like, this show will never survive without me. They just took the guy that was standing there and they made it, and that show kept going for like a million years. Better.
And then lastly, dead now, Lucille Ball and Andy Warhol.
It's tough because Andy Warhol's a big wrestling fan. Big wrestling fan.
He's an artist.
I know. I'm sorry.
So he appreciated the art of wrestling. I get it.
Yeah, Lucille Ball is better than me. But you know what? Wow. You painted a can of soup. Who gives an
But it was
F?
Campbell's soup. Different colors.
That feels like copyright infringement. Maybe he got that going. I don't get it. So I didn't know the story. Corey will tell me the art's all about the stories. So sorry, Andy Warhol. You can take your can of soup and get to stepping better.
I think that's it. I have one more, but do we have time?
Nope.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll try to talk some about Kyrie, but also we'll hear from Brian Schottenheimer next on The Fan.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Dolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and Shotty's ready to go.
Yeah, it jumped out. John, it jumps out when you're in the meetings. It's loud in a good way. There's a lot of communication. I love what he says and how he refers to it as it's two parts, giving and receiving. You just can't be blurting out a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter and confusing people. But, you got to give it, you got to receive it. And then there's the nonverbal part, which, again, I think that's the thing probably that has caught me the most. We all talk about communication, the importance of it. But, like, the way the defensive staff talks about it is, there's no audio on the film, practice film. So, therefore, the visual hand signals of things are critical because otherwise you can say, yeah, I said it. But if you don't visually give the signal, then how do we know if you said it, when the music's playing stuff? So I think that's really, really cool how they preach that.
The days when you guys aren't on the practice field, fans here and everything, you're obviously keeping the team still engaged, doing stuff out there. We've seen some video of that stuff. How far in advance do you plan all of that stuff out? Yeah, well,
O2X, I talked about them a little bit in the spring. I mean, they're a great partner, great friend of ours, and there's so much mutual respect between the military and what we do, and these guys just they preach the same things that we preach, but they say it a different way. They work in small units. There's the importance of communication. There's the importance of reporting back details of things that you see, whether that's searching something out in a house that they're searching, or us having to make a protection call and identifying who the guy we have to respond off of. But it's another way of driving home the critical points of how important communication is, attention to detail, and then doing your job. These special forces and military guys, they move in small units and they work together. And so that's what we're trying to get our guys to do.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram. Christian Parker with the preseason starting next week. Has there been a decision made on him being in the booth, sideline? Are you a part of that decision, or is that just kind of on him?
Yeah, he and I have talked about it. And again, we haven't finalized any decisions. But again, more than likely we'll try both ways. But if we start with him up or down and he likes it, he feels good about it, and I feel good about it, then there's a potential. I think in a perfect world he'll be down, but we'll see.
And then this last roster spot for the wide receiver group, you have a lot of big bodies in that room. What does that look like, the competition so far with the 2s and 3s, to try to determine who's got the best shot there?
Yeah, there's a number of guys that we need to increase their reps a little bit, and that's pretty normal this time of year because the way we practice is the 1s go for 4, the 2s go for 4, the 1s go for 4 more, and then it's 2s and 3s. And so guys like Jaden Smith, Denzel Mims, those are some guys that, we need to get a little bit more work. Tyler Johnson's a guy we got to get a little bit more work. The good news, those guys are veterans, and they need to be ready when they get their ops, but can't teach size, and corners are getting bigger, more physical. You look at Vaughn and the way he's playing with his hands and stuff, it does help not only running routes but also in the run game, having to dig out safeties and things like that. So we like the size, but to be very fair, we have to get those guys some more reps to get them a fair look.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, you said a lot that you want this to be a very physical camp and you want to do more padded practices. I know there's only been 2 so far, but have your players met your expectation of the level of physicality that you want? Yeah, I think so. I think the league's done a nice job of developing this ramp-up, Tommy, where you can't do pads. We've had a chance to do pads, and we're doing them. Today's another really good padded practice. There'll be some 9-on-7. There'll be some 7-on-7, opposite of each other. There'll be some 1-on-1. But I'm very proud of the play style. I'm very proud of the way these guys are playing with their pads. They're striking. They're picking up blitzes. They're blocking. They're destroying blocks. And more importantly, we're doing it without a lot of guys on the ground. I think that's really important because right now we're not tackling. We want to keep bodies off the ground as part of player safety. We talked a lot about Quinnen and Kenny, but what have you seen from Otito Bonia through these first couple of practices here? Maybe the most impressive guy that I wasn't
that aware of in terms of, I just haven't been around Tito. I've been around both Kenny and Quinnen. This guy's size and strength and his lower body power and his ability to use his hands and destroy blocks is really, really impressive. He's hard to move. And I think, we've gotten much stronger in the interior of our defense, with Jonathan Bullard coming in. You got Tito, you got Quinnen, Kenny. You still got Jay, and we've got the 3 young guys. But Tito has been very, very impressive.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. It's looking like there's a good chance that your top 3 picks on defense might play some meaningful snaps this year. Some coaches might say the more rookies, it makes them a little bit nervous. Does that idea excite you or give you a little bit of pause considering these 3?
No, we're going to play the best players, and these 3 guys have shown the ability to pick up what we're doing, 1. 2, communicate their roles, their jobs, and then they're showing the ability now that we're in pads of playing the play style the way that we want it. And, I think really all 3 of them, are earning the right, to help play. But it's a deep roster on defense at a lot of spots. And so the position battles are very, very far from over.
It out, but the first day of pads, there were some good press techniques from your DBs. The next day, BT Jordan was working with CD and George on some press stuff. Was that in response to that, and just how helpful has BT been in terms of little things on offense?
Yeah, BT's great. BT's here to be a pass rush consultant. That's what his role is. But I think when you talk about disengaging and using your hands, it helps the offensive linemen hear BT talk. It helps the receivers hear BT talk. And so, those guys actually, I think, sought him out and said, hey, teach us some of the things that you're teaching those guys. And, again, it's going to make us better.
Bill. Hey, Coach. Bill Coates with KTBB and the Team Sports Radio in East Texas. Folks back in our town, Demo's hometown, are excited that he's finally healthy. Can you talk about his work at camp and what potential impact he can have this year?
Yeah, Demo's doing great, Bill. I think it goes back to just the way he came back in the offseason. He was excited about feeling good and all that, and he was one of the very first guys in with Christian Parker, as we got started with the offseason program, spending time. If he ends up being the green dot, which I'm not saying he is, we haven't decided that, everybody's doing it, but it's important that those guys have the relationship and the understanding of anticipating what might be called and things like that. But overall, Demo's having a really good camp, and I know he feels good, that he's feeling good.
Brian, Adam Rosso with Spectrum News. Last year you used that 7-iron analogy a lot when talking about keeping plays to the vest in the preseason. Is that possible on defense? You obviously got a first-time coordinator, but can you do that throughout the preseason considering they have to react to what the offenses are doing? Yeah,
I think so. At the end of the day, this will be the first year that people don't know what we're going to be on defense under the guidance of Christian Parker, and no different than last year. I know talking to Sean McVay about the joint practice last year. We had talked that we wouldn't share video, which we don't. If we have a joint against somebody, we don't share videos with other people. It's wrong, so we don't do it. But again, we still were careful what we showed, and he even pointed it out because he said, I turned on your game against Philadelphia, and I was seeing things that we had never seen, the opening game. So I do believe that advantage is important, and we get plenty of work out here, and so we'll be smart. Maybe a 6-iron, 5-iron, but we will not show everything.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. What's impressed you most about the way Tyler Smith has worked to become the player that he's become?
Time spent. We got done with meetings the other day, and 6:40 we were off the field, and that's one of my few times that I get during the day to come in and get a little bit of a workout in. And I was finishing up about 7:15, and as I was walking out to go back for a meeting, Tyler Smith was walking in to do some stuff in the weight room. Had a couple of the trainers with him, just working on different things, flexibility, stuff like that. The guy's work ethic is incredible, and he's hungry. He's ready to take the next step as a leader on this football team. That's why he's on the leadership council. But the talent speaks to itself. And where we're on Tyler about is, Tyler is still, this is crazy to say, all-pro last couple of years. He has room for improvement because his fundamentals are probably a 7 or 8 out of 10. It's not a 10 out of 10 yet. There's things that he can improve at.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. When the kickoff rule was changed a couple of years ago, one of the consequences was thought to be that maybe it would affect how you comprise your roster, maybe favoring bigger players since there's more close contact with coverage and blocking. Do you see that manifesting itself, and especially with the rule change this year to limit free runner?
Yeah, I do, and I actually think, Christy, I'll speak to that. It's 100% accurate. It's a bigger man's game now, and the switch to the 3-4 took that into consideration because you're going to have bigger pieces. You're going to have outside linebackers that can play four core special teams, in the interior of punt protection and kickoff coverage, kickoff return, where sometimes the 4 down teams, you have smaller bodies at times. And so I think that was taken into consideration. It was not the only reason why we went 3-4 with Christian, but it was part of it because it is a big man's game, and it's become very, very evident. You look at the top special teams in the league, a lot of their top core guys are big men that have length and play with a physical mindset.
Mike Leslie, WFA, mentioned a little bit of the things that Christian Parker has done that have been unique with the play calling and volume and the meeting rooms, things along those lines. Are there other ways that you have seen his youth impact the way that he coaches? Being just 34 years old, and he was obviously experienced in the NFL, but have you seen that piece of his equation impact things in a different way than maybe you're used to?
Well, I think, Mike, the fact he's hands-on is one of the things that jumps out at me. If you see him working a release drill with the nickels, Caleb Downs, Kobe Durant, he's actually the guy running the routes. He's doing that. I think that's part of it, but not avoiding the question. But the cool thing about Christian for a young first-time coordinator is how he is developing his staff. He's empowering those guys to really be the head coach of their position. He moves around, he's giving them feedback, and I think that's really, really important as we develop not just Christian, but this entire defensive coaching staff from, Derek Ansley down to, the QCs. He's very, very is very consistent with how he gives those guys feedback and, hey, I want this, hey, great job with this, hey, maybe think about doing that. And I think that's really cool for a guy that's a first-time coordinator.
Are there any techniques that are different from where you've maybe been using?
Yeah, a lot of techniques. Not going to tell you what they are, but yeah, a lot of techniques.
Hey, Coach. Nicole Hutchison, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned Tyler Smith needs a little bit more work with his fundamentals. What part of his fundamentals needs more growth?
Yeah, I would say his base. He's so athletic. He's so powerful. He can move most men, by even when his base is a little bit wide. As an offensive lineman and a guard, there's a lot of things happening fast, Nicole, where things are crossing your face and moving. The wider your base is, the harder it is to change direction. And again, I'm nitpicking. But I look at Tyler Smith and, the guy's an incredible football player. He's the rock of our offensive line. But I'd be lying if I said there's not areas that he can improve. But I would say it starts with his lower body, his base, and he gets overextended at times with his punch. Those would be all things that he would say to you guys.
What was your message to Ezra Rocky?
He and I had a long talk, and I just talked to him about, we're playing this the way you would play a game. And I said, for an incredible player, you run hot. That's part of his edge. He's a incredible play style guy. He plays the game the right way, but at the same time, we have to have a plan that when he gets hot and when he feels, his temperature rising, what is the plan? And so he and I discussed a couple different options. I think we've got a good thing in place, but again, I don't want to take it away, the edge that he plays on, but you throw a punch, you've gone over the edge, therefore, you're going to get ejected, and he saw it. The officials threw the flag, and they were literally doing this. Like, they were simulating that they would have thrown him out of the game, and that hurts the team.
Is it hard to have an option?
Huh?
Is it hard to have an option?
Yeah, his reaction was great. We had a very good conversation, very positive. And I told him, I say, look, the minute I did it, I forgot about it. Like, I wasn't mad. You have to learn. Sorry?
Is it hard to have an option in a physical game where they're challenging you on every play in a sense?
Ask the question again, Calvin, just so.
Is it hard to have an option in a physical game where you're being challenged on every play?
It's discipline, it's discipline to be pissed off, but not go above the line and do something that penalizes the team. Not only yardage, but you throw an elite pass rusher out of the game, and then now we're up 6 in the fourth quarter, and they're in a 2-minute drive, and now we have to change maybe our scheme. We got to bring more blitzes and stuff because we can't get home with 4. So I think he understands that.
Bill Jones, CBS Texas. Christian Parker talked to us for the first time in camp yesterday, and he was very impressive talking about his entire staff. My question to you, how long in the interview process that you had with Christian Parker did it click with you, this is our guy?
Well, it wasn't immediately. He was very impressive. He was the 9th Zoom of 9 Zooms, and I really didn't want to do it. I felt really good about the candidates, but a few people, Ryan Feeder being one of them, said, hey, you need to do this, because Christian had been on my radar for a while. First interview was great, but it wasn't until probably, Bill, that we got him in the building and saw him in front of the room. We kind of do a mock team meeting and defensive install and stuff like that, where he kind of made it to where it was like, this could be the guy. And the more we spent time with him, the more we talked football, philosophy, things like that, it became very apparent that he would be a great hire.
Good.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the most important things right there, he was very clear. They have not selected a starting left tackle just yet. He was like, look, you haven't heard it from me, and Nate has just been a little bit banged up, but we do not have an official starter announced yet at left tackle. Coming up next, I've got a soccer note for you. We're going to pivot to something different. Who is the biggest supervillain in your college football fandom life? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Following today's KNC Masterpiece.
Tires, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I see on Spence trying to find space for that left foot into the middle. Enzo Fernandez! Argentina! They always find a way, and they've tied the game!
Except in the World Cup final. Thank you once again to Fox Sports and FIFA for making that happen. Wanted to mention real quick.
They got a red card. I mean, what are you supposed to do with man down?
Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, who everybody seems to think is just the drizzling
Always keeps his
S.
promises.
Yeah, he does not. So everyone thinks he's the worst. But he allegedly tried a last-ditch effort in that he said he would promise, allegedly, the World Cup final to Morocco in exchange for multiple people supporting his re-election bid to be the FIFA president again. And he's like, what? I am unaware of any of these such plans after, he was going to sell a portion of the World Cup and all this other stuff. He was like, how dare you?
Mm-hmm.
So, just keep on being you, buddy. Now, we've got that out of the way.
Was this a successful World Cup or not?
I think it was a very successful World Cup. People seem to think it was successful in spite of him. I don't know the inner workings of the World Cup enough, but it does feel very questionable.
Can you imagine running the World Cup and
yes,
the amount of corruption that probably slides your way in just because?
Probably. Yeah. He just seems inordinately potentially corrupt.
Like the right person for it, though.
I guess that is one way to view it. All right. Now we're going to transition into something totally different. For you, who is the greatest college football supervillain of your fandom lifetime? And go ahead and give me some sweet-ass audio to go with this.
On second down and 2, Conjimmy again gives to Gladman. This time Oklahoma penetrates Brian Bosworth, the strong side linebacker.
We used to talk different back in the day before the whole world got overly sexualized.
You mean talking like this? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, Dr. Keith Jackson on the call. I love Keith Jackson. So, ESPN has put out their list of the top 10 greatest supervillains in college football history. And I wanted to see if there is one or two in particular that popped to mind for you. From the 806, it's Reggie Bush, because that was Vince Young's Heisman. And just remember, August 24th, 25th, in about 3 weeks, a little bit less, the Vince Young documentary for Untold will be out on Netflix. From the 214, I wanted to smack Shedeur Sanders. Damn. From the 817, as an OU fan, Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams for sneaking away under the cover of darkness. And Caleb Williams is actually number 10 on the supervillain list.
Yeah, I thought it was a real shady way to do things.
So it was not just his play.
No.
It was, okay.
No, but the coach left and took the quarterback with him.
Right.
He had talked to the quarterback and was like, hey, man, I'm going to USC. You want to go with me? Quarterback was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I came here for you. And so they just kind of ruined things there, and I just didn't like it. Everybody kind of handed Lincoln Riley everything at OU.
Right.
I have two, though, Kevin.
Tell me.
Two villains. Because I do have two schools. I graduated from UNT, and and my wife went to OU, and I was an OU fan. So for the OU group, every preseason poll that's ever existed that has OU ranked number 1 or number 2. And I'm like, they don't belong there.
Right.
Why are y'all doing this to them? And then they fall immediately, But every year, I would tell you, right? I would tell you, why are they doing this to OU? They're not that good.
Yeah.
And then we would see ultimately that they weren't that good, except for that one year when Josh Heupel did his thing. And then number 2, Kevin, as a UNT fan, every other big school that ever needs a coach, the year that our coach is good. Every single time we get a good coach that comes in here, he's like, I'll take whatever money y'all got at UNT. I'm going to turn this program around. And then they do.
Right.
And some other school is like, we have more money than you. And we're like, yeah, just leave us alone. Just leave us alone.
Now, the fan text, you can already feel
Michael Crabtree,
the disdain for so many people on here from the 972. It was Nick Satan, LSU Tiger here. They did not misspell that. Sometimes you know what they're trying to say. I definitely believe that is what they wanted. From the 615, wherever that is, Steve Spurrier for always beating Peyton Manning when he was coaching at Florida. You mention it, Michael Crabtree.
615 is Nashville.
Oh.
That's probably Boach.
For the 469, Johnny Football, that was Mike Evans' Heisman. Man, he had a hell of a year that year. From the 817, Baker Mayfield, another 817. Baker Mayfield, he ruined Oklahoma State's season so many times. For the 817, Ian Johnson leading Boise State to be OU in the Fiesta Bowl. He proposed after that wacky hook and ladder play, right?
Yeah.
I believe that was him.
No, it wasn't after that play. I believe it was after the game he proposed, yeah.
Well, was that not the end of the game? It wasn't like a game-winning play on a conversion?
I don't know, dude.
Okay.
I try to block it out.
There are a lot of people for Lincoln Riley. Somebody called him a scumbag. Another person called him a B.
Yeah, I feel like Urban Meyer is yours, isn't it?
Urban Meyer is probably mine because I got a chance to talk to the other person that it would have been, and it would have been Ricky Williams for single-handedly crushing my soul and so many Texas A&M fans' soul when he was going to win the Heisman. Like, if he wasn't already going to win it, that run he had against us, and when I brought that up, he goes, oh, man, that was a good one. And I was like, damn, Ricky, I know, I saw it, I was there.
Was it the game or that big, long run that he had against y'all down the sideline?
It was the whole game.
Yeah.
But that run just stamped the win for them when Texas A&M was having, by our standards and most people's standards, an incredible season.
He said, that was a good one.
That was a good one. And I was like, it was.
Great.
Thanks, Ricky. All right. Alec, do you have a college football supervillain that jumps to mind for you?
Honestly, I never had too much hatred built up for a single player. Growing up, I was a TCU fan. I still am, but my grandma worked in the TCU athletic department for a really long time.
Oh, that's a good reason.
Yeah, I was raised as a TCU fan, and my early childhood was pretty good for TCU football. Not so much here recently, but because of that, just the University of Texas for existing and for being as annoying.
Cosign.
Yeah, as annoying as they are, and I think the tipping point for my hatred was Sam Ehlinger having the nerve to say, we're back. Like, no, you're not. You still haven't won a championship, and you've been out of that organization for how long? Like, coaches turning over and everything, and kind of like Corey was saying, preseason number one the past couple of years. What do you have to show for it? Just the loudest fan base on planet Earth.
I like these. Bobby Petrino bailed so many times on teams.
Bobby Petrino is a good one.
I want to say Lane Kiffin, but Lane Kiffin was a fraud at the NFL level and then went to college and found himself. Like, he found what works at Ole Miss, and then now we'll see how he does at LSU. But he's always been ridiculously entertaining, arrogant at the same time. And I don't know how to take that, because I'm like, I want to hate you, Lane Kiffin, but then you did that, it's going to be a touchdown commercial. And I just, like, I think you're hilarious at times.
Yes. And Statue of Liberty play, as people were saying, for the Boise State one.
Not the annexation of Puerto Rico?
No, not the annexation of Puerto Rico. Shout out to Little Giants. All right, so here's ESPN's top 10. Caleb Williams is number 10. And you're going to notice on this list, it's for totally different reasons. Some of them is just because they were really good. Some of them is because they talk their S to go along with it. And some of it is because they moved or whatever. Deion Sanders, number 9 on the list. And that one is interesting.
I don't remember him in college, so...
Well, but do you think this is for player and coach? Because there's plenty of people that don't like him now as a coach, and there were a ton of people who didn't like him because of how good he was. This one, I honestly think should be higher. Number 8 on the list is Tim Tebow.
He beat OU in the championship game.
Tim Tebow felt like he was simultaneously the most beloved and most hated. player in college football. He was the Cowboys, except he won. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the Cowboys were less far removed from winning at that point. But it felt like so many people loved him, but then it got to
They
too
wanted
much.
to see him fail.
And then everybody was like, I hate him. He sucks. He needs to fail.
Yeah, take Jesus off your face.
Number 7, ESPN. Which, and
ESPN put themselves in a villain poll?
I respect the fact that they put that on there. And here is the statement. I've worked at ESPN for so long that in 1997, I had rocks thrown at me in Knoxville because I was wearing an ESPN jacket as a young television producer there to cover Peyton Manning's last home game.
Dude, game day goes everywhere and people love it.
I know, but how much do you feel slighted as a fan base if they don't pick your team when you're like, clearly we're the game?
It's ridiculous. You're right.
Notre Dame as a whole is number 6 on the list. Notre Dame is another one that I feel like simultaneously can be the most beloved and hated program in all of college football. The 1990s Miami Hurricanes. Feel like a little bit of the late 80s could be thrown in there as well.
They were too good. They would tell you how much better they were than you, and then they would beat you.
And then defeat you, exactly. And the game against Notre Dame, the Catholics versus Convicts 2 game, for the people who dubbed it that as at the time. Brian Bosworth, number 4 on the list. Multiple people have mentioned this one. Johnny Manziel, a.k.a. Johnny Football, is number 3 because he was such a douchebag. But he was so good. Yes, and that is, surprisingly, they have the money sign, the money fingers, if you will, as the picture that goes along with
Oh,
him.
yeah, absolutely. I bet they do.
There's only 2 left, and they're both head coaches.
Oh. So I've already said Urban Meyer.
He's not on this list, which Urban Meyer's just a bad person.
We've already said Nick Saban.
He is not on this list either, which is shocking to me.
Is the visor one of them?
Oh, yeah.
All right. I can't think of the other one.
Lane Kiffin. Kiffin.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
That's
what I say. I can't. When it comes to him, I don't know if I hate him and he's a villain or if I just think he's accidentally hilarious.
It could be both. But if you have a F-U to your name specifically as a pretty frequent chant, you get on this list at number 2. But number 1... it is Steve Spurrier.
He killed many souls.
He did. So he defeated many people. He called Florida State Free Shoes University after it was revealed that agents were giving out shoes to their players. He was very lucky that field goal kickers were not always great against him. He wore that visor, which irritated people. He did win a national championship. But, man, he would tell you exactly what he thought, for better or worse.
Oh, yeah, he would, man.
I think...
Then there's that video that will live in infamy when he became the Washington coach.
Oh, yeah.
And he threw his visor down and then went... and his lips were like flapping slow-mo, and everybody was like, man, we need to use that. But we didn't have memes back then.
Right.
Oh, we got to go find it.
He would have thrived in the meme culture. Honorable or dishonorable mentions, if you will, include Baker Mayfield, Diego Pavia, Ryan Leaf, Jameis Winston, Mo Claret. Surprise Nick Saban is not that. That feels like a pretty glaring omission. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation live in Oxnard right here on the...
Market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation live in Oxnard. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing amazing as well. Thank you so much for asking. Now, we were just chatting this up. ESPN put together a list, so I would like to know for you all fine individuals, who is the greatest supervillain of your college football rooting career?
Well, Vince Young cost me the most money with what he did against USC. I was sold. Boy, I got wrapped up by that national media.
Yeah.
But definitely not villain worthy. I don't know. Hey, that's a good question.
I think it might be Baker.
Yeah,
Baker got a lot of votes on the text.
Yeah, Baker, I mean, the crotch grab against Kansas, he's planting the flag at Ohio State. I mean, I think everybody loved hearing him get absolutely stomped on by the cops there in Fayetteville when he gets tackled and he's drunk, and it's like, ha, I got it. I mean, Baker, I think he's had one of the best turnarounds from being like total D-bag to now super likable, because now I really, really am a Baker fan. But I hated him when he was in college.
Right.
Yeah, as a UNT fan, guys, I've said every other program with money that steals the coaches, that whenever we get a coach that does pretty well. So
yeah, I'll say Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Was Brian Bosworth a kind of a guy?
Brian Bosworth, I think, was like 6 or 4 on the list.
He was 4.
He was pretty dang high, man.
Okay.
Johnny Manziel's got to be up there, right?
Johnny Manziel is number 3 on the list. Shockingly enough, no Nick Saban on this list.
My favorite part was Kevin saying that at one time it was Ricky Williams, until he got a chance to talk to Ricky Williams, and then Ricky Williams laughed and said, "Yeah, that was a good run."
Yeah, because I talked about, I think it was the 98 season where he crushed our hopes and dreams, and he goes, "Oh yeah, that was a good one." I was like, damn, man. I mean, he's right, and he was simply incredible. But that's one of the things, is most of these players or coaches are really good, and that's why they crush your hopes and dreams.
Yeah. You're not going to like him. You're going to hate him by soft.
Yeah, probably.
Somebody you stomped all over, you're going to be like, they couldn't even stand up to me.
Is Lane Kiffin the 1 seed for right now, current?
I think so, because he's number 2 overall on this list, behind only Steve Spurrier. So I would have to say that makes him a yes right now.
Steve Spurrier being at 1.
Did you guys already say Urban Meyer somewhere? I'm sorry, I was putting on
He wasn't on the list.
Urban Meyer.
Urban not on the list.
I don't remember Steve Spurrier being super hateable.
I tell you what, he is very hateable.
Yeah.
Steve Spurrier.
So what's the story here?
He's very hateable at Florida.
Talk trash, run up the score.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
Yeah, very much a
abrasive
guy. Yeah. I could see Lou Holtz being a hateable guy.
Ooh.
He's done some things.
Anybody that coached at Notre Dame would kind of be a hateable guy.
So they just put Notre Dame on the whole.
As a whole,
on
makes sense.
the list. But ESPN also put ESPN on the list. What do you think about that?
Okay.
What did they do?
They just wanted to include themselves.
One of the people who wrote the article said they got rocks thrown at them when they were there for Peyton Manning's last home game. And he said kind of the idea was that everyone thinks ESPN is biased against their school, or most people think ESPN is biased against their school.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just, I guess the nature of it. And with college football, it always comes down to opinion on rankings and things like that, and so it really is affected when your program doesn't get voted where you want them to go. I do think Texas Tech in general right now as well. Texas Tech football with the big oil guy that they got going with the Sorsby situation.
Cody Campbell probably would be on there.
Hagee, I would say you guys at A&M are very hateable.
I get that.
I don't think people really understand the traditions of the university.
Yeah.
So they think that your yell leaders are ridiculous. They think your midnight yell is ridiculous. You know, they think you're very very much like Mississippi State with cowbells and country bumpkin folk.
I have. That's probably true. I've talked with many a person that I'm like, I went to A&M. I could see why you think it's a cult. It's not. But I can definitely see why everybody would think that. And some A&M fans are intolerable.
A lot of colleges are cults.
When you walk around the university and you walk on the grass by accident over there,
and you get tackled,
and you get yelled at,
absolutely
and stay
seen
off
that
the
happen.
grass, and or you're wearing your hat in a certain building. I mean, listen, I understand about hats indoors. I get it.
Yeah.
But man, it's crazy. I tell you, we're having like war games above us right now, boys.
Yeah, what is happening there?
It's some pretty cool, World War II planes.
It's Hero Day.
Air show. Oh, that's right. It's Hero Day.
Oh, yeah. So they had a nice flyover, and a lot of our great men and women who have served this country are here soaking in some Cowboys practice.
This is the one. Is this the one where the entire team walks around and thanks some of the heroes?
Well, that's at they might do that, but at the very last day of training camp.
That's right.
Everybody it's funny. Everybody who's served at practice lines up on the fence, and the players sign every one of their.
That's
if they have a ball. They they get every single player's autograph on a ball or any item you have that you want them to sign.
That's really
wonderful.
Cool.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
I would say I think I just saw one of those P-38s from back in World War II times.
Oh,
that's pretty cool. But I would also say Aaron Hernandez is the biggest villain.
Yeah.
Dude killed a guy when he was down there.
Well, if we're going down that route, I can also admit we got several texts that said the obvious answer is Jerry Sandusky.
See?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. You'll probably get.
Well, you could say Penn State and Joe Pa because he knew what was going on. Everybody's like, hey, Jerry, what do we got the kids on the road trip for? What are we doing here today?
He's like, don't worry about that. He's like, all right, then I won't.
Yeah, I'll call a defense. They'll get us off the field tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right about that. Now, since there's no practice tomorrow, anything in particular you find fellows are on the lookout for at today's practice?
These tight ends are kind of something I'm going to be paying attention to. I need somebody to boot Scooney off this team.
They're not. Nobody's pushing him yet to get off yet.
I need Michael Trigg to step it up.
What are you looking at, Heggie? I said get off. Can we say it a little cleaner for you?
Yeah.
Do you ever get off, Heggie? Let me ask you that question.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Twice, right? Hey,
shout out to Brandon and Noah.
On Heroes Day.
There you go. Made sure I saw your reaction, Heggie.
See, but did you see Corey's reaction too? He did the same thing.
Yeah, he expects that from me, though. You know,
Okay. You're just on the bigger part of my screen.
Okay, all right.
He pinned.
I need the whole screen to get you in, Heggie. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my
Man.
Holy cow.
Oh, I'm
Damn,
surprised you
Brian.
didn't say food taster or something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think I like that one. I'm sorry, buddy.
What would your job be if you weren't in radio, Higgs?
Probably food taster.
I'd be right there with you, Heggie. I'd be a food taster with you. Yeah.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
We'll see how many more of our coworkers Broadus can offend. Full 5 hours. He might get everybody in today.
Got a full 5.
Bust out the M60.
Spread them, baby.
Broadus. Clayton Adams is going to join us at 3 o'clock.
Awesome.
Ooh, outstanding. Roll home with the very friendly G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your...
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are back at training camp practice about to get underway. Our training camp coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts, AC Heating and Plumbing, by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, and by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Clayton Adams is going to be on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat coming up here at 3 o'clock. Wild Fork Foods, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. And speaking of that, Brian, I was envious of you last night not being at the team dinner.
Sure.
I would say the restaurant location was outstanding. The food was great, but it lacked AC, and the quarters were tight. The corners were tight. It was about half of the surface area of this broadcast position right here with 8 people stacked in. And I got a corner spot in a booth where I was surrounded by people. I couldn't get out.
So you were just the things that
and
everything
it was like 82 degrees.
Everything in life that you hate
was
you were dealing with.
It took an hour and a half for the entrees to arrive, so I'm sitting there going like, oh my goodness, I got to forget about how much of I don't know, like a
claustrophobic.
Like a phobia this is for me. Yeah.
I've seen you do it with airplane seats.
Okay, because I can't be on the inside of an airplane seat.
That's why when we were doing stuff, when I flew with you like on American and I can manipulate the seats,
yes,
I always put you on the end to where you didn't have to have to deal with that.
Yeah, it was but the food was outstanding.
Good.
The hang was good.
Yeah.
The socializing was good.
Yeah, it was a great time. I thought you had an outstanding order.
Yes, I created my own order. He did. Out of some
did you go off you went off the menu?
I pulled an appetizer and I added it to a pasta.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
Oh,
and
really
the chefs worked magic.
So
back
what
there.
you did was you took some type of shrimp dish.
Yeah, I took some popcorn shrimp,
Yeah.
and I had them put that in some sort of a linguine.
Yeah,
and it was absolutely outstanding.
How was the sauce on that thing? Was it a
amazing
cheese sauce or it was kind of
tequila sauce? It was cheesy and it was I don't know. It wasn't like an Alfredo or anything like that. It was subtle. It was almost like it wasn't there. I don't know what you would call that.
That's kind of like an olive oil kind of a deal.
Olive oil deal?
Yeah. I mean, anything like that that's kind of light, cheap.
Might have been white winey.
The chefs told me you had a burger last night.
Yeah, I went with the triple cheeseburger, and then I got a big bowl of the clam chowder.
Okay.
And I had the Brussels on the side.
Did you taste a little sand in the chowder? Because that'll tell you if it's authentic.
Yeah, it was special.
Yeah.
I will say.
There you go.
It hit the
That
spot.
works.
Wasn't in a bread bowl. They didn't offer that.
No.
I guess it was too low.
But their sourdough that they brought to begin with was absolutely divine.
Yeah, it was a good dining experience from a food tasting standpoint.
Bills were split.
Yes.
Tim Collins hooked that up.
Yeah, we got that handled.
As long as you guys don't move, I got you covered.
There you go.
Yeah. So it ended up working out beautifully. Outside of the AC and a little bit of a tight table, I thought it was an outstanding time. We did miss you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, though. Yeah, to me, it was. I'd experienced that. We don't need to get into all that again, but the last time that we had one of these team dinners, it did turn into chaos, and 4 months later, it was all. We were all still sitting there like trying to add things up, and I'm like, listen, it's just not worth it for me to be frustrated.
No.
So I'm glad everybody had a good time, though.
And it sounds
sorry, the picture looked great. Everybody's picture.
I can't believe Nico Harrison showed up.
Yeah. Nico.
And how the hell did Bassett get there? It must have been a private jet.
That was amazing stuff.
All right, speaking of amazing, Clayton Adams coming up at 3. How can the Cowboys offense be better in 2026? Does he feel like he's ready to be an NFL head coach? How's Jaden Blue's pass protection coming along? All that and more about a 20-minute conversation with Clayton Adams coming up here in under an hour. That's appointment listening right there. Go ahead, set yourself a reminder. If you're prone to be forgetful, you might come back to it later on this afternoon. Jump in that Odyssey app. Instant rewind functionality. You won't miss a single thing. We're going to go with 4 live mics here coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll hit the field. They're going to do some padded practice, one-on-one type of stuff.
Yes.
So we'll describe that action for you. And then get out of the way as they do some special team stuff a little bit later on. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 and the G-Bag of the Day champ coming up there in that 240 segment. How about some injuries just to kind of set the day before we get into some of these topics? Injuries brought to you by Window Nation, the official window replacement company of the Dallas Cowboys. You have Devin Moore with a groin.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, those can be slow to heal.
No, and there's a cornerback battle. Is he part of it? Yeah, he's part of it. I mean, he's part of, like, are we going to dress him every week on the 53 and let him play and all that? I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate, man. These corners, when they're young, first year, they can't miss practices. They just can't. And he's had moments where he's looked long, he's looked rangy, he's been in position, and there's been times where they've thrown balls in front of him. I mean, the experience every day of lining up and doing one-on-one stuff and things like that, it's invaluable. It's invaluable.
He was
he's
an injured guy
it.
in college, wasn't he?
He was. He sure was.
Yeah.
Sure was.
Yeah, he was. And it was similar stuff.
Yep.
It was groin issues. It was
He
soft
played 11
issues.
games last year, but before that,
It's like 6 games a year. He would miss at least 6 games.
And remind us how you pronounce his injury again, Brian?
I'm really not going to go there. I'm glad you guys had a good time at dinner last night.
I do. Thank you, man. That was awesome. Jalen Thompson. Growing. That's right.
Did I say it right?
Pulled growing.
I just really mustered up any bit of courage I had to say that.
It's my least favorite genre of injuries.
It is. It's very sensitive. Can take a long time to regain the
Have you
strength.
ever had one of those?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've groined it up. Remember, I decided to get weird and run a hill last year thinking I was still a badass.
Yes.
Yeah. On rep 6, I went crumbling down, groin. Just blew it out.
You hear groin, it's probably worse than hammy or calf.
I never went that
They
fast.
linger.
I never went that fast to get one of those. I never was able to move that quick to ever get injured.
I'm not that fast.
I know
I'm just
that feeling.
that inflexible, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I am inflexible.
Yeah.
I am way inflexible.
Okay.
I heard
in life, too.
I heard Kevin Hagelin is flexible as all
No,
hell.
no, that's what I
and
heard,
can
yeah.
do like legit
Yeah.
splits and like
Karate kicks.
no hand like cartwheel flips.
They
and stuff
both
like
sacked
that?
you with the cartwheel flips thing, I think.
Oh,
But
you think? Okay.
the rest of it, like him legit being able to put his legs behind his head, like that's a story that he tells regularly.
Yeah.
He is very flexible.
I wouldn't be surprised if he could
into that?
could have done some no hand cartwheels back in the day.
Yeah, back in it. Yeah, I could see. I mean, he's a limber guy.
I think he can do like karate kicks above his head, stuff like
Dude,
that.
it's really like that needs to be a piece-a-thon experience
I
that a
think so.
Tolo can pay
Yeah.
for and watch Hagee just go through a gymnastics routine of some sort.
Yeah.
You know?
Hagee
I
on the
imagine
beam.
Yeah, Hagee on the beam.
Come sit in this chair. Let Hagee dance
Hagee
for
floor
you.
exercise.
Maybe his black belt routine. What he had to do to.
Have you ever seen the social media where the guy, the big heavyset bald guy, is jumping around and he's just doing the little kicks and stuff?
Oh yes,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, like he's spinning around and he's doing these little.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, I laugh.
I want that for Hagee, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see that.
Okay, other injuries here. Jonathan Bullard, hammy.
That's not good.
So
either.
he and Moore are out. Jalen Thompson, Zion Childress remain out. Overshone is limited today, but he's going to get some reps and
Wow.
team. Yeah, Jalen Thompson's been injured, guy, as well throughout his
You
career.
starting to raise a little bit of a red flag with that one?
No, I hate this, man. I hate the fact that Downs is out there trying to get better, trying to learn, and he's working with guys that are probably not going to be starters or guys that are playing with. I mean, he's playing out there with Bell, you know, and now he's trying to work routes and stuff and combinations and zone combinations, drops and stuff, and he's got Bell standing to his side of the field. Sorry, Bell, you're not Thompson. You're not. You're not any of these guys that's going to be out there playing. You're not PJ Locke. You're not those guys, you know. And so that's a problem. You know, here's the young guy trying to kind of learn. He's really smart. He's picking up a lot of things. But Thompson's not out there talking to him, communicating him, working to the same routes, working against CD, working against Pickens, working against Flanoy. Those are valuable reps right there. It's a shame that it's not happening.
I mean, they talk about how your brain has to work and you have to communicate. That's because there's a lot of moving parts on these defense and a lot of checks and adjustments
with this guy.
made. Yeah.
Especially with this guy. I mean, this is we stem fronts. When you stem fronts, it means you adjust the linebackers, which means you adjust the secondary, which there's a lot of things that play into this. And, I mean, Thompson, if you want to ask me, most disappointing thing that's happened in camp so far, Thompson and Locke not practicing.
Yeah, those are tough.
And for we've had 7 practices, I believe I've counted.
Yep.
Yeah, today's 8. You're right.
I think I've seen Thompson one of them.
Yeah.
I've seen Locke one of them.
And when they talk about guys with versatility that you can move around as chess pieces, play games with the quarterbacks, it's because they're all on the same page. And when you're having this much time missed, I wonder how much Christian Parker's sweating this.
Yeah.
Do you feel like these guys are veterans that know their jobs and we're going to be able to teach it to them on film and then they'll go do it based on their experience? Or is this missed practice opportunity out here in Oxnard going to put them behind the 8 ball?
I think it can kind of be a positive for Downs because I do think this is a problem that will probably pop up throughout the season. Like the one thing about Jalen Thompson is he's an outstanding player, but this has been an issue much like we just talked about with Devin Moore. He's missed time in Arizona.
Yeah,
so the likelihood of him not playing a full 17 is very, very slim.
Well, that's to me that's unfortunate. And I didn't realize that.
It is.
It's just where I'm at right now is, we've seen this defense historically bad last year give up massive plays. Why? Lack of communication, lack of understanding, all these things. But I'm sure there's somebody out there going, "Oh, Broadus, you're overreacting." No, I'm not.
So negative.
No, I'm not. I mean, it's just like, listen, I'm watching Booker and Steele work together, whereas last year it was all really new. And now you're kind of see them work together. The blitz pickups, they're working with the backs. They're working in the running game together. Every reps that these guys get out here, especially in padded practices, is invaluable. I say it, but hey, it's if you want to hear Brian Broadus get ready to leave camp. What was the most disappointing thing, Brian? The safeties the safeties that you're relying on not practicing.
Well, Guyton's back out there after some elbow trouble earlier this week. He is back at practice, and we'll hope for the best for Tyler Guyton and everybody to get healthy soon. Rangers, where are you with the idea of maybe a health-fueled return to the top of the division being on the cards?
You're the only one, man.
Have the Rangers peaked, or is the best yet to come? As CY told us he believes is still possible the other day. 2 straight to close this series with the Giants, maybe a bit of a reset here on their day off, and more detail on the angle that Jacob deGrom refusing to waive the no-trade clause has sent a powerful message across the clubhouse, was the story today in the morning news. They did tape up General next to his nameplate at his locker in the clubhouse. Skip said as a manager, he's always looking for ways to give the team an edge, and this one just happened, so he's very appreciative of that. He said messaging coming from a player is so much more powerful than the manager. So, it could also be that the Giants are terrible, and they you don't hit lefties, and the Rangers threw 2 lefties in a row at them.
I think Bradford was the big news yesterday.
He was
great
so
news.
good. Yeah, it was great to see that. And maybe Montgomery can do something for you.
So, they start to get healthy. They'll get Monty back. The bad news is that Josh Young is not going to be part of getting healthy for another week or 2. Skip saying yesterday another 10 to 14 days.
We called that one, man.
Yeah.
Calf injury. Oh, no, he's kind of a day-to-day. We'll see how he is tomorrow.
So we're looking at 30 days.
Call me in 4 to 6 weeks.
That's exactly what it's going to be.
Call me. We had this discussion.
Yep.
You're not fooling me anymore on these injury things.
Mm-hmm.
If you say calf and baseball player, call me in 6 weeks, and we'll talk about rehab assignments.
Yeah.
You're not fooling me anymore.
I mean, it's
next thing you know, it's got some elbow tightness, and the next day it's Tommy John.
No, man, I think we really avoided something serious here.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate, but we feel good about him.
We feel good about Young. He'll be back in line before you know it. Yeah, it'll be September.
Congrats to Kyrie Irving. Perfect 99 ball handler rating in the new 2K27 video game. What do you guys think? Does he still have it on an elite level? Can he propel
that'd be nice if he
these
does.
Rudderless Mavericks back to the playoffs?
Rudderless Mavericks.
They are rudderless, aren't they? They were last year.
They were last year. I think there is a rudder to be found now when you look at the organization. I do think that if if they can stay healthy with Kyrie and guys like Lively, I do think they could be.
There's another one.
They could be a play-in team.
Listen to what you just said.
Yeah, the Lively factor.
If they could stay healthy with Lively.
But Kyrie, yes, Kyrie's still going to be a dog, and the ball handling, all that kind of stuff. Like it's going to help. It's going to help the Mavericks in a big way, and we'll see if Dusty May can get this thing going early and often. But I do think, in a perfect world, they could be a play-in team.
Congrats to Paige Beckers. She was announced on the Team USA roster for the FIBA World Championships next month in January. The U.S. is going to take on China September 4th.
China.
Italy and Czechia as well in group play before moving on to the knockout rounds. The tournament will run September 4th through the 13th, and the WNBA season is going to pause through August 31st to September 16th. Okay, so enjoy that World Championship women's basketball. UEFA is saying we're still standing by our plan to boycott the World Cup if FIFA doesn't design a plan to promise they will never consider selling off a piece of the World Cup again. It's not enough just for Infantino to back off the plan. You must put it in writing that you will never consider selling a piece of the World Cup to private investors ever again. And this is all European teams. That UEFA, that's the union of all European international soccer federations. Now you're up to date, and we got another 4 hours and 43 minutes of sports content coming at you. We'll kick this thing around, have some good times. We'll hit 4 live mics coming up on the other side, then get your champ and Wolchuk's top 10 here towards the back of the hour. Clayton Adams coming up at 3 o'clock, and we're back with more here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan. Just a second. Brought to you by Zero Res. I'm getting some horrible echo here. Are we good?
Me too.
Okay. You do have horrible echo. Do I need to start heading back to the tent? I don't know. You tell me what we're looking at exactly here. But we are live on the practice field, and I'm Gavin Dawson from 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Franklin's. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck, call first 214 or 817-333-3333. Go on. Woolchuck, where you at? Brian, can you hear?
I got you.
Okay, this is I'm walking back to the tag guys. Chief, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The echo's unbelievable.
So is that going out over the air, or if we ignore it, can we just kind of fight through it and describe the action? Okay. It's off. Well, we get back to the tent here. Guys, you want to just rally back to the spot? Does that sound like plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Lucius, can you throw it to break for a couple of minutes? We'll come back and reset the broadcast position. Thank you. On the fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, our final show from...
The Fan, and I think we're just going to abort that mission for now. Just try to bring you the best training camp coverage as possible. Broadus and Woolchuck, I guess, are out there watching practice as we speak. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
So what I'm doing right here is waiting for this old Mr. Computer to load after that kerfuckle we had.
Oh, that's a good word for it.
Sheesh.
Yeah, that was an all-timer right there.
Yeah. Especially not knowing where to go with it.
What's hilarious? It's not about what you did, though. It's about who you got to do it with. That's right. I'm really glad I got to do that with you guys.
Yeah, it was fun. I didn't know what the hell was happening.
I started a short circuit right there on the practice field. The medical team almost showed up to me because I thought I was losing my mind.
Burt Brown was like, does he need help?
I thought I was hallucinating with my ears. Like my ears were hallucinating on me. That was jarring.
Right on. Well, it's good to be here. Training Camp 2026 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Our sponsors, salute to you guys. Mercedes-Benz of Plano, Best Buy Windows and Siding, On Time Experts, AC Heating and Plumbing, and, of course, Zero Res. Call Zero Res for the fan special. You got any carpet cleaning needs? Zero Res is going to get you taken care of with no residue left over. All right, Lucius, we ready for that camper? We want some sports stories.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, let's go to the Jake Marsh podcast where John Gruden, which I'm pretty sure if he was on headset, he'll be complaining about that last there situation. But he is complaining about everything that's going wrong in the NFL and college football, in his opinion.
What's something you liked 10 or 20 years ago that you wish would be brought back now?
Well, I like the continuity on these rosters. I think having a different offensive coordinator, a different defensive coordinator, a new head coach every year is insane. I'm not quite sure I like this transfer portal. I think it's insane. I don't know if I like the new kickoff at all. Matter of fact, I hate it. I think protecting the quarterback is a good thing, but it's becoming almost embarrassing. It's like one of the things I didn't like about the World Cup is there's too many flops, too much flopping going on in the NBA. I don't like these new uniforms. I think some of them are a joke. I can't stand the freedom that guys have to wear number 0 and play running back. And then you got number .64 playing defensive end. Should I keep going? I don't know.
The floor is yours.
I don't like all these AstroTurf indoor stadiums. I don't like these indoor stadiums. I don't like all the changes in the conferences either. I don't even know who's in the American League, the National League anymore. I hate playing overseas games. You want to grow the game, grow it in this country. But I'll keep going. I got to get to work here. I've bitched long enough.
Right on. There's John Gruden. He will face the challengers coming up at 5:30 in his pursuit of 5 G-Bag Nation immortality and a spot in the year-end G-Bag of the Year competition. Let's go ahead and kick it over here to my man Wolchuk's got your 10.
All right, let's do it. We had, we're going to talk sports memorabilia here, and the reason is, did you guys see this Mavs story where you've got the Cooper Flag rookie card, and the Mavs are offering a bounty for this specific card to be able to purchase it, and I guess it's, this is something that Kevin Hagelin, I'm sure, would love. It's the most coveted rookie card of Cooper Flags, 2026 Topps Chrome, and the Mavs offer to an individual who has said desired card is 2 season tickets for 32 years, and they're premium lower level tickets. You can get a flag signed game worn rookie jersey, a post game photo with Cooper Flag. You get a private photo shoot with the NBA Rookie of the Year trophy and Larry O'Brien Championship trophy. You get a VIP tour of the Mavs practice facility with a team meet and greet, and a private basketball experience for up to 10 guests at American Airlines Center. Oh, that's not all. They're also throwing in a road trip experience to see the Mavs against the Celtics with airfare, hotel, and game tickets provided, all for this one-on-one Cooper Flag debut patch autographed card.
Wow, that's a hell of a...
Unreal, right?
Windfall that you get there if you're a Cooper Flag fan.
Now, how much could this card end up going for? There are some that say it could be $1 million plus. Jeez. So does all of this, is this a value of $1 million? I would say so, no. But for the owner of it, you don't think it is?
No, that sounded like about...
You'd rather just keep the card and then maybe sell it?
$10,000 worth of value. Yeah, if someone wants to give me $1 million for that...
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you would be a negligent father if you didn't accept that.
Record sale for a debut patch was Paul Skeens, $1.1 million. So, I mean, Cooper Flag, who we're all hoping could end up being one of the top 10 players pretty damn quickly.
What is the best value of all of that, other than just like you can't put a price on the experience of getting to meet people that you want to meet or something like that, but having 2 season tickets in a lower level for 32 years?
Yeah, well, and a signed game-worn rookie jersey. That ultimately is going to end up being very valuable, and you can probably sell that for a good chunk of change.
If he's a generational player, yes, that jersey will be worth a lot of money.
Right.
And so maybe I'm lowballing it a little bit at $10,000 or $20,000, but you got to wait on that, and there's risk involved with his career arc.
Yeah.
32 years of 2 lower-level season tickets. That's got to be worth something pretty
absolutely.
Pretty special, especially as they move into the new building. And if you're buying into this new era of Dusty May and Ujiri and Flag,
that's a lot.
Where this thing could end up going, 32 years of that, not only, I mean, even if this era of the Mavericks ends up imploding, you have 32 years worth of season tickets to be flipping over time.
That is a golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lower level part of that. Those are nice. Those are going to be nice. 817, show me the money. keep the card and sell it. You can sell that card, buy all those fancy tickets and the jersey, still have millions left over. 2 season tickets for 32 years from the 817, that's got to be worth more than $1 million. I don't know. I guess it depends on what the face value for the seats are, but quite the offer from the Mavericks. So we've got a top 10 most expensive pieces of sports memorabilia ever sold. And it starts off with the honorable mention here, which is the Kobe Bryant 96-97 Lakers jersey. All-time leading scorer. We know his career started in 96. He wore that number 8 jersey, which he wore up to 06. That uniform piece sold for $7 million at an auction. And that is your honorable mention just on the outside looking in. The Babe Ruth 1914 rookie card, which some are questioning. Did Babe Ruth even exist?
Right.
If you ask P. Crow Armstrong.
Well, he is pretty mythological.
Yes. But
with how dominant he was, how poorly he took care of himself. Like, there was a time where the best baseball player in the world was a beer-drinking, hot dog-eating, cigar-smoking, savage animal.
That never slept.
Yeah. Yeah, that was 24/7.
It's an interesting content creation genre, the history deniers.
Yeah.
Like, we're not so sure this happened. My buddy was throwing this stuff at me like, man, there was an ancient civilization in America. He's like, he's got this whole theory, I'm following up on it online. Theory goes in the early 1900s when we were doing all these World's Fairs, it was just an excuse to photograph these majestic pieces of construction and then tear them down. And I'm like, man. And there's like this whole online ecosystem about this. Like, there was this great civilization with like ancient Roman architecture all over our country. And they're lying to us. They tore it all down to give us this alternate history. And I'm like, man, how is there enough people interested in this to keep this whole thing alive? But it's significant. I mean,
it is.
The Holocaust deniers.
Yeah, crazy.
You know?
Look, Babe Ruth, I think, very much existed. That's a little bit of a crazy take, but maybe there's some stuff out there. That card sold for $7.2 million today. If you adjusted for inflation, $7.6 million for that card.
You're looking at about $131,000 for the season ticket portion of that win.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's not even close to.
So you're into the 6 figures though at this point. You know,
plus I guess the jersey
fair value might, and then those ticket prices are going to go up over the next 32 years.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, and then the jersey could be crazy.
The jersey could be
if he goes Hall of Fame.
Yes, that jersey could get close to. It's a 1-on-1 card, but the jersey has a chance to get close.
I mean, how many times can the Mavericks go to the NBA Finals over the next 32 years? Like those
32 times.
Those NBA Finals tickets. At some point, you're going to cash in huge.
Yeah.
We see how, in 15, 20 years, you're talking about NBA Finals tickets costing you tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, even a badass conference finals, if you get like a nice San Antonio-Dallas rivalry with Wemby and Flag, and they're like the 2 best players in the league, like those are going to be big-time value. Honus Wagner 1909 card sold for $7.5 million. The Lionel Messi 2022 World Cup game-worn shirt, $7.8 million.
Holy cow.
That's pretty incredible. Michael Jordan's Dynasty Collection sneakers. This set sold for just over $8 million in an auction in 2024. Shoes are the 3rd most expensive piece of sports memorabilia in the Jordan collection. Included a variety of Air Jordans from 91 all through 1998 and were also autographed by MJ. You've got the Olympic Games Manifesto, which sold for $8.8 million. 14-page manifesto in a bid to relaunch the Olympics, accompanied by a speech at the university in Paris. So this is from the OG Olympics. Diego Maradona.
It will be the finest competition this world's ever seen.
Ever! The Diego Maradona Hand of God jersey. That's
10 mil.
9.3.
Oh,
9.3 mil. The 98 Finals worn jersey for Michael Jordan. That sold for $10.1 million. The Mickey Mantle 1952 card sold for $12.6 million. That's now worth $13.8 million today. And then you've got the Kobe Bryant Michael Jordan 07-08 dual signed card. So it's stitched. It's a one of one. It's an upper deck exquisite collection, dual logo man, autographed by both. That thing selling for just under $13 million. But the most expensive piece of sports memorabilia ever sold. The Babe Ruth cold shot jersey that was worn by the Babe himself in the World Series Game 3, $24.12 million in the summer of 2024. That is the most expensive sports memorabilia on record.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 is in the books. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are live at Cowboys training camp, and Broadus is watching practice. He'll have a full report in Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Savone Ravel is going to join us around that time after practice to talk about a big second-year opportunity for him as the Cowboys looking for corners out here. Got two, looking for more. And Savone Ravel is at the top of the list of guys that might fill that bill. So we'll have all that coming up for you in the 3 o'clock hour. Clayton Adams coming up at the top. I want your thoughts on this George Pickens idea that won't go away. It's annoying me because George is one of my favorites. And we're back with that conversation next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and our coverage of training camp continues. Okay, so we got Clayton Adams joining me coming up here at 3 o'clock, a 20-minute conversation, robust, go down all the important avenues and paths to talk about. I really feel like with Clayton, I'm checking in for a football education and conversation, and I think I could talk with Clayton Adams for 3 or 4 hours.
Agreed, 100%. Yeah, he's a really cool personality. You talk with the people inside the Cowboys, and you're like, man, the personality's great. He's a super funny guy, and the thing that I took away from chatting with him is just he loves being here. He loves the role that he's in. Of course, I'm sure he would love to call plays. He would love to be a head coach at some point. But he seems to really appreciate the role that he's in here and learning and developing and having the perspective of like, okay, I got plenty of time. This isn't all just going to go away here. I'm confident in myself and in this group of guys offensively. My name is going to stay out there, and at some point, my opportunity will come to call plays and then at some point be a head coach. He is not in a rush to get out of here, and I love that.
Yeah, if somebody wanted to be successful in the industry, I would say just go watch how Clayton Adams is part of the machine. You know, he is clearly a star of the machine. Right. He is clearly a straw that stirs the drink offensively for the Dallas Cowboys. But it's the way that he subtly props up Shoddy, deflects credit for things, but at the same time takes a tremendous amount of pride in what he's doing and is trying to be the absolute best version of himself. And maybe it's because he is so focused and locked in and he's checked all of those boxes that he knows he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody else.
Yes, yeah, I think he walks around with that type of energy. Yeah. And it's wonderful. I love to see it, and the Cowboys are fortunate to have him.
Okay, you see this headline from Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. He's doing a nice job covering the Cowboys beat, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Headline, George Pickens' 2026 season likely to be his Cowboys swan song after Zay Flowers and Drake London contracts. So there's a couple of pieces of data here that he's connecting for a pretty interesting article. One of them is that Pickens' number is going up as London and Flowers come through. We're at 35 now. Pickens is playing at 27. Incredible bargain for the Cowboys. That's one of the takeaways of the story. But then, the other that kind of puts the picture in the frame is how Stephen Jones talked about wanting to get Quinnen Williams re-signed when we did the opening press conference, the State of the Cowboys address. And he talked about wanting to get a deal done, talked about he's reached out to the agents to set the groundwork for what it takes, and then he said he's at the top of the list of our priorities for getting this done. So that shows you, and Quinnen Williams has 2 years left on his deal. If it's Quinnen or George Pickens, are they choosing right? What do you think?
They are choosing right. I mean, they kind of made their decision with the way you give up a third-round pick for George, and you gave up a heck of a lot more than that for Quinnen Williams. That day when you traded for him, you're saying, okay, this is going to be our foundational piece defensively since you've added the Caleb Downses of the world, and you hope that continues. But Quinnen Williams was sort of the first guy they wanted to bring in to be the face of the new era defensively here with Christian Parker and company, and they didn't know at the time they were going to get Parker. But yes, Quinnen Williams is that dude, and without him, there's say what you want about Kenny Clark, but you don't have anything coming up the pike or another established guy like you do with CD when you start talking about the pick and stuff and just the wide receiver position as a whole. If you lost Quinnen Williams right now on this defense, you'd be in a heck of a lot of trouble.
So there's a couple of different conversations we could get into, like, is it a good idea right now to push your assets more to the defensive side of the football? Looking at how Seattle was able to dominate with Sam Darnold and a pretty average offense measured by EPA per play and some other metrics. Broncos were just an injury away from making the Super Bowl with Bo Nix. They dang near beat the Patriots. If that snowstorm had held off maybe another 20 minutes or so, maybe they do end up beating the Patriots, even without them.
Winning with defense.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the idea. Like, are you willing to potentially sacrifice your offense to make your defense better? And as the pendulum swung back so much, that's the meta team building, where we were all offense in the Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees era, and it's like, hey, try to play good enough defense, but make sure you have an elite offense to get this done. It might have swung back the other way.
Yeah. Defenses are starting to be. I mean, we have an unbelievable amount of good defenses now in the league, and defensive minds that are pulling the strings, and they're getting elevated year in, year out. And we have one of our own now in Christian Parker. So I'm in on that. I mean, selfishly, I want them to just figure out a way to keep all your good players.
Yes.
You know, like why do you have to? Why do you have to cut corners on the roster when you've seen some other teams say, forget it, man, however many void years we got to put on this thing, kicking the can, what the Eagles are doing, let's keep pushing, because right now the clock is ticking on what you have with Dak, your offense, the continuity, all this stuff. They need to try to keep this going for a couple more seasons.
And I think they might need cash flow to pull that off. Like, I wonder if George or Quinnen's conversation is based on, we can only afford one 9-figure guaranteed contract package to put into escrow, or we can only afford a couple of those and we can't afford a 3. So that goes to how important it is to get it done this year. 2026 becomes massively important to try to get the job done. And then you get into, after that, could you sell 10% of the team? Could you sell 10% of equity in the team at some point over the next 9 months to give yourself what would be $1.3 billion of liquidity to play with? Dang. To say, okay, I mean, because there's two challenges to being that aggressive with the cap. Number one, do you agree with it philosophically? Like, is it worth giving up the future to pay now? We know Jerry's willing to do that. But then if you could add into that basically an unlimited checkbook, which the $1.3 billion, if you sold 10%, would provide you. I think it's genius. Well, I believe we're hearing Brian Broaddus down there on the field, buddy. How's it going? What you seeing?
Hey, doing well, guys. Thank you very much. We're in a team period here right now where they're backed up. The offense is backed up inside their own 15-yard line, and they're having to kind of fight their way out. Defense has done a really nice job of limiting the Cowboys' offense when it comes to running the football. And there's been that movement of the front, the adjustments, kind of playing like a 6-man front, saying, okay, if you're going to try and kill this thing and run this thing out, we're going to be right there for you. So defense is doing a really nice job with their pressure packages today and making it kind of difficult for not only Dak, but for Howell and anybody else that's playing quarterback today to have to make some throws.
What you looking at, Wolchuk? You over there too?
Yeah, you guys got me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Perfect. All right, we're working. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the blitzes that we noticed, they just sent D. Winters. Yeah, Curtis Robinson working, one of the backup linebackers that they got from San Francisco. They're certainly trying to send a lot of pressure, but it has been tough sledding in the run game. And I think you were able to see some solid plays in coverage when they put the 2s and 3s out there. Now they finally popped off.
They popped one, yeah. Finally got that one out. Yeah, absolutely. It popped a nice run, too. They caught him, and this was the first offense going against the first defense, and really a really good job of with Williams just taking the ball going off that left side here, and then you look at what with Guyton and Smith, and then Williams was able just to run right behind. That was right at Quinnen Williams. That was right at Overshown. Really good job of just eliminating those blue jerseys. I would say that Williams didn't get touched until he was about 15 yards down the field.
Our 3 Live Mic coverage brought to you by Zero Res. Call Zero Res for the fan special. Brian, up until that moment, you felt like the defense is getting the best of the offense, though.
Yeah, I did. The very first series that the ones had, it was a situation where Dak tried to throw the ball. They were going to throw it deep, and they got a kind of a 6-man line. And all of a sudden, the coverage was so good on the outside with Durant and Bland and those guys. There was nowhere for Dak to throw the football, and he had to hold it. And the next thing you know, that pocket collapsed on him. So it was a sack on the very, very first play. And then, like I said, they've been playing some 6-man front, stemming to it, meaning they're lining up in kind of a 4-man line and then making it a 6-man line. And then that gave the offense a little problem, so trying to run it.
Sweet. You're getting a lot more opportunity from the rookie LT Overton because you had a Tito Bonia leave practice earlier, and then we know Bullard's not practicing today. So for the Alabama or Texas A&M faithful out there, LT Overton's getting a lot of snaps.
You think he can do big man in the middle stuff?
Well, he's probably more built to be a guy that could probably more of the 3 technique or the 4-eye where they play inside eye of the offensive tackle, or maybe the 5 technique. I don't think that he has the body type or that mass to be able to play more the 1 technique or that true nose technique that they might think about, a guy like a Clark or Williams would do.
Practice continues here in Oxnard, California. Our coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, AC Heating and Plumbing. We'll have team activities in Krusty's Corner coming up in 3:40. He'll give you a full report and his takeaways, but Clayton Adams will sit down with us at the broadcast position next on The Fan.
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. Cowboys news of the evening coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. Then Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus at 3:40. Savone Revel is going to join us. It is time now, though, for a special guest on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Wild Fork Foods, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. Joining us now on The Fan, Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm doing great. I think it's 75 degrees, and there's the marine layers burning off, and couldn't be better.
It is so good, and I want to jump right into talking football with you and talking about this offense. We've been talking so much in the offseason about places that you guys could, be better, be more efficient, score more in 2026. And I wanted to start with first quarter scoring. Seemed apropos. Started the interview, first quarter scoring. Now, a lot of the metrics put you guys in the top 5, top 3, but in first quarter scoring, it was around 16th. And I was like, man, if they could just score more, that might make up the gap to the absolute best scoring offense in the league. How do you look at first quarter scoring?
So I've thought about that a lot, actually. And early in the season, we were pretty hot in the first quarter, all the way really into the early part of the second half of the season. And then what you see, because the NFL is an amazing place full of amazing people and really smart coaches and really smart players, we started seeing all sorts of stuff. And that is a little bit new for me because I've been on teams that either ran the ball really, really good or threw the ball really, really good. I hadn't really been on a team that was had a really high-scoring, high-powered offense in kind of both ways. And so we started seeing kind of what I would call the oh crap adjustments from the defense of we're just going to do something. And you're not going to know that it's coming, and you're the first casualty of war is the plan. And it doesn't matter if they're going to do something that we didn't anticipate. We got to score points, and we got to play winning football.
We were wondering, is it possible that you're coming out in the first quarter with the idea that we're setting them up to do something later, and maybe we're not throwing? But I would imagine the goal is to try to score 2 touchdowns every first quarter if you can, right?
Yeah, I want to score the first drive of every game.
Yeah,
touchdowns.
Okay, so we asked George Pickens yesterday how much better you guys could be in the red zone, and he said a lot better. What's that take to execute here in year 2 for you?
I just think the detailing the things that we looked at last year that were kind of failing us. The first and foremost, the self-inflicted wounds. A false start on the 5-yard line is a lot different than a false start on the minus 40-yard line. And so it absolutely can't happen. And when people see that you're jumpy down there, they're going to do some things to try to get you to jump off sides. We can't do that. That's what young football teams do. We're not a young football team. We're a seasoned football team. So first and foremost, you eliminate 4 or 5 of those, and you score touchdowns in those situations, you're already probably jumping into the top 5 from where we were last year. In my opinion, probably we overthought some of the run game a little bit do we need – my first thought when you go down there is always, all right, we don't have a whole bunch of space verticals, so we're going to use the 53 and a third. But sometimes you got a back who can smell the paint, and he's going to go get it. And so, let's not overthink it. Let's let him go do that. I think, having a few more of those type of things. And then just you're starting to see some real designer coverages in the red zone. The way we saw maybe 8 or 9 years ago that the kind of the Belichick tree of coaches started doing some really interesting things. That's starting to come back. So I studied some college football red zone this offseason to just see what are the things that could happen, talk to some guys. And we're seeing some of it from our defense, which is really good.
Coach, when we always hear the coaches always like to tell us, well, it's cover 2 beaters. It's man beaters. What's a cloud beater? If somebody's playing cloud coverage on you quite a bit and you're starting to see more of that, what's the beaters for those?
Well, I mean, to me, the first thing is you got to put 2-on-1 on that safety. And so you got to get behind the cloud corner and you got to put 2 verticals on the half field safety. That's the easiest thing to do, and that's where you see us dropping the ball in the seam to Jake Ferguson quite a bit. Anything that's going to get behind the cloud corner and under the half field safety and still give that corner something to look at in the flat flood concepts, things like that. Those are always things that you can go to. My favorite cloud beater is to run the football. Just because now what you're accounting for is 2 of your better tacklers are going to be playing half field, and your corners are going to be the guy that are fitting off of what's happening in the box. So you should have numbers, and you should be able to win inside.
So what is the key, and we've talked a lot about the explosive plays, and when you have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, you're getting a lot of explosives in the passing game, but to generate more explosives in the run, I think a lot of fans are like Jaden Blue. He's an explosive player. Easy, boom, just get him more involved. But for you, when you're looking at design and you're seeing a lot of shell looks or seeing a lot of the cloud, what's the key in your install and play design to try and get explosive runs that way?
Yeah, I mean, so one of it's a little bit counterintuitive, but I feel like you have a better chance of creating explosive runs versus a loaded box than you do versus shell coverage. The reason for that is those guys are coming down and you're getting efficient runs, but they're making tackles at 8 or 9 yards because they've got vision and they've got time and distance on you. So we've done some things that I think that are going to help us generate some explosives. And then also, kind of in the back of my mind, how are we going to evolve and adjust to what's coming this year in the NFL? There's going to be something that's different. And so, I'll say it again, the first casualty of war is the plan. We've got to be fluid.
What makes a really good screen package?
Well, my college coach would tell you we were really good at screens because I couldn't pass protect for crap. He would just say, you just do your normal horse job of pass protection. I think the illusion of reality is what creates a really good screen. And so when we redesigned our screen package this offseason, we had that in mind of, all right, what do we need to build a screen off of? Because if you're building screens off of things that you're not doing, then it's not reality. And so without going any more in depth in kind of what we've done is I think that it has to look like something. And you have to take advantage of what defenders are going to do naturally. And so that's one of the things I talk to the linemen about is like, these guys can't help themselves. They fight pressure. Right. That's it. They don't think about it. They just do. So if we can give them pressure here, they're going to fight it. We're going to get what we want.
Yeah, is that something? It looks like a point of emphasis, though, just kind of watching practice and stuff like that. It seems like you're kind of maybe some periods of dedicated, some time dedicated to trying to develop your screen package a little more.
We looked at it. We were not very good in the screen game last year, and so that was something that bothered me, and I wanted to evolve in that area.
Can my guy Jaden Blue help with that a little bit?
I think anybody with speed, anybody that can run can help with that for sure. But I feel like all of our guys have done a nice job with it.
Do we overstep? Well, actually, how about Jaden Blue in pass protection?
I mean, I think what you're seeing is him grow and him learn and him understand that, like, this isn't there's really no such thing as a scat back in the NFL if you're going to try to play, if you're going to be a guy who wants to play all the time. So that was one of the conversations that you have in the offseason of do you want to be a part-time guy or do you want to have a chance to be a 3-down guy? And so that's a huge part of that. If you can grow in that area, you can.
Do we overstate the idea that you can just steal plays from around the league, like in the middle of the season? Is that an off-season thing, or is that something in season that can actually happen?
Oh, I think it definitely happens. I think it happens for sure. I mean, I'm constantly looking for stuff that, and again, it's got to fit what you do. Mm-hmm. I don't think that we're going to see somebody run wishbone this year and be like, yeah, there it is. We're putting in the wishbone this week. But I think that there's times where you watch and you go, gosh, that fits what we would do here, and it would be easy because we already have rules. It's like it's got a compatible attachment to your offense, I guess, would be the best way to explain it. And then the other part of it is like it happens all the way around to everybody. Whenever we've put something in that hits, that you go back the next week and you watch the explosive tape and you go, yeah, those suckers did it too.
Clayton Adams here with you on The Fan.
I love listening to you talk about your cool S folder. I think that's freaking awesome. Do you have an example, and it kind of is a follow-up to Eric's question, where, okay, you took the cool S folder and then boom, we implemented that and it hits in the following week?
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that happens for sure. And there's also times where it's a negative yardage play. And those are learning lessons that I feel like you get better at this as you go and you get a little bit older and you get a few more years in of I like that one, but maybe not this week. You know, those are sometimes the best decisions that you make, is to say, I don't think that one's going to fit here. And then when you find the week, sometimes, and again, like, I try to create these folders to put myself at ease, because there's certain things that bother me that are like, man, why are they doing that? I hate when they do that. Hold on. Let me go to the cut up we can do this because they're doing that. And so that's like something that I've grown with as I've gotten older, is just to in danger, there's opportunity.
Brilliant. Okay, so I was reading this article about Drew Petzing getting hired with the Detroit Lions, okay? And one of the things in there, he was the OC when you were the O-line coach, right, in Arizona. One of the interesting things that I've been waiting to ask you about was the author was crediting Petzing for running 13 in Arizona before Sean McVay made it cool last year. Do you feel like you guys deserve credit for this?
Well, I don't really care where the credit goes, but I thought that Drew did a really nice job of trying to maximize the players that we had. And to me, I think it has more to do with that than it does to just say, we're going to put this personnel out on the field. For the Rams, it's probably a situational thing that they felt like they had 3 good tight ends, but they got a couple good receivers too. So that's where I kind of land with it as well, is I love all that stuff. But I also love having 88 and 3 on the field at the same time. Now, they've got to take breaks, too, and they're not going to play 90 snaps every game or whatever it ends up being. So there's a time and a place for everything. I felt like what Drew and I did in Arizona that year was necessity is the mother of invention. We were putting out the things that put our best players on the field. And he did a nice job. We were getting empty and doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we love that kind of stuff, and we love having you here, and obviously your name is out there as one of the rising coordinators. How confident should Cowboys fans be if you did go somewhere else that this operation could find like the next Clayton Adams?
I think that like, to me, that all starts with just leadership and putting the right people in place, and that's what everybody should feel really good about the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys doing. And it's one of his strongest traits is he understands like how to put people in seats that they can ascend in and challenge them to be better. And I know it's been really, really good for me. And I think we have an unbelievable offensive staff. And so, you know, there's a lot of different contingencies that you kind of think about in the back of your mind. You go, like, that guy can definitely do this, or that guy can definitely do that. So I think we're loaded with our position coaches and the people that we have, and our defensive staff too. So I have a lot of confidence in Brian Schottenheimer making decisions when it comes to putting people in those positions.
How neat was it to be able to sit in the DC interviews for the defensive coordinator spot? What did you gain, and what was your initial impression of Christian Parker?
I learned a ton. First and foremost, is like it was a really great experience, and I really appreciate him basically telling me like, "Hey, I need you to be here with me on this," and so I learned a ton. There was even a point where I was on vacation and I had to go up to the room and Zoom and watch some guys interview, which was really great, and I didn't mind doing it all. Christian Parker, I actually did not know at all, had never met him, had never heard his name, and from the very beginning on the interview, I was just incredibly impressed. And in fact, there was one thing that I had asked him, particularly one question that when he answered, I went, "Yep, great answer. Yeah. This guy's unbelievable."
How you're unique because you can now marry offensive line play to how things go in the perimeter as well. Talk about the adjustment that you've had to make in learning about being so like offensive line focused, but now having to learn about all the different coverages and things like that, and how people might play you.
You know, the one of the advantages that I've had in the way that my career has gone is obviously I played offensive line, and then I GA'd for Coach Peterson, and I was kind of his GA. I wasn't the offensive line GA. I kind of worked for him in the quarterback room, and then I went and I coached offensive line for 2 years, and then I went and coached tight ends for 2 years, actually tight ends for 6 years. And then I was a coordinator, and then I went back to the offensive line.
Okay, so you had the tight end. That you had a long spell working with tight ends, which I was with Andy Reid in Green Bay, and Andy kind of did it the same way that you've done it, throughout. So I think Andy says it was a huge advantage to be able to coach offensive line and then go work with Brett Favre, that kind of thing.
I think so for sure. And then coaching tight ends in the NFL to me was really where it was like, wow, you learn so much coaching tight ends in the NFL. And then the challenge for me has really been 2 years with the offensive line and then into this role. Right. Had I come into this role after coaching 2 years with the tight ends, I think it would have been a little bit of an easier transition. Mm-hmm. But to me, it's just been the absolute best possible education for me to. I always say this when people ask this question, but like, I'm not insecure about what I don't know, and I'm not insecure about like the quarterback and the pass game thing. I'm a smart enough guy that I can figure it out and I can learn, and I'm going to do it faster because I'm not insecure about it. Having said that, like if you grow up speaking Spanish, like that's your first language. If you grew up speaking English, that's your first language. I grew up speaking run game, and I'm going to learn all of this stuff at the highest level I can, and I'm going to work my butt off at it, but I'm going to know what my first language is. I'm going to be fluent in the other ones too.
Can you tell us why Lamb and Pickens are wearing the mosquito nets over their heads on the jugs machine?
I just asked Brown that question.
What do we do? How does it feel to be the offensive coordinator of the Gotti offense?
Oh, man.
That's pretty kick-ass, dude.
I tell you what, that's the worst thing that they did was give me something that I can freaking hold against them. It's like,
bars high.
Yeah, you guys set the standard for yourself. This isn't about statistics. This is about doing right every day. And having the pedal to the metal every day. So don't tell me that you got your keys in your pocket on an evening walkthrough when you got the off day the next day. We want to be the best there is. We're not trying to be top five. That's not what that means. And so to me, it's a standard. I think it's outstanding.
All right, we have a drill idea for you, football drill idea. Okay, this is a throwback. Allegedly, Porta-Johns were on the field, the practice field, and the tight end is in the Porta-John with it closed. Door swings open, jugs machine fires off a football.
This is Mike Pope.
I think Coach the tight ends, I think Ferguson would get going on this.
Jake Ferguson would love that.
Yes.
But so that actually, the Porta-John there on the field, that's what I said to the guys the other day. We caught a touchdown pass, and the guys just kind of do a little celebration. I say, somebody's got to go right into it. And on your way in, you're doing the belt, and slam the door. That's the celebration.
That's viral right there. Wrapping up with Clayton Adams here with you on the Fan. 3 of us are girl dads, and Clayton, if you don't know, a triple girl dad.
Yeah, triple girl dad.
Wow. Listening to the Athletic Football Podcast, you were talking about how your 16-year-old's like a football sicko, and she's like listening to the podcast like we are. She's loving the schemes.
She, when I was working for the Colts, so I coached Philip Lindsay at University of Colorado, and then we had signed Philip Lindsay my last year with the Colts, and they had released him during training camp, and so I came home that night, and she goes, "What are you doing? We don't want to win." What are you talking about? Like, she's watching The Wire and she's like, "We just cut Philip Lindsay. Yeah, we're done.
Wow,
we're done. Thanks, Dad."
So is she trying to get like fantasy football smart, or does she want to be a scout? She want to be a coach?
I don't think she has that totally mapped out yet, but those are good conversations that we have. Is, hey, what is the best thing? Right now we're trying to figure out. She, I think, wants to be a Boise State Bronco. Cool. So maybe we'll figure out where she wants to go to school. But me and her mom both went to school there, and so we still have a lot of good friends there. And I think she would like to work in football, maybe in recruiting, and then just kind of figure it out from there.
Talk to us, Clayton, about are you ready to be an NFL head coach? Is it harder if you don't call plays to get that opportunity?
I in terms of like, am I ready to do that? I don't know. To me, that question is a little bit like, my wife and I, when we were 21, going, are we ready to be parents? Like, no, let's just, So like, you're probably not ready until you actually do it. The play calling thing, I'm having a ton of fun with every opportunity that Shotty gives me to do it. And I feel like I'm growing a ton in that area. And I feel like someday that's something that I definitely want to do. I also feel incredibly blessed that I get to watch one of the best in the entire league do it every day and get to listen to how he talks to the quarterback on the headset. And so not everybody gets that opportunity. Sometimes I feel bad a little bit for some of the Shanahan tree guys, just like they're never going to call a play until they get a head coaching job, and then they just kind of get thrown in there, and a lot of them do a great job. That's not what I'm saying, but like I feel like I'm really getting the opportunity to develop in what I'm doing, and I love being the offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. And so like, to me, what I'm focused on right now is seeing if I can at some point try to be a 10 out of 10 at what I'm doing.
Coach, if I can follow back up with you, you mentioned about you were watching college film. Where are defenses now coming from? Is it where are these guys? You said they're going back to Belichick and things like that, but where are these creative defensive coordinators? Not where they're coming from, but where are they getting their ideas from?
That's a really good question because you are seeing more migration of defensive scheme from college football to the NFL than probably you've ever seen.
Wow.
And I like it because there's a reason that you get to run for way more yards in college than you do in the NFL generally. And so if we're seeing a little bit more loose fits and things like that, I'm all for it. But you're seeing some very creative designer schemes. Like everybody always talks about all the different designer variations of cover two. I like to call them Gucci two, right? And so everybody's trying to build their different cover twos. And ultimately, what that does from a fundamental perspective to me is, yeah, it's great and it blinds the quarterback and it does all sorts of things. It makes things a little bit lighter and cleaner up front. And obviously, my mind is always going to start with how we can do that.
Which coordinator grouping or coaching tree is the biggest pain in the butt to try to get after?
Ooh, gosh, there's some good ones. I mean, one of the reasons I was so excited when we hired Christian Parker is you just know that the style of defense that he comes from plays fundamental football, and they play astute football. They are smart and creative. They make sure that their players know what to do. You can't even always see the adjustments because they're so dialed, and they do such a great job of communicating. Kind of built from the back end to the front end, and they're going to set edges. And to me, that when you're facing the style of defense that we play here now, you're going to be in for a long day. And then, it's always, anytime you're going to go against Brian Flores, you know that he's going to make you coach on game day.
Well, thanks for going along with us. That was outstanding. Appreciate your insights and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
There he goes. Yes, Clayton Adams with us, Cowboys offensive coordinator here live at training camp on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. All right, got a lot to unpack there from that conversation. Look forward to talking about that for the rest of this show. But before too long, Savone Ravel is going to join us, sit down, the Cowboys' second-year corner, talk to us about how practice is going for him. We'll get you the C-note, some of the news and takeaways from Cowboys practice that continues down there on the fields here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan. But first, let's get you that. righty, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Went long with Clayton Adams. If you want to go back and listen to our 20-minute conversation with the Cowboys offensive coordinator, it's there for you in the Odyssey app. Segment here, the C-Note, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, Cowboys practice wrapping up. Savone Revel is going to join us momentarily. Apparently, Jayshawn Barham, the rookie linebacker, just went to the locker room after a trip to the medical tent. Unsure what happened there was the report from Joseph Hoyt, who spotted it. Have you guys heard anything about Barham yet?
Yeah, I was with Joe and Nick, and we were talking down on the sideline. Nick said he thinks it happened during 1v1s, but the fact that they took his helmet from him, I think it might have just been a head injury. So hopefully just a precaution, and he'll be good to go. Nothing serious.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure everything is good on that, especially in a padded practice. I mean, one concussion or one bell ringing is bad. When you get back-to-backs in the same day, that's when the more serious head injuries can happen. So good to see the Cowboys being precautious there. Injury reports brought to you by Window Nation, the official window replacement company of the Dallas Cowboys. I was wondering how Overshone was going to get up when old Tyler Guyton took a run at him there in that team drill. You guys see that hit? That was a nice block.
Yeah,
it was.
There was. I tell you what, but that's what Overshone has to be. You have to be able to do. I mean, he has to. Next time he's like, okay, I didn't see that the right way. I need to, if I see this formation, or I think, it looks like he might be tipping a little bit. I might get a puller. I have to, all these things are experiences that he has to have playing as that Mike linebacker. And so, hey, just line up every snap, bro. There's going to be some times where you're going to get rocked a little bit, but then there might be a time or two where you go make a play, and he just needs to go out there and have a little time on task.
He did have one play, and that's not going to show up on the stat sheet. It was the PBU Bland had.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, they looped Overshone around, and he rushed right on Tyler Smith, beat him inside, forced Stack to get rid of the football early. Anytime they rush him on the edge and think Overshone has a chance, I think it's a waste of time trying to blitz him right up the middle.
Yeah.
He just gets swallowed up.
I do like how maybe this is a reversal of roles that Tyler Guyton's used to, where he's the young guy getting caught, getting blindsided. Now he's the guy, and hopefully that's a sign that he's really settling into this job in year 3. I also like your guys' Dr. Pepper hats.
Thank you.
When Wolchuk initially put this on, I was like, I don't know if it's the right cut, the right fit of a hat for you.
Yeah.
Of course, I like the Dr. Pepper brand and label, but he's kind of rolled up the sides to it, Brian. I think he's owning it now.
He is very much owning it. And you know what? That the beard and the round face with the big hat, the big white hat, it all looks good.
It's very round. I got reminded how round my face has gotten from our family dinner picture. And, hey, I just got to own that, too.
Man, people need to be nicer in the comments when we post those family pictures.
I'm aware.
Man.
I'm very aware.
They're always there's this guy who always says I look gloomy. He's comparing me to like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh or something like that.
Eeyore.
No, you guys are rocking these DP.
Where would he come up with that idea?
You guys are freaking crushing today.
Man, they're dominating DP.
You just love saying DP.
Okay.
Dr. Pepper.
It is, dude. 23 flavors, baby.
Let me get one story in here before Revel sits down with us, and we got Krusty's Corner coming up and everything. Joseph Hoyt's been working on this story about Jayshawn Barham, who hilariously won't talk to any of the media. He just says no. The headline, Cowboys rookie Jayshawn Barham's versatility becoming a cheat code for Christian Parker. Parker says him playing both the inside linebacker and the outside linebacker pass rusher role is one of his cheat codes that he has. He's played equal amount of snaps almost at Maryland and Michigan at inside, so he's been exposed to it. It's not like he's seeing things that he hasn't seen before from that perspective. Then he says, I think he is a fast processor. And again, he's one of the young guys who's eager to learn. He wants to know the details. I always wonder with quiet guy. There can be a lot of reasons you're quiet, But I think one of the reasons would be you just, you don't want to talk because you're not very good at it. Okay? Now, sometimes you're stoic. You think it's a waste of time to just blurt out words and small talk. And I get that, But sometimes when a guy doesn't communicate, you wonder, is he going to be the smartest football player, especially a defensive guy? Defensive guy not talking. But apparently this dude is the I don't want to talk because I got a lot going on upstairs kind of guy, and he is an eager learner. And I think the versatility part of this is huge. And it's not just your defensive backs, but also your linebackers. And if he can transition as quickly, like right now you got a couple of rookies making buzz. It's Caleb Downs and it's this guy, Jayshon Barham.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this buzz actually plays out in the regular season in a very meaningful way, even when they're not top draft picks. It's rare, but it does happen. How far do you think this hybrid player trend is going in the NFL? And how's Barham fit into that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that with the linebackers, I think it's scheme specific. Like, I think the Fangio tree and getting to see kind of how they use Zach Bond and some of their other linebackers, like those disciples and the ripple effect with Christian and Parker, like his tree expands, and maybe others will copy it, right? So I think that some of the flex of being able to rush, but also playing in the middle, but also pre-snap, they're lining up in one area, and then post-snap, oh my gosh, here they are, lined up in a totally different spot. I mean, if it's a trend that works, the rest of the league will pick up on it, but I do think it takes a unique skill set. Like, not all linebackers, like D. Winters, you don't see really doing that much at all. I think it takes certain players with the ability to do it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that are going on. Number one, are you signaling to the offense at all if you're more equipped to play run or pass?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is huge.
You don't want to tip your hand.
How many guys can you have that can play specific roles in stopping both? And if you can get 11 of those players on the field, now you're giving no tells. There's no, obvious weakness, but then there's changing the look for the quarterback immediately after the snap. And these guys that can go rush the passer, play inside linebacker stuff, give you some coverage. It's almost like being pretty good at all of those is more important for a defense than having a guy who's elite at one thing. Sure, you can use players with elite stuff, but like James Houston is an example of this. How many snaps is he going to get every game? He does one thing maybe better than everybody else on this team.
Yeah.
When it comes to moving around that tackle, nobody's as gifted at that part of it.
But all year it was why isn't Houston on the field more?
Yeah,
because that's all they feel like he can do.
12 snaps, 15 snaps, something like that. We got to run. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I do have some observations from the practice we got to see. We'll talk about those next.
Okay, I want to.
difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to have Savone Revel join us here at the broadcast position here momentarily. In the meantime, it's time for Krusty's Corner with the King. Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I really do appreciate you playing that. Lucius, thank you for all you're doing for us while we're out here trying to do this radio stuff. I know that's not easy back home, but you're doing a hell of a job. There were a couple things I got to watch today. I got to watch the one-on-one pass rush drill.
Nice.
Once again.
O-line dominating?
Once again. And matter of fact, I know there's some talk about video and stuff going up. They did a little bit of 9-on-7, which is offensive line and defensive line, kind of a run thing. Got that, and I got a little one-on-one stuff. So I'm going to put a couple things up so people can kind of get an idea. Didn't tape the whole practices or anything like that or any of that. So we're just trying to kind of help the team out here a little bit, with some of our content. But
we salute you for your work.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. The thing though with the one-on-one pass rush, it's 2 days now where you haven't seen the defense find a way to get a clean win.
Surprise, surprise.
Against
the pass rush might be a problem.
Man, the one guy that actually has pass rush and gets separation is Sam Williams.
Is he going up against the ones?
It's a 2 situation.
Okay.
It's a 2 situation.
It's a Drew situation.
Yeah, it's a 2 situation.
Yeah, Drew Shelton.
But if you watch and you can, like I say, I'll post this stuff up for you later on after we get done with the show. But if you watch it, there's just no violence that the defensive line is playing with right now.
They got a bunch of dominant run stuffers, man. They don't have a bunch of pass rushers other than Quinnen Williams.
I think, it's a little bit disheartening to you're kind of expecting okay, Ezra is going to win on this one, but then there's Steele, and he has a good set. Or there's, Guyton. Good for Guyton. Good for Guyton.
I thought Guyton had a really good
having
day.
these sets.
Pin the tail on the positive, man. O-line's looking good.
No, I mean, they're looking good in the one-on-one stuff, which is really a negative. It's a hard drill to deal with. You guys have heard me talk about that. That's because the offense is they're okay, well they're gonna rush, so and the defense is thinking, well they're gonna pass, so we gotta. But if you go back and watch it, you're gonna go, who's winning over there? Mm-hmm. Who's winning? Now we got to the team period.
Yeah, and it was better.
It was better. So maybe the one-on-one situation. I hope guys aren't taking a little break here during the one-on-one drills.
Oh, okay.
And then they're getting into the team period, but you are seeing some better pass rush stuff over on when they get into team.
Yeah, because you're stunting, you're moving guys around.
Well,
Kenny Clark was
exactly.
getting on the action.
Clark had an outstanding day.
Yeah.
And you're getting the coverage factor, too.
Exactly.
There were a handful of plays where it's Milton or Dak kind of doesn't have anywhere to go with it.
Right.
And the pocket gets muddy.
The very first rep that they had in that team period, and I was talking about it when I was on the field, was they showed like a 4-man front, and the offense was coming out of they were coming out of their own end of the field. So you're thinking, well, maybe Christian Parker's they're going to try and run themselves out of this. They're going to try and run. So he goes from a 4-man line to all of a sudden pre-snap, he goes to a 6-man line. And now it's okay. Then all of a sudden the secondary, when you start talking about with Bland and those guys in the back end, Hooker, all those guys are covering, and Dak's got nowhere to go with the ball.
Right, and that's ultimately.
And so now it squeezes on him.
Yeah,
it squeezes, and Dak has to hold it, and you're going, well, Parker's thinking maybe I'm going to get a run here. I'm going to just show him a 6-man front and play the run, but he gets such good coverage on the back end that it forces Dak to hold the ball, and then he's going to get sacked.
Again, I think that was a big takeaway, was these corners. I mean, you had an interception from Carson late. You had Bland with a nice PBU. I thought Darion Kendrick and Amir Speed were two guys that stepped up when you look at depth down the roster, especially not having Devin Moore.
I like Amir Speed, man.
Speed has got length.
He is a good-looking player.
He looks like George Pickens playing corner. I mean, this dude is long, and he's fast, and he high points the ball. He's been giving some guys fits. I mean, the last few days, he's a guy that has made some plays.
He has made some plays. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you kind of feel like that watching Bland, and he did have the PBU today.
Yeah.
Do you think Bland is kind of monitoring how he's playing in a way of
how much he wants to go, how hard he wants to go?
How hard you really want to, where maybe some of the other corners are, and people are like, well, what's Bland been doing? And I've kind of been watching it play, and I'm thinking, you know what? He kind of knows what he has to do to get through this.
Yeah.
That maybe there is a little bit of like, man,
ramp up.
I don't want to sit there and like, now when it's balls in front, he'll drive up, tag off.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look like he wants to get tangled up. I mean, I know 7 practices today being the 8th practice where we've seen, but today he had the PBU. But up until then, it's been kind of like very measured.
Yeah,
the way he's played.
Yeah,
and I wonder if he's in that mode where he's starting to feel a little bit more confident about the foot.
Yeah.
And today was one of those, okay, Mingo, you're going to try and run that route on me? Okay. Mingo's a little bit easier to drive on than the other guys.
No, that's a great point because you have seen CD and Lamb, both him, Bland, and Revel, they're getting separation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that you're kind of like. But I just wonder if Bland is playing in a very measured way.
That makes sense.
To get through these practices, to get a little confidence. Because people do ask, well, Bland hasn't done anything. I think Bland's being smart about this thing. I think if you asked him right now, he's like, bro, I'm just trying to survive the damn practices.
Yeah.
Get to the next.
Trying to get to the season.
You've been hurt 2 years in a row. I don't mind business decisions right now. Just don't have that showing up on Sundays.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It makes sense.
I'm with you, man. All right. Okay, the extra, I was talking about the little 9-on-7 drills and stuff like that. Good day for the tight ends with them blocking at the point of attack. This is a couple different times. We mentioned this I just said this earlier about the thing with Overshone, being in these drills and stuff like that. He's trying to read a play, then all of a sudden, here who he gets earholed by, Jake Ferguson. You're reading plays, but all of a sudden you don't see a crack. So that's the things that, that's why being out
here.
Nate.
There he is.
And big Nate Newton.
Freaking legend. He's going to sit down and put the headset on.
Let's
go, Nate.
Doing
this is a treat.
Yeah, Big Nate. Let's get the mic.
Talking about some cracks. I'm like, what type of crack is he talking about, bro?
You never know with Brian.
Surprise cracks, I believe is what he was talking about.
I hear you, man.
Guys, did you get a chance to see 9-on-7 today down on the other end of the field there with the offense?
The guys run play. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
Okay, offensive line, it looked like they were just a little bit.
They were surging a little bit, yes, just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, in those type of drills, what's the most important thing right now with what's going on with young Booker and Steele trying to work together? He worked so many years with Martin.
Yes, he did.
Now he's having to work with a new guy. How does that play out for a young guy and a veteran guy?
Broadus, I think it's more a tighter work when you're doing outside zone plays.
Okay.
And anything coming up the middle, right inside the tackle, it's kind of going to be ISO, guard center work. But once you start taking that thing outside the tackle, more to the tight end, now these two guys are getting to work a little bit more together, especially coming off the backside. So everything counts.
Yeah.
Everything counts. And when you're doing that type of thing, it's more about fits. It's more about leverage, about getting your hands inside, getting the right head placement, getting the 2 or 3 good steps in, And if you get a chance to finish your guy, just tilt him a little bit, let him know, hey, I'm winning this thing. Hey, it is designed for the defense to win. If you can get 2 to 3 yards on average when you're doing that type of run.
They know the ball's going right up inside.
Yes. So if you can get 2 to 3 clean yards in a game, that'll be a 5 or 6 yard game. Yeah. I mean, Broadus, I'm loving you, baby. You chill. You like living in a new world. I mean, wow.
What are you talking about, bro? Me not being a scout anymore? What are you talking about? Damn miserable right now.
Yes.
They did what you hear on the fan. What's impressing you so far out here?
sir, it's the small things with the defense. Being able to just line up correctly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Guys are not just running down the field wide open, and then next week we get a bigger picture with the Rams. It's the Rams.
Yes, sir.
Where you don't know these guys. They've been going against each other since OTA, so they kind of know each other. They get on the hash and this play, that play. But now you finna go against somebody that can dial it up. Mm-hmm. This coach here going to dial it up. Even when he's basic, he's dialing it up when we go against the Rams. So that'll be another step. But it's all about above the neck. And that's what I was preaching last year.
Yeah,
I understand that the coach couldn't relate to the young guys or this. But how do you have 7 new starters?
Yeah.
That's not a coach thing. That's a player's thing. Mm-hmm. And now they went out and got some younger guys, some veteran guys that are still basically young and trying to mash these guys together. And I think it will look good. But I'm the type of guy. I've been here through a building situation, and it don't happen overnight. It takes 2 or 3 years. Is Mr. Jones willing to give Shoddy and Coach Parker, which everybody else call him CP, it's like he done accomplished something already. I mean, to me, he's Coach Parker until you do something special. Yeah. So it's going to take time. It's going to take 3 or 4 games because you're not going to get any starters.
Yeah.
No starters in the preseason, but the advantage to that is you're going to see the Rams, you're going to see the Saints.
Right. Sure.
So your starters at least get 30 reps.
Right.
So that's a great thing. They're practicing more and harder. Will that get you 2 or 3 extra games? Will you be 10, 11 wins? I don't know. But these guys seem to be going in the right direction, and that's got to be exciting.
It's year 3 for Tyler Guyton. Give us an update on him. Is he heading in the right direction?
I'm the type of guy like this. You heard me say give somebody time. It's 3rd year.
Yeah.
It's time, man.
Mm-hmm.
When you see a guy with that much raw talent, now you just hoping that it clicks. You hoping that somebody's touching his soul saying, look here, bro, this is you. You gained a little weight and you still look good. You gained a little weight and your feet still nice. Now, I've seen some inside one-on-ones, pass rushes. He's been doing it. Nobody's beat him yet.
No.
Nobody's beat him. So, but now, like I said, once again, here come the Rams.
Right.
The Rams, even before they got that monster, the midway that they got from Cleveland, they still had some Bulldogs out there in Verse and all of those guys. They got inside guys that got 7, 8 sacks. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Tyler Guyton's issue is not his ability. His issue is what's between his head and injuries. Mm-hmm. And to me, Coach Johnson, you say, what's the difference between the fat guy, the injured guy, and the guy that just can't play? And I'm trying to figure it out. I said, hold on, Nate, I'll get it for you. None of them going to be on the field for me. Ain't none of them going to touch the field. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, Coach, come on now. I eat a little bit. I'm a buffet type guy. So I'm a fat guy. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to me, man.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
What do you think about those 3 inside? One thing we talked about last year, especially with BB and Booker, it seemed like the stunts would give them some problems. The communication, it seems like they're passing off, and that's been cleaner so far.
Hey, it's been cleaner here, young in practice. But I'm gonna tell you something. This is a year for BB too.
Yes.
This is a year. You started to see Booker come on towards last year, but this is the year. You got the best, top 3 at the left guard. You got a center that's up and coming. This is his year. You got Booker, who's in his 2nd year but seemed to be progressing well. That is the strength, if you can call it, of the offensive line. That is the strength, and so when people go to saying Tyler out to left tackle, okay, is TJ Bass that good?
Yeah.
Is he halfway that good?
Yeah. Because
if he is halfway that good, then, okay, let's do that. But if we're going to do that, let's do that now.
Yeah.
Now, I'm kind of upset at Coach Schottenheimer for telling all of us that it was going to be a left tackle battle. You know, because I played, and I'm like, man, if Coach would have came to me and said, hey, man, I know what I said, but this guy the starter. I'm like, wow, Coach, don't do me like that, man. I mean, it's safer ways to have that type of conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. At least give me a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Pull the rug.
Fool me fool me for a little bit. You know, don't give me that. Let me tell you, I remember a chick I met in the club late at night one time. We got outside of some light, boy. We'll
have to get to the other side of that story sometime in the future. And it's always great to see you here.
Hey, God bless y'all, and thank y'all for having me, man. It's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Your insight and perspective there on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Wild Fork Foods, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. Savone Ravel is going to join us. We got 3 hours to go coming up next here on The Fan.
But first, I got to
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, we're back for hour number 3 of the nation here live. Cowboys Training Camp 2026. Here he is in his second year out of East Carolina on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. It's Savone Rebel here with you on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm glad y'all have me.
Well, it's good to have you, and I would say after watching practice these first couple of weeks, this is more like it, man. You're looking great out there. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Just taking these mental reps. You know what I mean? Last year it was really tough on me because I had that knee injury. Yeah. I had that knee brace on, so it was more of a mental ongoing thing, trying to get over that hump. And this year, really, the coach is just bringing me in, trying to teach me the game. They know I can tackle. They know I'm physical. I'm long and I'm fast. So right now, they're just trying to work from the neck up, and that's just what I'm working on right now. And pretty much it's working well. And my body right now feels great. And I'm moving faster than I did before. Still feel like there's some things I need to work on and treatment-wise and stuff like that, but that's going to come along.
How was the reaction on social to that workout video you put out like 6 weeks or so ago? Because I was like, man, he's moving way different. I mean, that knee brace must have been a pain in the butt to try to move with.
Was it? Hey, that's my reaction, so y'all already know. But, that video, I didn't post it. You know what I mean? I sent it to my dad just to show him like how I'm moving, how I'm feeling and stuff like that, and just like I was confident when I was doing that by myself, but now I got to apply that to the field. You know what I mean? I still have times where I'm just like thinking too much, but when I don't think, you can see I'm there. I'm right with the ball. But man, I felt great, man, moving. Yes.
Nice.
Well, we're glad you're out of the brace because we could tell last year. Like we talked about it, you're constantly feeling it. But you're moving really, really smooth. I was watching you in the 1v1s a couple days ago against Terp. Yeah. And you're carrying him right up the field. So this year compared to last camp and then implementing this new defense, where are you at physically? I mean, how close are you to where you were prior to the injury?
I feel like I'm pretty close. You know, I don't want to overthink things. Then that's when I get in my head. You know what I mean? That's how injuries happen. So really just like even if I feel like a bump or a bruise, you know, I just go to the treatment room, treat that. You know? Yeah. And it's not like it was last year. So I feel a lot healthier this year, a lot faster. But like I said, man, it's a lot to do up here. You know what I mean? Now it's time to get loaded up here in my brain, get that engine started. So
how wild was that? The 3 games in 12 days.
That's what I was wondering.
Like you're just you're thrown to the fire.
That's what I was going to ask.
And I'm like, damn, they didn't really do you any favors.
No favors
here.
At all.
Hey, it was that heart and that grit, really, man. It was just like, you know what I mean? My dad, you know, he taught me like if I can run, if I can jump, man, I can do it. I can go out there and play on the field. So it was really that heart and grit. It really wasn't about the coaches putting me out there on the field. It was really if I wanted to do it. And I was like, man, I can do it. Because anybody else could have said they didn't want to. I said I want to. I want to get that experience. I want to see how it is. So at least I know how it feels to be out there with some vets and some true receivers and and some stars. You know what I mean? Justin Herbert was really the game that the Chargers game that really put me on. I was like, damn, I'm really in the league. You know what I mean? Really like because he not a quarterback that he's not picky. You know what I mean? He throw to everybody. He throw to all his targets, and it was like, okay. Yeah, it's getting real. So it's like, man, it was very exciting.
What's the competition like out here at practice? Going against Lamb and Pickens, I mean, that's a beautiful thing to get to go through in camp to make the games feel maybe a little bit easier.
Them boys ain't no joke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You might look at them, you know what I mean? You play confident as you want, but them boys ain't no joke, man. You got to be in the top tier, man. You got to be ready to play them boys because they going to give you their all. So they expecting you to give them their all too, and they ain't going down on you, man.
Yeah, do they coach you up a little bit? Do they give you some pointers like,
hey, try this? You know what I mean? Like maybe like if I go against them, you know what I mean? I might be fighting too much, my hands and stuff like that. I might ask them. I might go up to like Terp the other day one-on-ones. You know what I mean? I'm like, what you think I was doing too much? He's like, you know, it's too. You could have took your hands off me and stuff like that. Now I know when I guard him, or like GP the other day when he was blocking me. You know what I mean? Usually I shed off blocks, but I felt like I was like he told me I was fighting too much. I was doing too much. You know what I mean? My coach DA told me the same thing, and I felt like that. Sometimes I know my errors, so I like to get some of that stuff out of them because sometimes they're gonna tell me too.
Who's chirping the most out here?
Who's chirping the most?
Yeah, talking trash a little bit.
I ain't really had no trash talking to me for real.
Really?
Yeah, nah.
You keep it quiet too?
I keep it quiet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got a point to prove, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going to settle everything out on the field.
It does seem like the rest of the secondary, though, there's more of a swagger to it. And maybe it's the safeties group specifically. Yeah. Like, they're talking. I mean, Caleb's out there constantly talking. Wood, Elijah Clark, before he got hurt. But it seems like the secondary's got kind of a different energy right now.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, when you got a defense that's well put together now and everything is organized, you know what I mean? Now y'all all can work together and y'all can feel that energy from one another. And that can carry on to the practice field and carry on to the game, the scrimmage or whatever. And like I said, man, that to the DBs, to the D linemen, to the linebackers, you know what I mean? It's every level to the game, man. It's exciting. And that's what they bring to the table right now, and that's what CP is building.
It's Savone Revel with us here on The Fan. Speaking of what CP is building, is it difficult to learn all the different adjustments and things that come along with his defense?
It's not. I mean, it's not difficult at all.
Okay.
You know, you shouldn't have no excuse. You shouldn't blame nobody, no coaches, no players, because it's up to you. You know what I mean? They're giving you the handout. They're handing you the plays. They're handing you the playbook. It's up to you to go to your room, to meet with the coaches one-on-one, to figure it out. You know what I mean? You have no excuse to not know what you're doing on the field. It's up to you. That's why you're getting paid. And this is a business, like they told me. It's a business, and you're getting paid for it. So it's up to you to learn your stuff and to know it when you get on that field and execute it the right way. So personally, I don't feel like you should make an excuse, and you should learn. You should know every step. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to make some errors. You're going to have some mental errors. I mean, that's okay, because the next day you can get better and you can learn from it. But that's just how I look at it.
If I could give you an elite jam or elite feet, which one you taking?
Right now, I need the elite feet. I got the elite hands. I need to just know a feet movement. Yeah, that's just me. I need to move my feet because I might get caught.
Yeah.
Like I said, too much hands.
Yeah.
Move my feet.
Is that something at night when you're watching tape, Coach talks about you got to let him go after 5?
Man,
you got to let him go after 5.
I tell myself that even during the play. I say,
but it's a clock. How do you have a clock?
Let him go.
You have a clock in your head, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like, okay, 1,001, 1,002. I got to let him go.
I got to. See, I might need to work on that, though. I might need to work on that because, you know what I mean, I'm an aggressive player, man.
Sure.
I was like that in college.
No, we watched you in college all the time.
Yeah.
That's why we had you on the top of our board. I'm like, this guy's one of the best corners in the country. And they do the whole with the knee and stuff. But, you know, when you were drafted and all that, man, Zach and I, everybody was super happy because you're that type of player.
Yeah.
You are that type of player.
Yeah, so that's just one of the part of the games I need to fix. You know, being aggressive, not always okay.
Yeah.
It can get you into trouble a lot. And I know y'all seen some of my errors and stuff, too.
Did the NFL officials help you a little bit? Did a couple of days ago, the NFL officials were out here. Did they walk up and talk to you and say, all right, now, hey, okay, watch your hand there, a little too much.
Once you hear your number get called, you know they're talking to you. A2A, too much hands. A2A, back up, too much hands, you grabbing and stuff like that. So they actually talking to you, and it's really up to you. You can go up to them and ask them questions and stuff like that, too.
That's cool. We were chopping it up a little bit about movies before we got back on. I told you about my Odyssey story in the wheelchair. So you love the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Well, what are the top movies? If people haven't seen them yet.
My top 2 80 movies, The Goonies.
Classic.
And The Loverboy, Patrick Dempsey.
Loverboy.
Oh my God.
Loverboy is
Let me tell y'all something. Every day, me and my girlfriend, you know what I mean, we'll watch a movie. And I got Apple TV, so I always search that movie up, and it would never pop up. So just last week, I was like, okay, it's going to be here. I searched it up. It wasn't on Apple TV, but it was on Tubi. Let's play.
It was on Tubi.
I was on it. Hey, you got access to it. Go watch it. You know what I mean? That was one of them. That's my favorite 280 movies right there so far. In 90s, you know what I mean? Pretty much everything. You know what I mean? It's very authentic, and you got some great actors. You know what I mean? I'm not bumping nobody that's acting now. No actress or actor now. But, I grew up like an old head. I was watching a lot of old stuff. You know what I mean? We have access to a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like Will Ferrell was one of my guys. Jim Carrey was one of my guys. What's his name? Did I already say Jim Carrey? Jim Carrey. Patrick Dempsey. I'm missing somebody. He played Step Brothers with Will Ferrell.
John C. Reilly?
No. Was he the other brher?
Yes.
Yeah, him. Yeah, I'm telling you, all them guys.
Talladega Night.
It was the golden age. The golden age of comedy right there.
Talladega Night, just don't pray with them, then they. You know what I mean?
Well, we love the Goonies too. Walchuk can do a mean truffle shuffle.
That was my movie, man. I could watch that over and over again. I could watch that over and over again. I got the I actually got the song downloaded on my phone. Good enough?
Yes.
You know what I mean? I might feel like I might want to get like a little lighten up the day. Might go play good enough. You know what I mean?
Put a smile on your face, man. Get you going.
Did you sing or anything for your rookie performance last year?
I actually asked Coach Shadi. I was like, can we do a skit instead of sing?
There we go.
So we, you know what I mean? We all did impressions of our coaches, our own coaches. You know what I mean? I was Coach DA from last year. Everybody else was their own position coach. So hey, did y'all watch it?
No, I didn't. I didn't see
y'all
that.
might have to see it though. They got it. They know where it's at. But yeah, it was fun.
That's fantastic.
Could you give us a CP impression?
A CP impression? No, I ain't good with CP.
We'll workshop
That's hard. Let me work on that.
Okay.
Let me work on that.
Next time we get you on.
Oh, yeah,
we'll
yeah.
go Christian Parker.
Thank you so much for your time, man.
I appreciate y'all.
Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you go. Savone Revel here with you on 105.3 The Fan of the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. And we'll be back with more Cowboys training camp coverage next on 105.3 The Fan. back. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. We have just been informed Dak Prescott's going to be at the training camp podium here momentarily. We'll get you some Dak thoughts on all things Cowboys here following today's padded practice momentarily. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, AC Heating and Plumbing, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And here's the Chief to talk some football with you.
Yeah, your college football darty featuring maybe the dumbest thing said into a microphone in a long time right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the brain man. Call.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much stress.
Okay, we start with Fat Mahomes. He's at Oregon now. Dylan Raiola. He transferred from Walchuk's Nebraska Cornhuskers. And
Go Big Red.
It's finally getting some quotes. He says, what's the big difference between Nebraska and Oregon? Quote, there's no cornfields here. There's mountains and trees, and I love the nature. As far as football, it's different, with coaches and players. We have a lot more talent than we did at Nebraska. I don't say that to knock on them, but I think everybody will know that. So Dylan Raiola is not trying to continue keeping a nice relationship with his old teammates there at Nebraska. He's like, wow, it's nice to be at a place where
they're probably grateful he's gone to.
I mean, the 1996
it's a mutual. Yeah, it's not a when the quarterback leaves and there was all this promise, right? Wilczek, am I right about that? There was all this hype and all that. His dad was like an All-American there, and And then when it just works out to where you're playing in the Pouland Weed Eater Bowl. And you're Nebraskan.
Where's Pouland?
It's a chainsaw company. Pouland Weed Eater Bowl.
Yeah, Nebraska's just had such a problem in close games.
Yeah.
They're just losing one-score games left and right, and they've just kind of been at tease. You think they're about to take that next step. They're going to be able to compete.
Was he part of it, though?
He was.
Late in the game, like he can make a difference, and he throws an interception.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you think about how's this response here from Curt Cignetti, the coach,
Google me.
the coach of the hour? Google me, man, the defending champion. He says he was asked how Indiana is going to handle being the hunted this year, and his quote was, "I bought a bigger gun." Thought that was a pretty nice response, but we'll see. Is Hoover a bigger gun than a Mendoza? If you're at the gun store and you're buying one, do you want the Hoover gun or do you want the Mendoza gun? At this point, of course, you want the Mendoza gun.
Taking a shot at his Heisman quarterback?
I don't think so. I think he's just trying to flex.
It's strength, right? Is he talking like, are we going for accuracy or are we going for power? Because I do think Hoover's got a better arm than Mendoza does in terms of being able to push the football downfield. Mendoza, though, much more accurate.
Way accurate.
And a much better decision maker.
Yes.
So all of those things, but if you're talking about just pure arm strength,
think about this.
Hoover's got a howitzer.
Indiana won the national championship last year.
Yeah, they did.
Think about that. Think about that going in, that you're like, this guy? Okay. Sure, he's talking big, but they were one of the best team in college football last year.
Yeah, they were. They were
crazy,
and they are the defending champions.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you said that because I would like to take you to Purdue, where their athletic director Tommy McClellan is at the podium for a presser, and listen to what he just said as he's talking.
Now, let me say this about this guy's on his way out. I think
the Purdue guy.
It's an introductory press.
Oh, is it introductory?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a new one. This is the new one.
This is the new one.
Okay, I thought McClellan was the old one.
Well, McClellan is the new one.
Okay,
and this is his. Where did
the old Purdue guy go? Okay,
it's a great question, man.
No, he went somewhere like he was.
I think he's in Pouland now.
In that Pouland Weed Eater Bowl.
They jettisoned him out to Pouland.
Weed Eater Bowl. You never heard of Pouland?
No.
They're like a chainsaw company, bro.
Dang, I need to get with it.
Isn't it said like Poulon, though?
Poulin. I always heard it was Poulin.
It's like a
Someone's
French brand.
going to correct me, I'm sure.
I've always been partial to the Echo myself.
Yeah?
My Echo string trimmer.
I'm an Echo guy.
Been going for like 15 years.
Okay, so here it is.
Why is that fly just wearing you out?
It's killing me right now. Here we go.
I was on Dawson earlier, and he was slapping around.
Purdue.
I'll get him if he comes close again.
The new Purdue AD at the podium.
Every recruit and every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Wow.
Was he in like a coma the last
pick up
couple
a newspaper.
Of years?
I don't
He
know.
really said
Is
that.
this from 2024?
I was listening
Yeah.
to something that he said that.
He said that.
Oh, God.
Purdue's AD says if you want to win championships, you come here. And if you don't, you go to the defending champion, Indiana Hoosiers. That's what you do.
Where did he come from?
An all-time blunder at the podium. Is he trying to be funny here? Or is he just clueless as all hell?
I think he kind of blanked out and his brain just fired a regurgitated Boilermaker Booster Club joke about IU.
Which has been true
this
for
thing's been
50
working.
years.
Oh, dude.
100 years.
Yeah.
But it no longer lands. That is as foolish of a thing as anyone could say.
The last NCAA title they had was women's golf in 2010 at Purdue. 1999 women's basketball and 1961 men's golf.
Oh,
that's your last three.
That's why I know this guy. He came from Rice.
McClellan did?
Yeah, he was the AD at Rice.
Okay.
That's why I was asking you, like, because I thought that there was some. I thought this was the old guy.
The old guy retired.
This guy's like Rice, Louisiana Tech, Vanderbilt. He's been at all these other places. So, man, how clueless is that?
Really, really bad statement there. Bad first impression.
Bit of a schmuck.
And first impressions are everything. And Indiana gets another bump because their defensive lineman, Stephen Daly, who was their best D lineman last year, led the team in TFLs, one of the best in the sport at getting to the quarterback and stopping the run in the backfield. He gets hurt after the Big Ten championship game versus Ohio State. He's jumping around and high-fiving fans, and he blows his knee out. Out for the playoffs. Obviously, it didn't matter for them. Indiana goes on to win it, but now he's been granted a 5th year of eligibility, and he's going to get to go back to Indiana. And their D-line's already stacked. Like they did a number in the portal and everything like that. So now they get the cherry on top of Stephen Daly returning for the Hoosiers. I think the NCAA is trying to put up a fight on it, so we'll see how it ends up. But as it stands right now, one of the best D-linemen in the country last year for Indiana is actually going to remain eligible for the time being, and the rich get richer there on the defensive line for the Hoosiers. Bad time at UNC right now. You have your guy Lombardi getting in some HR issues. You have now Bill Belichick being sued $300,000 by a painter who was in his Nantucket home and got hurt and is alleging that it was an unsafe work environment for him. So now Bill Belichick is ready to fight that one in court. And then his son, Steve Belichick, just had to go on some level of leave of absence here due to a medical issue, some type of medical issue.
Steve's got to be like, 45 or so?
I think he's less than
He's
that.
probably younger than that. He's probably in the neighborhood of 40.
Okay.
But he's a younger guy, and now he's going on medical leave. So the Tar Heels, they just cannot get out of their own way right now. How do you like this when it comes to rivalries? You just heard the Purdue jab rivalry style at Indiana. That was the worst jab of all time.
It's one of the greatest rivalries in college football.
But you also have another signature rivalry in college football.
Belichick's 39.
He's 39.
Steve?
Yeah, Steve Belichick.
He's the tongue guy, right?
Yeah, he's the tongue guy.
He's the one whose tongue's always out and about.
But the new head coach at Kentucky, Will Stein, is
I think he came from the Rams.
He's taking away all the red out of the program. Anything that had red because of the rivalry with Louisville.
Ah, yes.
So now the quarterbacks aren't even wearing the red practice jerseys to signify "Don't hit me." They're going with the black jerseys for the quarterbacks, which is still a Louisville color, which is kind of funny here. I guess he's just saying, like, black is more common than red, and so we're willing to go black quarterback jerseys, but not red ones, as to not promote anything for our rival Louisville. But I think he didn't really accomplish that goal.
He was born in Louisville.
Will Stein?
Will Stein was. Matter of fact, Will Stein was a football player at Louisville.
Yeah.
That's trying too hard. That's performative, I think.
That's not your biggest rival, Will. You play SEC games, bro. Don't worry about Papa John's Stadium and all that.
It's geographical, man.
You need to figure out how to beat Florida when they show up.
Missouri.
You need to flow up Missouri, Georgia, LSU. Those are. You need to figure. Louisville ain't the team you need to be worrying about, my friend.
I would put my quarterbacks in pink, number one, because no school plays in pink. Okay? No school plays in pink, so I'm putting my quarterback in pink. But number two, just to remind him that yes.
We have a pink squad?
Yeah.
Well, I think
we're all pink inside.
When we do the breast cancer awareness thing,
October.
I think our team in Oregon has rolled out some pink.
But that's for the ladies. That's for a good cause.
I was just
traditional
saying,
colors,
pink. The locker room the visiting locker room at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa is pink.
All
painted pink.
Lane Kiffin did that at Ole Miss as well for the road locker room.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's bringing that to LSU, but he likes to set a feminine vibe, a soft feminine vibe for the road team.
Locker room is awful. We're doing nobody any favors over there.
I like that home field advantage, man. Yeah, and I just saw somebody screenshotted the ticket prices out there if you're trying to go to Texas to watch the Ohio State game.
Holy balls.
I think the cheapest ticket, if you want to sit in the clouds, you'll be paying about $700 for that. Looks like to be the cheapest ticket right now for Texas and Ohio State in Austin. Yeah. So try to save up a little bit.
Bennett was pretty proud about that. He got his Ohio State and he got Oklahoma for the 2 tickets he got, being a grad student.
Okay, what's our plan with Nick Harris Star Telegram? 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock?
He said he's down to do 5 if Dak is done.
Okay.
And he's not sure when Dak's going to talk at the podium. Otherwise, we'll do 6 o'clock with him.
So we're kind of playing it by ear. Can we get a mixed bag from you coming up?
Absolutely.
One way or another?
Mixed bag. We actually have some breaking news in the NFL. I'll tell you about that. And what to watch, the Hall of Fame game. In fact, who's the Cowboy on the current roster that one day will get a bust in Cam? That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 10:30, we've got Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. Sideline reporter Heidi Watney joins the show, plus a special C block with the Wooly Bully and Masterpiece of the Week. It is
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas.
Plays that we're trying to get better at, the different schemes we're wanting to fit in, some different concepts we've added. So ultimately, we're right where we need to be. But going against this defense, and as you've seen it, the changes they've made, the pressure they're putting on us. Not going to say some of these moments, days, and drills haven't been frustrating, but at the same time, that's what you want. That's what camp's about. We're making the plays, the majority of the plays that are necessary to make, and so it's a fun environment. Yeah, no, not long at all. Most of them are complementary of something else, so it's easy to teach them because we're doing it because of A worked this way, so this is the adjustment to get to B, and so I don't think there's going to be a long journey. It's just about getting those different plays in versus a bunch of different looks. Our defense is only giving us so many looks, and so you've got to walk through and get those looks against ourselves, and it's just part of training camp. But a full weekend or so now. I feel good about where we're going in the direction. Run game has looked good. It's about just building now, continue to build on that, and then just get sharper in the pass game.
Clarence Hill did our last couple of things. Number one, we know about GP and Lamb, but the tight ends really showed up the last couple of days. Perfectly catching the ball downfield and spanning forward, making plays. We talk about them and what you expect from them this year.
Yeah, it's really the standard that those guys are holding themselves to. They're those two guys right there you just named are real pros, and they hold the standard of the room at a very high level, along with their coach, L-Dub. They take a lot of pride in their job, take a lot of job in the responsibility, and they're always trying to communicate with the quarterbacks and myself and asking me why or, what can they do, and, talking about complimentary plays. Those are the guys that want to run complimentary routes of what they've done and always asking for more, and then just going to the offseason, I'll always credit the guys who put in the work and who show up constantly and don't miss or bugging me once the next day we're throwing, and that starts with Brev and Ferg. Those are two guys that anytime I pretty much had the ball this offseason, they were there, and so that helps with the timing, that helps with the comfortability, and we're just only going to grow now, having the reps that we've had for years, but then going into this spring and summer, but now doing it against a defense, we're only going to sharpen everything.
So much on the phone. You talk about how hard they've made it for you. Is there anything that stood out about a player that stood out about this defense so far through camp?
Just their intensity. It'd be. I don't know if I can just say one player because of the intensity. I think it might be the guy on the right. Then the backers just as crazy or excited backing him up, or and then they're making plays for the DBs, and so the DBs are screaming because they feel like they locked us down, and it's like, oh, it's only the rush. But then times the rush gets there and the DBs do get a chance to make a play. It's just the collab effort of their intensity and their communication is felt. It's definitely felt when we're just out there and we're motioning and we're making our calls, and then post-play, anytime that they've made a play, they've celebrated, deservingly so. And I just think that raises the energy of the whole team, pisses us off a little bit on offense, but that's what camp's about. And, we've just got to lock in and be sharper and fire back at them as we did today a little bit.
Jack Tyler with ESPN. How did Flournoy earn your trust?
Yeah, speaking of showing up, Flo is probably the number one guy, and showing up this offseason. Literally anytime I've had a ball, he's been there. Always asking questions, always just doing the right thing. He's a guy that you want on your team. He's a guy that you want on your team no matter what game you're playing. His belief in himself, I think that's where it starts. And, the moment he's gotten his opportunity, he's never looked back. And not only never looked back, he's looking to get more opportunities, to get more responsibility, to do more for the team. He understands the role that he plays, and he's just trying to make sure that he capitalizes on it every time. And he's never satisfied. He's a guy that I enjoy being around. He's a guy that I'm super thankful to have as a teammate. And when you have that as a guy that's a pass catcher, it makes everything better.
The leadership council, they have the 10, 11 guys, whatever who it is. What's the benefit of that from the players' perspective?
Yeah, just that our voices are heard. When you've got guys like we do on that council, veteran guys, for me, it's good to have guys on different teams. I know what I know, and good. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, and so you've got other guys that can come in and say, this is a way that we've done it, or I've had it like this in the past, and not necessarily those are the right ways, but it gives you a different perspective, gives you a way to look at different solutions to get to things. And it's really cool how Sade put it together, with the O2X crew, and just on the simple fact of, there's certain things that we handle as a team. There's certain things that we may get and bring to a coach, but not necessarily Sade, and then we figure out a way to handle it. And then there's things that ultimately have to get to the head coach, and I think that just takes pressure off of everyone's plate. I mean, I know this council was created a little bit, and in that sense, I was made not to be the head guy. Like, that was purposeful. As I couldn't be the, whatever you want to call it, the chief leader in there, because I'm going to speak up. I'm going to talk. I know what I know, and I'm not going to be hesitant to say it. But we need other guys to take that lead. And Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, and Tyler Smith have been those guys to step up, and they're doing a hell of a job with the committee. And there's things that from the spring to now that we've already incorporated. That was the voice of that committee, and that committee is ultimately speaking for the team. So it allows empowerment and understanding that we have a huge part in this accountability thing.
John Machota with The Athletic. Christian Parker talked to us yesterday a little bit about in the meeting rooms. He's got the guys making calls as if they were out on the field. It's getting kind of loud in there a little bit. I was wondering if there's anything behind the scenes that you have noticed from the defense that maybe you're like, all right, I feel good about this. This isn't going to be a repeat of the way they were last year.
Yeah, I mean, the men that we have and the way that they approach and attack their job, I mean, I can't talk about CP enough and the pride that he carries with his job. I was just talking to a couple of the trainers in there about, the trash talk back and forth. And I go, yeah, he can't be out there making the plays, but there's not 1 ounce of him that doesn't think that he's making plays. And he is. And that's, having pride in your job. And I think that just ultimately rolls into, and is contagious to each and every one of those guys he's coaching. And I think that's where, when I'm speaking on the intensity, I mean, it starts with their communication and then ultimately ends with just how physical they are and running to the ball. And there was a day the other day, we're in the offensive meeting, they're in the defensive meeting, and not that we were struggling to hear what we were saying, but they were over there communicating, and I don't know, I think it was a Jeopardy game within their own defensive calls. And it felt like playing on the road as we were just trying to install our meeting because of how loud and intense and fun that they were having doing their job. And that's contagious as well. You feel that on that side of the ball, that unit's giving you that. You want to do the same on offense. So nothing but good things to say about that unit.
You've been coming out here now 11 years. Is there a part of this camp where, I don't know, week 2, week 3, when you're kind of like, I'm ready to go home? And if there is that any different than maybe when you were first on the team?
No, I love it out here in Cali. I was watching that flyover today, thinking about the weather, just thinking, damn, it's nice. I love this game. Fortunately, my girls are out here. They're out here this week, and so that helps. That helps even that time of my mind wanting to, get away from camp and thinking about them. They're down the road, and so that allows me to get time with them. But no, I've always enjoyed coming to training camp. There's never been even a moment of me that wants to get out, even when it's been a month and a half, whether it's 3 weeks or, however long the entirety of this thing is. I think this is the most that we get, especially in our organization, of just pure football, and it's kind of why, talking about all the goals and talking about all that, is important to make sure everybody understands that now, because sometimes you get out here, you're kind of in your bubble, and you're just football, and then you get back to Dallas, and then you start the real life, dealing with the things off the field, whether it be with your family, dealing with with the things that the media are going to say, and then you're only in at work talking about a game plan, and it's very just a strict schedule. Where out here you've got time to create that brotherhood, go and sit down and have lunch with your guys, and maybe take them out to dinner, the nights that you can. And so I've always enjoyed training camp. I think it's a huge part of a team's success, and I appreciate the way each and every one of these guys are approaching this camp.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. Shutout complimented Tyler Guyton for his start to camp. What have you seen from your perspective?
Yeah, a guy that has a lot to prove. A guy that's walking around with a chip on his shoulder. You see it out there. May get beat a play, but he's going to come back with more fire on the next play, and that's all you can really ask for a guy is to get better. He was an off-season award-winning champion. I think that speaks a lot about his approach to the off-season and the gains and where he's trying to get to and what he's trying to be for this team, understanding how vital that position is at left tackle. I'm sure he's trying to quiet the noise of Tyler Smith having to move or whatever the question was that you guys asked me the other day. I'm sure he hears that, and I'm sure he wants to, make sure he solidifies not only his job, but who he is and the kind of player that he can be for this team and in this league.
Rams practice on Tuesday, more on that. They added a couple players on their side of the ball, on the defensive side. Do you see this as a litmus test for this offense right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every day at practice is a test, and it's a way to grade yourself. And then so when you ultimately get another team coming in here, and a team like the Rams, playoff team, a really, really good team on all facets of the game, as you just said, adding a big name, a couple of big names, right? Whether it be McDuffie in the draft and whether it be Myles Garrett the other day, and obviously they're playing with this Aaron Donald thing. So thankfully he won't be out here just yet. But seriously, yeah, it's a litmus test. It's all you can ask for. CD was just talking about today, looking forward to Tuesday, and it's looking forward to just us getting better, understanding this is a team that we're going to play in the season, and it's probably a team that, if we want to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to see them again. So call this probably the first of 3 meetings, I'd assume, if, everybody takes care of business. And, so it's definitely going to be a test. It's going to be fun. It's going to be 2 great teams competing against each other, and at the end of the day, it's practice. So, we'll have a lot of time after that to clean it up and to say, this is what we got to get better, but we can't go out here and also have a hell of a practice and think we've done something.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. Going back to the Leadership Council, all 4 of the defensive guys weren't here last year. From your perspective, when you've been around them, how have you seen them kind of grow into those roles in such a short time?
I think that's who they are. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if I don't know them in their past teams, but I know the men that I've talked to. I know the conversations that I've had. I know when I've sat in any meeting with them, whether it be these leadership meetings or team meetings, the way that they speak, the way that they articulate the game, their passion, their love for the game. I think that's who they are. And so it's really, really cool just to, as I said, to be in a group like that and to have different perspectives, and more importantly, have people that are as hungry as I am and as urgent as I am to get this done. And so credit to all of those guys. They're real pros, and they make me better, and their love and passion for the game and their passion for their brotherhood and their teammates is felt.
And then Kevontae Turpin's a guy who got involved a bit today. How much more do you think he can do for this offense as a receiver?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I mean, Turp's a guy that we all understand. He gets the ball in his hand, whether it's the kick return, punt return, or a jet sweep, or just in the passing game or whatever it is. You've got to watch out. And so, he's going to be a huge factor to this offense, as he's been, and we're going to continue to try to find ways to make him complement this offense, get us all better, complement those other 2 receivers out there. And and he's a guy that takes pride in that wants to do whatever he can to help this team out. I mean, he knows a lot of my calls. He's a lot smarter receiver than you may would think. And I mean, he's out there knowing all the adjustments, the hot adjustments. He's just an impressive player. And so if you asked him even to go in there and block, he's going to do it. He's been one of those guys that may get upset when you move him out of position because, he's not the guy that you want to block. And, he takes that offensive, and that's just kind of the kind of guys you want. And so, we got to continue to find a way to get the ball to Turp, but once again, there's only one ball out there, and we've got a lot of great players. So they've also got to do a job and complement and make sure that they're doing their job to get others open.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5. Can you tell me your impressions of Cody Durant so far in this game?
Yeah, I mean, smart player, super smart player. I've had a few conversations with him just about the defense. Obviously, he intercepted me the other day in the red zone, and just going and asking him about that defense and that call and the way that he played it, that was impressive itself. And so he's out there. He's fighting with 2 great receivers, 3, whoever the hell is in front of him. He's fighting them, and he's a guy that walks around with his chip on his shoulder, talking about urgent and being a pro and doing the things the right way. Kobe's one of those guys. We also have this leadership group, but we also have these teams that, we're all broken down into. I don't know how many full teams it is, but Kobe's in my team. And to hear him talk, to hear the way that he sees the game, to hear what this game means to him and how he would never cheat this game is as great as a thing I've heard any teammate say. And so he's a guy that not only speaks the right way, but walks it, and you don't even have to talk to him, and you can see what he's about, and you can see what he means and how he's going to show up for not only this game, but for his teammates.
Former Cowboy receiver recently talked about how he made $80 million and doesn't have most of it now. As a quarterback and the contracts you had, how do you make sure that you protect this wealth and things that you've got into your post-career?
Yeah, I mean, I've got an amazing team, financial team. And I'll start and really finish there. Educated and somewhat saving money. I've got 2 little girls. I've been blessed to have generational money at this point, and just trying to make sure I do everything to set them up for their future and whatever they want to do and have the opportunity to do whatever. Yeah, that's sad to hear. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm stuck on that more than anything. I just encourage guys to find people that they trust and talk to people. There's all kind of books out there, and to educate themselves, and if you don't know if there's somebody you can trust, come talk to me and I can show you somebody that I can trust. I've been super, super blessed with an amazing team, and I can't say enough about my financial team and where I'm at and where I'm going. They still tell me sometimes, that I may spend not too much, but yeah, and I look at them, and I'm like, damn, you're cheap, but I appreciate that. And I think we all kind of need that, to have somebody like that in your corner, because when you have it, you can't spend it fast. So just unfortunate to hear that. I mean, I'd ask any of my teammates, and I guess I probably should echo in the locker room, if they're struggling with that or need help in finding somebody who can help them, I've got the guy.
Mike Leslie, WFA, a little bit more on CP. He's only about a year and a half older than you. How have you seen that youth show up in the way that he coaches? Are there elements that you've seen that impact the way that he does the job?
Yeah, I don't even think it's a year and a half. I think it's some months. Yeah, I just asked him the other day, right?
34.
Did he just turn 34?
5 in December.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I questioned you guys. Like y'all didn't do that homework. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean by like the pride. When I say the guy's carrying pride, right? He's coaching with and against guys that are his age or not much younger. And I don't know if it's like the big brother for him, whether it's the guys he's coaching or even the guys that he's playing. But no big brother wants to get beaten. Trust me, I'm the little brother. That's the reason I am who I am, is always trying to compete against my big brothers and beat them. And so, I think it's a pride deal that, he can't be out there making tackles, but he can make the calls and he can put guys in the right place and he can take ownership for their communication and why they're doing the things that they're doing. And he wears that. And, I think just his intensity in the trash talking or the way he calls the plays and ultimately just his pride in the game is felt by everybody. I know the receivers love going back and forth with him. I know it's fun for me when we do. And it's a true, for me against him, is an iron sharpens iron mentality for the mental side of the game. And I truly appreciate that.
You mentioned your daughters. Are there times, like earlier today, you're out there and your daughter's pointing to her number 4 jersey? Do you have to kind of stop yourself? Because I know you're so focused on the work that you guys have to do here. Do you have to kind of stop down every once in a while and appreciate that kind of thing?
I appreciate them getting a chance to, come to my office or, come out on the football field and just hang for a little bit, even if they don't fully grasp it. That they'll have these memories and stuff like that in the back of their heads. And MJ, I mean, the oldest, she's already, she enjoys the football side of it, saying the number 4, showing get right, and I think even just seeing her dad on pictures and in places. So I think it's cool, and ultimately I said it the other day on the news, that's who I want to win for. It was for a long time, I wanted to win for myself and to prove people or to prove myself right. I want those girls to say their dad's a champion.
Dak, Adam Rosso with Spectrum News. Call it the Super Bowl buzz, the Gotti talk. For you, what's the line between confidence and overconfidence, and maybe how, as a leader, do you help guys straddle that? Or is there?
I'm confident in who I am because I know who I am. And I think as long as you know who you are, it's not overconfidence, you know what I mean? So I'm sure there's a line. I wouldn't say I'm arrogant by any means. Just because I'm speaking my goals and my things out loud, I would encourage other people to do them, to do that. You know, when you do that, you're not only holding yourself accountable, but you allow other people to hold you accountable. You know, a lot of people in this world are afraid to do that because when you don't do it, you know, people are gonna check you. They're gonna have the receipts of it, and if that's what you're fighting your tail off each and every day to do, why wouldn't you want other people to hold you accountable? You know, I think it helps, if anything, and so. Yeah, and I think, you know, just doing that, it's contagious when it's real. And as I said, you know who you are and you're not overstepping your words or just blabbing too much. The players feel it. They watch the way that you approach each day. They watch the way that you approach meetings, how you talk to them, and it's contagious.
On a Stark Spectrum News, Dak, Shadi talked about the red zone offense being a point of emphasis. Is there anything you've seen so far that gives you confidence that y'all will improve in that area?
Yeah, I mean, just one going into year two and understanding why we weren't last year. I think that's the biggest reason. You know, it's hard to fix a problem if you don't know the why behind it. And, you know, for us, we had a big study in the offseason. That was one of our biggest studies, you know, because we were bad in that area. And so we found that why, and then we were able to go and attack that starting in the spring to now being here in the fall. I mean, first, I guess we've only had one true red zone day or whatever, or 1.5. I already felt the growth. I already felt the jump that we're trying to make. And at the end of the day, it's focus for a lot of guys. The field's shorter. The opportunity for error is almost slim to none if you want to get in the end zone. And so it's guys, one, heightening their focus, two, just understanding every aspect of the red zone, being disciplined to do their jobs, and just staying on it. And one, I mean, play calls are going to help, and ultimately the players have to take ownership in those play calls. And so the fact that we know the why, I feel great about us fixing it.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. What did it mean to be able to spend a few minutes with the service people after practice?
Oh, amazing. You know, we get to do what we get to do because of those people. And I don't take that lightly or for granted. And I know a lot of our guys on our team don't. So just being able to go through that line, to give the high fives, the daps, the fist bumps, you know, tell them thank you, to God bless. It's awesome to hear their energy. You know, they would want to be in our shoes, and we're just super. A lot of them will, right, want to say, "Oh, I wish we could play that. Wish I could do that." And they're out there laying their lives on the line, and for us to just play a simple game, but yet a game that means so much to so many, that inspires so many. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. Super thankful for each and one of those men and women.
The interception that Kobe had. On film, it looked like you were doing a no-look pass. Was that?
I mean, he would have picked it regardless because I didn't see him coming off, and that's credit to the defense and how they played that off and passed that off. But yeah, I mean, the way that I read it, I mean, it was a man. It was man, and they were just happened to be not necessarily doubling a guy, but being able to pass off, and our route concept played right into that defense's hands. And yeah, Kobe told me, you know, he was like, I really didn't have that guy. I was just trying to stay on his hip and make you think I did. And yeah, from everything that I saw, it was a man, so I didn't expect anybody to be out there. And yeah, it was, you know, and it's bad to say my first no-look passes. So kind of, you know, do I do it again? So I definitely will. Thank you.
There he goes, Dak Prescott at the podium. Cowboys quarterback with his mid-camp press conference. A lot to talk about in there, but we're running late. We'll step aside, get a break in here, come back, do some more football, get you queued up for the Expressway and the G-Bag of the Day, LA Live. All